Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to continue our coverage of Ohio versus Bionca Ellis. We did a deep dive yesterday, so hopefully you saw that. They did have opening statements yesterday, which were... Hold on. So opening statements were yesterday. Court TV did stream them out after we talked to the news station saying it wasn't going to be streamed, but now it's going to be streamed. So that's why I was saying yesterday, don't disparage, don't think just because when we talked to the news station, they said court order, and even Aaron found the court order saying the judge did not want this streamed. I always say we've run across this before. They say it's not going to be streamed, and then it is streamed. So we are lucky enough to, we have opening statements, which will play in about a minute or two, and then day two will be starting in about a half an hour. So thank you, Selena. That is my Rickenbacker, my 366. Hey, Gina. Hello. How are you? Sue, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. The McCormick family, good to see you. Crunchy Frog, thank you for joining us. Kathy Davis saying good morning. Meadow, good morning to you. And Deb H, yes, remember to hit the like. Sue saying good morning and happy Tuesday. Yes, we're going to watch the openings as soon as I get through my little welcoming in everybody. Kimbers, you're going to try to go tomorrow. Okay, definitely if you feel, if you're comfortable calling in, please email us and we'll exchange phone numbers if you feel comfortable. I understand if you don't, and either way, I hope that we can connect on that. Green-eyed Cat, good to see you, and Snowcatish, Snowcat, yep, Chandler. Well, we wanted to cover this trial to begin with, and then we heard it wasn't going to be streamed, so that's why we said, well, let's do Chandler, and this now is being streamed, so we're gonna switch gears and pivot and go over to that. Charmaine, good to see you. Tracy, thank you for joining us. Deb V, good to see you. You'll email, fantastic. Yeah, it's info@Trial TV Live. Wendy, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Christine, hello, hello. And thank you for joining us. Kathy, only here for the morning. Got to sub and teach last class. All right, no problem. Red Snap, good morning, looking chipper. I'm wearing my green. Wearing green for Julian. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Sarah, yes, I am so glad it's being streamed as well. Absolutely. Yeah, okay. Good to see you. Oh, let me pull you up. There you go. And Mary Fitz. Mary Fitz is with us. There you are. There you are, Mary. Good to see you. And Meadow saying hello. Kelly, yeah, good to see you. Pivot. Yes, time to pivot. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to opening statements. But before, real quick, here are the players. Margot Wood was shopping at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, which is Cleveland, Ohio. My hometown, which I'm sure you guys have heard me say 10 times by now, but I'll keep saying it for those that are new coming in. She was shopping at the Giant Eagle with her 3-year-old son, Julian Wood. Before that, Bionca Ellis was at a thrift store, like a veterans kind of thrift store. I forget the name of it. I'll find out the name of it. She went there and she got some knives, and these knives, the one knife she got was pretty long. We'll find out how long the blade is, but I'm thinking, I mean, that thing was probably at least 6 or 7 inches. So she goes there, she's kind of just wandering around, and then she goes to the Giant Eagle, wandering around the Giant Eagle. She walks past Margaret and Julian as they're coming out. Bionca's coming in, and she just turns around, follows them outside, and then she attacks them, and she stabs poor Julian, and he ends up passing away, and Margaret suffered injuries. She did survive. So Miss Ellis there is aggravated. She's got 2 counts. She's got 2 counts of attempted, felonious assault, 2 counts, endangering children, tampering with evidence, misdemeanor theft because she stole the knife or knives. Our judge is John Russo. Our prosecution is Andrew Santoli, and the defense is Fernando Mack. He is a public defender. She is in jail. Her bond was $5 million, which of course she cannot, she wasn't able to afford. If convicted, the top charge, she will be mandatory life. Her defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's where she's going with that. All right, so let's get to opening statements because we have day 2 coming up in about a half an hour. All right, so let me get us into. Now this is from. Now we've seen this before. This is court TV, so it's going to be all kinds of stuff going on. So I did my best to limit all the extraneous stuff. So here we go. This is opening statements from day 1.
This is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that on that day, Bionca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. And you will see through the video that we will show you, ladies and gentlemen, and there are going to be witnesses. Witnesses from Volunteers of America. You will hear from witnesses from Giant Eagle. You will hear witnesses from the police department. For Bionca Ellis, you will see that she went to the police department on that day. She went to the North Olmsted Police Department. She had a conversation with a police officer at the window. And that police officer will come in and testify to their conversation. Bionca Ellis did not like what she heard at the police department, so she leaves. And the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she went directly to Volunteers of America. You will hear the testimony from Diane Spihar, who is one of the managers of Volunteers of America. And on that particular day of June 3rd, 2024, she was working in the back, sifting through stuff to put out for sale. And Bionca Ellis comes back. Well, the evidence is going to show through video that prior to going back to the Volunteers production area, Bionca Ellis had spent several minutes sifting through a bin of knives. And she chose 2 knives. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen. You will see her in Volunteers of America walking up and down the aisle. She had a conversation with Diane Spihar, looking for a bathroom. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she left Volunteers of America and that she went to Things Outlet. And you will have the opportunity to look at that video. Bionca continued to go into the store. She looked around, and you will see the video of that. She didn't chat with anybody, but she leaves. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that as she leaves, there is a cement pillar. And I want you to pay attention, because she takes those 2 knives and she hits them against the cement pillar to see their pliability. One knife that she had stolen drops to the ground, but she keeps the 12-inch butcher blade knife in her hand. The evidence is going to show, and the video corroborates, that she walks in to Giant Eagle. And you will see through the videos, from the customer service angle, you will see inside the store where Margot Wood and Julian are shopping. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, in the video, Bionca Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart, the child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. Mrs. Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show the witnesses are going to testify that they observed Bionca Ellis approach Mrs. Wood and Julian, and she goes and takes the knife and stabs Julian in the face. Miss Woods tries to fight her off. She stabs Mrs. Woods. And there are independent witnesses that were in the parking lot that sees her stand over Julian on the ground and plunge a knife into his back. And those are common, ordinary citizens that were there grocery shopping or going to grocery shop. Of course, screams were heard throughout the parking lot. People are screaming to call 911, and you will hear from Travis Bush, who sees the stabbing. You will hear from Matthew Stroud, who sees the stabbing and tells his wife to call 911. They all run over. You will hear from Cheryl Molaski. She's a nurse. She runs over. She's one of the first people that runs over, and she says that Miss Woods has that baby so tight that there is blood pouring out of that. She tells them we've got to put him down, and they start compressions. You will hear from Miss McClaskey. You will hear from Miss Craven. They are both nurses. One is a pediatric ICU nurse. She relieves her. They take turns. The police arrive. Meanwhile, the other witnesses are going to testify that after stabbing that child, Miss Ellis, taking her knife that is now clad in red blood, and she walks away. Just walks away very nonchalantly. The police now have surrounded the parking lot, and they tell her to stop. She immediately takes the knife and throws the knife. the same weapon that she used to kill Julian. She's arrested. She is taken into custody. Police officers will come in and they'll testify to their life-saving measures that they tried to use on the child. You will hear from officers that took crime scene photographs. You will hear from officers, drone footage was taken of the area. You will hear from Shayna Gray from the medical examiner's office that'll talk about the trace evidence that was found and DNA. The DNA that matches Bionca Ellis. You will hear from Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, who's the medical examiner, an assistant medical examiner here in Cuyahoga County, who will tell you what the cause and the manner of death is.
All right, we'll pause it there and quickly turn to Florida for the Spencer hearing for convicted killer.
And then we got to deal with this, but I can fast forward because we already covered that. Let's get back to this.
And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from Dr. Stephen Knopfsinger, who is the state's witness, rebuttal witness for this not guilty by reason of insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Pateo and I have the burden of proof. We accept the burden of proof. The charges for you to consider in this case are those of aggravated murder, murder, felonious assault, child endangering, attempted murder of Margot Wood, felonious assault of Margot Wood, tampering with evidence, and theft. Ladies and gentlemen, the state is confident that when you hear all the evidence in this case, and again, I ask you, pay attention to actions and to words. They're very, very important in this case. And when you do that, you will find Bionca Ellis guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for each and every count of this indictment. She knew what she did. She appreciated the wrongfulness of her actions. You be the judge of her actions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so that was the state opening. Now we're going to hear from the defense. And then that should put us right in line with day 2. I'm so glad that they decided to stream this after all, because there was a court order.
Bionca Ellis is 30.
Sorry, there was a court order saying that they weren't going to stream this from the judge. So I'm really glad that they sorted that out. Okay, so here is Fernando, Mack. This is the defense.
Bionca Ellis is 34 years old. She has no felony convictions. She has suffered from mental illness since the age of 22, diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Bionca has been treated on an outpatient basis at a place called Murders Taylor for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of ups and downs as it relates to her treatment. You'll hear from her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, and she'll come in and she'll testify the struggles of trying to get Murders Taylor to medicate Bionca. Because Bionca, when she's on her medication versus when she's off her medication, she's two different people. And she pushed hard for Murders Taylor to try to do something about Bionca being on medication. And Murders Taylor's response was, she doesn't represent a danger to herself or others, so there's nothing that we could do. She'll tell you how she lost contact with Bionca over the course of 6 to 8 months prior to this incident. And I'll tell you that no one's going to dispute, the evidence will show that she's a mentally ill person. Between January of 2024 up until the date of this incident, June 3rd of 2024, Bionca was off of her medication. The medication, the evidence will show, stabilizes her. Bionca received a Social Security check. And what she did with that check was she traveled from the state of Ohio to the state of California. She traveled from the state of California back to Ohio, and then down to Florida, and eventually back to Ohio. During that time frame, there were many occasions where Bionca exhibited mental illness. There were occasions where she would go to a particular location and try to get herself arrested because she's living in a homeless shelter, because she's living on the streets. She's trying to find structure. I think the evidence will show that during her mental illness, she tried to find places of refuge, unsuccessfully. On June 3rd of 2024, this unfortunate tragedy occurs. Just a few days before, Bionca was in the North Olmsted jail.
All right, we'll hear more from the defense in just a minute. Let me bring in our guest for this hour, attorney and former prosecutor Randolph Rice.
All right, and we can skip through all of this because it's just skippable.
In broad daylight, never trying to conceal the knife, and she doesn't run away. She walks away, knife in hand, still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. There's evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her. And she does drop it. Bionca's brought back to the police station. And eventually, she's interviewed. There's evidence of mental illness that occurred as a result of her responses in that interview. There's evidence that would show that she was irrational at all points of time. During that interview, while in the jail, even when she arrived in the county jail, sitting naked on the floor, Bionca displayed mental illness from the beginning of this incident, for the months prior to this incident, while in the jail. And if by chance you saw her at her arraignment, the evidence will show that even during her arraignment, she was still mentally ill because she was smiling at the arraignment. The evidence will show that she answered the judge in Spanish when being asked questions. The evidence will also show that we had a difficult time communicating with Bionca. So much so that Dr. Sarah West became involved in the case. And she had to make an evaluation of whether or not she was competent to aid in her defense. And because her mental illness was still going on, Dr. West referred her to North Coast Behavioral. North Coast is a place where mentally ill people, they're there to get restored and for other reasons, but for Bionca's purposes, is for restoration, to get her competent so she can understand this process. So after the competency evaluation, Dr. West was requested to evaluate her for sanity. And the evidence will show that Dr. West did evaluate her for sanity. She looked at all of her prior psychiatric treatment over the many years since she was age 22, her behavior on the day of the incident, and all the other information that she took into consideration after. And Dr. West made a determination that she was insane at the time of the offense. You'll hear that evidence. But the state has a right to have their own doctor become involved. And Dr. Knopfsinger also made his evaluation, and he made the opposite determination. You'll have to make that determination based on the evidence that's presented in this case. You'll hear from some other doctors that dealt with her while she was at North Coast. And at the end of the day, you will have to make the determination. And I told you in the beginning during jury selection that she acknowledges through her lawyers, whether she testifies or not, that she's responsible for the murder of Julian. She acknowledges through her lawyers that she's responsible for the attempted murder of Margot. There's no running away from that. That's not what this trial is about. The evidence will show, though, that it is obvious that she was insane at the time of the offense. And no matter what your experiences have been, you have to evaluate that information. That's all we're asking you to do. Lastly, I believe that at the conclusion of this case, you will find that Mr. Johnson and I have met our burden of a preponderance by the evidence, okay? A preponderance of the evidence, and that burden is far less than what the state has to prove. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that was opening statements, which gets us right to the top of the hour. So we are hoping that the feed will be kicking in soon. I've got my eyes on it. I got to close these up a little bit. And I'm wearing green today because that was Julian's favorite color. So I figured I would honor Julian. And just a quick reminder, I'll probably say this often, we have discovered that we have family and friends from trials come in, whether it's the judge, the defendant, the victim, the lawyers. Even in Sunnyvale, we had attorneys, we had people, interested parties watching our stream. So they come in and they chat. So I just want to let you guys know that happens. And I just want you to be respectful of everybody, right? I mean, we all have our feelings. I get it. I just ask you to be respectful of all parties, and just realize that there may be family members of all parties in our chat, and just be aware of that. Our community is built on respect and being courteous to each other. So I just ask that you extend that to everybody involved. As much as you have your feelings, I get it. I do as well. But I just want you to be respectful and be aware of that. So let's continue to show the rest of YouTube how we act here and how we deal with the trial here. That we are not like everybody else. All right. So that being said, live court has not kicked in yet. So we'll just keep an eye on that. All right, what do you guys talk about? Rex, are you with us? Psychosaurus Rex, there you are. Hello, thank you for joining us. Let's see, where's my featured chat? Let's see, featured chat is off for some reason. All right, Dr. Patrice Berry, thank you for joining us. Oh, there, okay. There's Rex, okay. JRN, yep. Yeah. Let's not be every other channel. Let's show everybody what our channel is like. Jennifer King, this is a tragic case all around. Totally agree. Kathy, it could jeopardize our ability to see more like this. That is true. Trixie, good morning to you. Allie B dropping the green hearts for Julian. Sure Life, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Green-eyed cat, yes, prayers for Julian and green hearts, I should say. JMS, both openings were pretty good. Yep.
And with every purchase, one is donated.
Oh boy, I have a feeling this is going to be on. Hold on a sec. Why would there be a commercial? So they're showing a commercial. Interesting. Not sure what that's about. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. All right. Lori, good morning to you. Hold on a sec. Let me try something. Yeah, they're showing a commercial. So interesting. Even though we have premium, they're showing a commercial. Kimbers, thank you for the One Trial TV Live gifted membership. Menopause. Nice. Menopause, got it. Moki, I feel Carlos's age made him more sympathetic. Well, she's only, Bianca's only, she's 33, 34. Carlos was like 21, 22. So, yeah. Hey, Chris, good morning to you. We're just waiting for the live feed to kick in. Arwin, hello. Good to see you. Lily Wayne, we will look forward to some of the mental health professionals in chat. Yeah, this is going to probably boil down to a battle of the experts, right? I have a feeling this is going to be a battle of the experts. And it sounds like we're going to have both. We're going to have one for both sides. New York mom coming in late. How old was the child? He was 3 years old. Julian was 3 years old. Kaylee, honor and respect even in the brutal cases. Yes, thank you, Kaylee. That's exactly what we strive for here. That's what we strive for here. Breeze, hello to you. March 13, hello. Thank you for joining us. Joanne Jedi Platypus thanking Kimbers for her generosity. Allie C, green hearts for Julian. Sure Life, I can see that also, but I'm trying to keep an open mind. Difficult since this little boy looks so much like your 5-month-old grandson. Yeah, no, I get it. It's going to be a tough one. It is going to be a tough one. So we don't shy away from the tough cases, but we also just ask that you guys be respectful and and courteous to each other and to all the people in the trial, because again, we don't know who's going to be in our chat, and we want to show them the respect that everybody does deserve when they come into our chat. Sue, good morning from rainy Cleveland. We need it, so no complaints. I feel for the jurors driving in. Bama Green Eyes, I'm thankful this channel is not like other channels. Chatters are friendly, hosts are gracious and friendly quality. Thank you, Bama, and thank you for being a part of making our channel what it is. Yep, so this is going to be from people coming over don't they know it's a trial. So this is what we're going to have to deal with. This is what we're going to have to deal with, unfortunately. So we're going to have to deal with this. So it's not, it's going to be on a delay apparently, and we're going to have to deal with this. It is what it is. At least we get this. So these are opening statements again. Sorry. So it's not actually going to be live. Well, it's going to be live, but we're going to have to deal with this. So, suppose we could hear this again. Why not, right?
She left her child Johnny and Mila at home with the grandmother. They went shopping and went through the aisles to pick out what they were going to have for supper that evening. It was a common, ordinary day in the life of Margot Wood. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that on that day, Bionca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. In the video, Bionca Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side, and she's walking, and she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart, the child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. Mrs. Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show when witnesses are going to testify that they observed Bionca Ellis approach Mrs. Wood and Julian, and she goes and takes the knife and stabs Julian in the face. Miss Woods tries to fight her off, she stabs Mrs. Woods. And there are independent witnesses that were in the parking lot that sees her stand over Julian on the ground and plunge a knife into his back. Miss Ellis taking her knife that is now clad in red blood, and she walks away. Just walks away very nonchalant. The police now have surrounded the parking lot, and they tell her to stop. She immediately takes the knife and throws the knife. The same weapon that she used to kill Julian. She's arrested. She is taken into custody. The state is confident that when you hear all the evidence in this case, and again, I ask you, pay attention to actions and to words. They're very, very important in this case. And when you do that, you will find Bionca Ellis guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for each and every count of this indictment. She knew what she did. She appreciated the wrongfulness of her actions. You be the judge of her actions.
Oh, Sissy, with
All right. So seems like this is what we're going to have for this trial. So at least they are streaming it.
down to.
All right, so while they go to a commercial break, we can go through what the state said. So they talk about the Volunteers of America and Giant Eagle witnesses. Bionca Ellis went to North Olmsted law enforcement and talked with them. She didn't like what she heard, so she left. And she went to the Volunteers of America. She sifted through a bin of knives, and she chose two. She had a conversation with somebody who's actually going to be a witness. She left Volunteers of America. She hits the knives against a pillar to test their pliability. She throws one away or discards one, and she keeps a 12-inch. 12 inches, you guys. 12 inches. This is 12 inches. All right, that's 12. All right, hold on. Okay. So that's 12 inches. So that's 12 inches. That's a 12-inch knife right there. You can see that's like some serious, like Michael Myers. That's a serious knife right there. All right. So she walks into the Giant Eagle with a knife by her side. She walks around. Margaret pays for the groceries with Julian in the seat in the cart. She sees them walking and turns immediately around and follows them out the store. She walks in tandem with them. She stabs Julian in the face. I think he also got stabbed in the back. People in the lot run to help. A nurse runs over. Ellis walks away nonchalantly. Bionca then throws the knife away. The DNA will match, and then we'll hear from a Dr. Elizabeth Mooney. Yeah. Well, there is a stream. It's not entirely not true, John. There is a stream available. They're just running it on a delay. So at least we have this. At least we have this, and we will be able to watch a little bit of it, such as it is.
Years old. She has no felony convictions. She has suffered from mental illness since the age of 22, diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Bionca has been treated on an outpatient basis at a place called Murders Taylor for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of ups and downs as it relates to her treatment. You'll hear from her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, and she'll come in and she'll testify the struggles of trying to get Murders Taylor to medicate Bionca. Because Bionca, when she's on her medication versus when she's off her medication, she's two different people. Bionca was off of her medication. The medication, the evidence will show, stabilizes her. And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. Eventually, Bionca goes into a foyer area, and then Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, they leave out, they go into the parking lot. She walks out of the foyer and she does follow behind them. I will tell you that all times she remained the posture of having both of those knives in her hand. One knife in her hand at Giant Eagle, excuse me. And I will tell you that she never tried to conceal it. And she committed that act in broad daylight, never trying to conceal the knife. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after the attack is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. The evidence will show that even during her arraignment, she was still mentally ill because she was smiling at the arraignment. The evidence will show that she answered the judge in Spanish when being asked questions. The evidence will also show that we had a difficult time communicating with Bionca. So much so that Dr. Sarah West became involved in the case. And she had to make an evaluation of whether or not she was competent to aid in her defense. And because her mental illness was still going on, Dr. West referred her to North Coast Behaviorals. North Coast is a place where mentally ill people, they're there to get restored and for other reasons, but for Bionca's purposes, is for restoration, to get her competent so she can understand this process. So after the competency evaluation, Dr. West was requested to evaluate her for sanity. And the evidence will show that Dr. West did evaluate her for sanity. She looked at all of her prior psychiatric treatment over the many years since she was age 22, her behavior on the day of the incident, and all the other information that she took into consideration after. And Dr. West made a determination that she was insane at the time of the offense. She acknowledges through her lawyers, whether she testifies or not, that she's responsible for the murder of Julian. She acknowledges through her lawyers that she's responsible for the attempted murder of Margot. There's no running away from that. That's not what this trial is about. The evidence will show, though, that it is obvious that she was insane at the time of the offense. And no matter what your experiences have been, you have to evaluate that information. That's all we're asking you to do.
Well, defense counsel is good.
All right. So now the defense. So Bionca's mom will come in and talk about Ellis's issues. She lost contact months before this happened. So from January until June of 2024, Ellis was off of her meds. Bionca was off of her meds. The meds stabilized her. She had a Social Security check that helped her travel to Ohio to California, or from Ohio to California, and back. So I was wondering how I knew she was in California, and then she went to Florida, and then she went back to Ohio. Chrissy Hine referenced there, but that's what they said. Yeah, I was interested. Is like, where does she get this money if she is homeless, as she says? So when she was down in Florida, she booked herself into this hotel, but then she couldn't pay for it. So that's why she talked when law enforcement came up. She said, put me in jail because I don't have a place to stay. And so I was wondering how did she get the money to travel? I'm guessing either hitchhiking or a bus, maybe a plane. I don't know. But she traveled around the country. So I was wondering how she did that. So Social Security check enabled her to do that. And then when she was down in Ohio, she got arrested for trespassing on a hotel property. And the law enforcement said, there's a church, there's a church down the street. You could go to the church. She decided not to, and then they arrested her. And then I guess she made her way back up north. So defense continued on. On many occasions, she exhibited symptoms of mental illness. She tried to get arrested because she was living on the street and wanted refuge. She still has the knife in hand when confronted by law enforcement, and she does drop it. She was brought back to the station and she was interviewed. You'll see evidence of mental illness during that interview. She's still mentally ill because she's smiling and answering questions in Spanish. Now, this was during her pretrials. So her pretrial hearings, and this is where that comes from. Where we watched that yesterday in our deep dive. If you guys missed that, definitely go check that out. Where we showed a couple pretrials, we showed a bunch of news, and this is where she's looking at the camera. That was, I think, her first pretrial. That was before she was deemed incompetent and then competent. That's when they were entering her plea. She was talking to the judge was talking to her. I don't remember her speaking in Spanish. I remember her whispering. So the judge says, "Were the charges read to you?" And she would whisper like this. And then the judge would say, "What?" And she would whisper like that. And so if you guys haven't seen that yet, we have that in our deep dive video that we showed yesterday. Then Dr. West is going to come in, and she recommended a North Coast behavior, which again, we saw that during our deep dive yesterday. For Ellis, it was about restoration. And she was going in, I think, for 20 days, but it got extended. I'm pretty sure it got extended. But then she was eventually deemed competent. And here we are for her to stand trial. Dr. West evaluated Ellis for her sanity since back when she was 22. And it was determined that she was insane at the time of the offense. So.
With this player, I may not be able to pause like I'd like. So let's kind of talk as we go. What do we see on the screen at 8 seconds here?
This is Bionca opening up the door.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And you described for us the wheelchair and suitcase that she had. Are these the items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. 40 seconds, we see Ms. Ellis stopping at the counter. What's happening here at 47 seconds?
I'm asking how I can help her, and then she's explaining, what she's there for.
Now let's watch what she does here at 58 seconds. What is she presenting you with at 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Her ID.
Okay. So I guess I can't pause. Okay. So she had a state ID?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was up to date, not expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in fact her name and her photograph and her information on that ID?
It was.
Okay. And when you were presented with her ID, what did you do with it?
I take down her driver's license number and usually a good phone number, just to so we know who we're speaking with.
Do you recall if she gave you a phone number?
I do not recall.
Resuming the video at 1 minute and 7 seconds. And what are you doing now while she's waiting at the counter?
I am contacting the corrections officer.
Okay. And is this protocol for, if anyone, right, came to the North Olmsted Police Department and asked for their property back, is this the protocol that you follow?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the encounter with Ms. Ellis, was anything, from your perception, anything unusual about her or her request of you?
No.
Was her behavior unusual at this point?
No.
Okay. So at 2 minutes, 22 seconds, we see the defendant retrieve her pink pouch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that contained her state ID, as you testified.
Yes.
And why was it returned to her?
Because it was her property, and I gave her the answer that I had.
Okay, so at this point, 2 minutes, 26 seconds, you already informed Ms. Ellis, we don't have any of your property here.
Yes.
Here's a phone number for someone else you can contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Just ask you to keep your voice up nice and loud. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift in her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory and what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
Right, at 2
Right
minutes,
there.
44 seconds, she flips that light off.
Correct.
And what is going through your head when she does that?
She's obviously upset, so she wants me to get upset because she turned off the lobby light, I'm assuming, so.
Now, at this point in your career, obviously, you're usually on the road, but you've been behind that desk for 8 months, dealing with the general public.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Had anyone ever, before this, turned the lobby light off as they exited the police station?
No.
Okay, resuming at 2 minutes, 49 seconds. What do we see happen there?
She leaves her property.
Okay. So at some point, did you or somebody else go outside to see this wheelchair?
At this moment, we weren't aware that she left her property there.
Okay. So from where you're sitting, you didn't even know?
No.
Okay. And the video is completed 3 minutes, 13 seconds. After that encounter, do you just go on about your day?
Yes.
Okay, so let me set the scene for you. So this is around 2:30 in the afternoon on that awful day.
All right, so we're hearing from Officer Daniel Shook. They're showing a video of Ellis coming into the station around 2:30. Let's see, around 2:30 that afternoon. Officer Shook doesn't notice anything unusual at that time. However, she sees a shift in behavior when Bionca becomes irritated. She looks back and she flips off the lobby light. Though she thought Ellis wanted her to get upset from that. No one has ever turned off the lobby light in her career before. Ellis left property, but law enforcement didn't know that. All right. Meadow, we like squeak caps, not yours, setting the stage, ma'am. I know, Meadow. It's going to be what it's going to be. Let's see. Hellrider, there's so much I want to say, but I will remain respectful. Thank you, Hellrider. Psychosaurus Rex, make sure you pitter-patter on the like this morning, folks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just, again, guys, we don't know who's going to be in our chat. We've had trials before where we've had family members come into our chat. We've had counsel, I should say, watching our chat. You never know if the judge, the victims, the defendants, you never know who's going to be in our chat. So that's all. That's all I just say. Just be respectful. We all have our emotions. We all have our opinions. Just be aware that that people may be in our chat, and we just want to show them, what kind of community we have here. Nona, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you so much for joining us as a member. Virtuous says, hearts for both sides. Suffering mental illness is a very sad thing. I don't blame her. I blame the illness. Thankfully, little Julian is in heaven now, living it up. Well said. That is well said, right? That's. I couldn't say it better. Hate the illness, not the person. As much as we want to, it's really. I'm sure she was probably a very, wonderful child growing up, or a teenager. Who knows, Tammy, good morning, everyone. Late, rough start this morning. I'm glad you're with us. Allie B, welcoming Nona Robinin. Mary, good morning to you. Yep, little dinosaurs and green hearts for Julian. Arwen says, to clarify, I wasn't suggesting therapy was useless. I saw a therapist for over 25 years, and it definitely was life-saving. I was talking about certain group experiences in hospitals. Hellrider says, definitely no win-win for either side. We rarely see that, right? I mean, it's so hard. Richard, so is it being streamed? It is, but with commercials. So we're taking what we got. We're taking what they give us. It's being streamed, but it's not just a continual stream. It's being cut up, Catherine, you grew up on in North Olmsted where this happened. I know the area very well. Thank you, Catherine, for joining us and giving us your perspective. We are going to have a courtroom insider tomorrow, I believe. So we're looking forward to hearing their perspective. So stick around. That'll be tomorrow. If anybody else wants to go to the court as well and go to the trial, let us know. We've had that happen many times in the past, and we're always grateful when somebody that's in the area goes to the court and then calls in and gives us their perspective. So it did, Richard. Yep, we're only into witness number one. Witness number one. Brenda, those smug looks makes me wonder. Tammy, sorry about that. Waking up with a migraine, that stinks. All right. So this is what we get, you guys, with this trial. Hey, it is what it is. At least we get to hear some testimony here and there. I'll take it for whatever it's worth. I'll take it. So what we might do tomorrow is maybe we'll start a little bit late so we can fast forward through all these moments. I might do that. Maybe start an hour late or something so we can fast forward.
You learned on the same day that she had come into the police lobby that she was being charged for the stabbings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yet you never generated a police report to identify the information that you testified to here today. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're just going off of memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever meet with the prosecutor to discuss this case as it related to what your testimony would be?
Yes.
Okay. You've normalized her behavior. That's your observation. She was a normal person that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yet, over the 5 years that you've been working as a police officer, had you ever heard of someone walking into the lobby with a suitcase and a wheelchair? Is that normal behavior?
No.
Okay. She walked into the lobby with the wheelchair in hand. Is that correct?
She rolled the wheelchair with the suitcase on it.
I think that's, yeah, okay. She rolled the wheelchair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had never heard of or seen Bionca before that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you indicated that, because it's kind of hard for me to see it in the video, that her demeanor changed. Is that correct?
If you say so, yes.
I'm asking you. You said her demeanor changed?
Yes.
Okay. She was not disrespectful to you in communications. Otherwise, she would have said so. Is that correct?
Other than her tone.
Did she call you any names? Did she disrespect you verbally in any way?
No.
Okay. You also said that it was unusual. You'd never seen anyone turn off the light of in the police station lobby. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at what point the wheelchair was observed and by whom? Once it was outside of the lobby?
By Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan?
Yes.
Do you know when that wheelchair was discovered?
After the stabbing.
Okay. In preparation for your testimony, did you watch any video prior to testifying here today?
Just the lobby video.
And no other video?
No.
Okay. It is true that she appeared to be disheveled. Her appearance, she appeared to be disheveled to you?
No.
Okay. Neatly groomed?
I wouldn't say neatly groomed.
Okay. And you would not have the expectation, since you haven't met Bionca Ellis ever, that she would tell you what's wrong with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Young man, take one moment, please.
You can, thank you.
All right, so good cross there by defense counsel.
Yeah, so I think tomorrow we'll start a little bit late, and then do speed and fast forward, maybe during lunch as well. We'll play kitty cam for an extra like half hour or something, and let them build up so we can zoom through all these breaks. I think we'll do that, because I am grateful that at least they're showing this, which is cool. All right, so Officer Danielle Shook is being crossed. She's kind of given these, she gave the jury a kind of a smirk and a smile, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" with the cross. But so Bionca's tone, she didn't say any bad words or negative words, but She was disrespectful. Other than her tone was disrespectful. She rolled in her wheelchair. She had a suitcase in her wheelchair. Kimber's, she seemed a little snarky. Yeah, she was kind of like, "Are you serious?" Yeah. Catherine, no, we called the local channel yesterday and they said they weren't streaming it. So I'll check again. It's court ordered. I mean, it came from the court. We have the court order saying, saying that it's not going to be streamed. So, yep, nothing. Unfortunately, it's this is the best we can do. So again, I'm happy that we've got this. Hey, it's better. I'd rather have this than nothing. At least we can see a little bit. So no, the court. The judge ordered. Judge ordered it not to be streamed. So again, I don't know why they just didn't do it delayed like they're doing it right now. I don't know. So now if I had my live view, I could go in there, or Scott's live view, RA's live view, go in there and plug in. That would be fun. So, all right. So, hey, we get to spend a lot of time together. Chat, how about that? We get to spend more time than normal. Nona, not sure if you saw my previous message, but 2 Cleveland news stations are streaming this trial as well. You tell me. I'm on WKYC and Channel 19, and I'm not seeing it. Which stations? Tell me which stations. Is there Channel 8? The WEWS? Are they streaming it? You tell me, Nona. Tell me which one. Channel 5, Channel 3, Channel 19 are not. Let me try Channel 8. There's no local channels unless you tell me. You tell me which ones. I was on 3, 5, 8, and 19, and they're not showing it. So, hey, Deviant, how are you? Which one is Fox out of Cleveland? Fox 8. All right, let me try them. Fox 8 live. Nope, flooding in Port Clinton. Unless it's on their website. Could be on their website. You guys tell me if you find it. Hey, Tony. Good to see you. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll let it build up, and then we'll be able to fast forward. You tell me what channel is. You tell me what station on YouTube is showing it. And we'll go and try and find it, but we're not seeing it. 3, 5, 8, 19. Nobody's streaming it. Thanks, Kimbers. You guys can find it, and it's not on a website. If you guys can find it. If they're not streaming it, then what are we doing? We're watching it. Showing clips, apparently. Yeah, Court TV is the only channel that has it as far as we... Just like Ollie. Yeah, remember the Ollie? They're the only ones that have it. I don't know how they got the ability to do it, and nobody else. I just don't understand. But at least we have this. At least we have this. So I think what we'll do is we'll just let it build up, and then we'll fast forward through it. But Kenya says Channel 19 is doing a live blog. Yeah, the order from the court is in the folder. Pammy, I'm appreciative of what we've got. Yep. And Hellwriter, let's just be happy. Exactly. Thank you. So let's see. Channel 19 is doing a live blog. Yeah, it explicitly states no live streaming. So I don't know how Court TV is getting around that. I don't know. All right. Yeah, nothing going on there. Yep. So, seriously, that's we'll do a longer lunchtime. They're all sleeping right now, and they come back from court, or they come back from their commercials too quickly to deal with that. So, I think what we'll do is we'll just let lunchtime build up, and then we can fast forward. I think we'll do that. Mrs. Bobby, I've looked and I couldn't find anything. Just thankful we have this. Yes. At least we have this. I believe it's a wheelchair. Yes. Yeah, we showed her getting checked out in yesterday's deep dive. She had a wheelchair back then. She was sitting in her wheelchair.
So this is 20 seconds long. So this is the front of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And does this face Lorraine Road?
Actually, no, we face the inner part of the parking lot, the side of the building. Going out of the building, if you go to the right, you would see Lorraine Road.
Okay. All right. So you are in a plaza area?
Yes.
And what else is next to you?
I don't know what the name of that store is. And then there's an empty, oh no, there's Planet Fitness. Then there's an empty store, and then there's Giant Eagle on the end.
All right. Continue, please. So this is State's Exhibit 178. Does this video fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes, it does.
Okay. State's Exhibit 179. Just stop it there. All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 179, which has also been provided to Defense Counsel? Can you tell us what we're looking at here, ma'am?
That is the production room.
All right. Is this the room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in relationship to this room, are you in this room when
Yes.
you meet this person?
Wait till the question's asked.
Yes.
You're in
Thanks.
this room. Okay. Continue. And this is about 54 seconds. We're going to stop right here. All right. Do you recognize anybody in this?
I believe that is her at the rear of the video there.
All right.
Just keep your voice up, please.
With the court's permission, is it that individual right at the very top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the person that you had the interaction with?
Yes.
All right. Let's play that. State's Exhibit 179. All right, stopping it there. Now, are you in this video as well?
Yes, I'm at the rear as well.
Okay. And now, we're going to back this up just a little bit.
Then you do it for some reason.
Yeah. Lie in the way.
What's your question? So maybe Ms. Patel can move it there for you.
Does this fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America, the production department?
Yes.
And that you were in this back room. Are you the person that opened the door?
Yes.
All right. And when we're looking at it here, is this the individual we're talking about that you encountered
Yes.
and that you spoke to
Yes.
and that had a knife in their hand?
Yes.
All right. Let's continue on then. So is there anything in the back there that she was looking for?
Just an emergency exit door.
Okay. All right. And then when did you talk to her?
I spoke to her as she made the bend. I asked her if there was something I could help her with. Again, it's very loud, so I repeated myself. She turned around and asked for the restroom.
And then she walks out.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door and she walks out.
Yes.
So does State's Exhibit 179 fairly and accurately represent your interactions on that day?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 181. Stopping it at what number is this?
182.
Okay, State's Exhibit 182. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the housewares.
Say it again.
Housewares in the rear of the building.
Okay. Is this coming out from the production department?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is this one of your employees
Yes.
that we see to the left of the screen?
Yes.
All right. Stopping it there. Is this the person that you talked to in the back of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated this is the houseware aisle?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you store your knives?
In a plastic Tupperware type bin.
Okay. Mrs. Spihar, with regards to State's Exhibit 182, does that fairly and accurately represent the video on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
All right.
So her getting the knife ahead of time raises an interesting question.
All right, so Diane Spihar, thrift store manager, so that's Volunteers of America. She's on the stand right now. They show surveillance video. So Ellis, Bionca asks to use the restroom. She shows it to her. Ellis then Bionca goes to the housewares aisle. There we find out that the knives are stored in a plastic Tupperware type bin. Ellis is there for quite a few minutes, right? She's just kind of hanging out there. Then she walks away. Now, the video that we saw, I thought they were like in a butcher's block, like a knife block, I guess is more what it's called. So, as with any trial, right? There's always, we learn so much, we learn, and then I hope that other people learn that there's a lot of woulda, shoulda, couldas. There's a lot of second guessing, a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, all that stuff with these trials and these cases. So I'm hoping that Volunteers of America and other certainly one thing that could be learned is that leaving 12-inch knives out in the open might not be the best idea. I know that's kind of like stating the obvious, but hopefully they learn from that. Meadow, yeah, I mean like the Red Room aisle in Walmart, exactly. Hey, Gene, how are you? Thank you for joining us. And I think somebody said earlier, Bionca could have just started, going off right there and then too. I mean, she could have grabbed the knife. She walks by lots of people, like at least 5, 6, 7 people. And the knife is just kind of like at her side. She's just kind of walking around, Hellrider, I wonder what caused her to attack them and not someone else. I know. That's the question. That is the question. Like, what was it? What was it that triggered her? What was that triggered her? Hey, Carolyn, good morning to you. Sugar baby, so we will see this trial at all. Yes, we are watching it right now. We are currently watching it as best as we can. This is the best the court ordered. The court will permit one pooled video camera to be present in the courtroom, which will provide a signal for all media representatives authorized to cover the proceedings. Recipients of such signal may use it to record the proceedings for later broadcast, but not to transmit it from the Justice Center on a real-time basis, as live streaming is prohibited. So it's going to be it's on a delay versus the court. So, Kevin, thank you for being with us. Appreciate that. Thank you. Lily Wayne, was the child her trigger? Maybe, Hellrider, I guess she didn't like the baby. Perhaps, yeah. Taylor, she went for the easiest target. All of that stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. Jean says she's going to claim she was hearing voices instructing her to do so. We'll see. She was evaluated by two experts, one for both sides. So we'll see. That's what to me is going to be the most interesting. Thank you, Hellrider. Appreciate it. Little Lulu, does she have children? Not that I know of. I don't believe so. MLC, good morning. What a nice surprise to find we're here in Ohio after all. Yes. Such as it is, hey, we're getting the best. And I think what we'll do is we'll let it build up. Oh, Christine, I didn't say hello to you. I saw people mentioning your name and I didn't know you were with us. So, hello. What we're going to do is we'll let it build up. We'll show Kitty Cam at lunch extra long. So you guys are going to get an extra long break of kitties during lunchtime. And then then we can zoom through this. So I think that's what we're going to do. Lily Wayne says maybe she had a negative feeling about a child and mother. Something happened, right? Something happened to trigger her. So something happened to trigger her.
Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
How?
So, Kevin asked, what are my thoughts about Judge Brian Hagan releasing? Didn't he defend it? He defended his, right? I think he's the one that defended. He's like, yeah, I'll do it again. I have no problems with what I did. I don't know. I don't know what his criteria was, why he let her go. I really don't know. I mean, we hear that so often from people that have been incarcerated and then come out.
Ms. Spihar, when you go to work and your employees and volunteers show up, is there a time schedule or time frame that they all have to be there?
Yes,
So what time does that usually occur?
between the hours of 8 and 4:30 for our protection department.
Okay. So it's fair to say that once the day gets started, you know who's there and who's supposed to be there, correct?
My employees, yes. Volunteers, they have the right to come between 8 and 4:30.
Okay. Now, this is a store like any other store. They have baskets, carts, etc., to carry merchandise and things around.
Yes.
And you can see in the video, people are pushing buggies around, and there's also handheld carts.
No, I just have shopping carts.
Just shopping carts. So you noticed someone in the back, correct?
Yes.
And you thought possibly that person could be a volunteer?
Yes.
And is it fair to say when you met that person, you told police, they completely ignored you when you first spoke to them? Is that fair?
Yes.
And you also said that person seemed to be angry and distraught. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes.
And you said you looked down and that person was clutching a knife.
Yes.
And that didn't raise any alarm?
No.
The fact that they were angry, distraught, and ignored you and clutching a knife?
Again, the production room is very loud, so they could have not heard me. That's why I said it twice. Where can I help you?
Well, what about the distraught part? You said that person looked distraught.
So, seemed to that they were distraught with a facial expression.
Okay.
Like
And you-
something was bothering that person.
And you directed them to the restroom, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow up to see if they actually went to the restroom?
No.
You didn't think it was odd that the person was clutching a knife and looking distraught, and you gave them directions, even though they were in the back? You didn't think you should see where they were at?
No.
At what point did you realize the knife had left the store without being paid for?
After the detective came to the store.
So you never followed up anymore, never looked for this person that was in your area. Is that fair?
Correct.
One moment, Judge. So, Ms. Bihar, this person, you discovered it's not a volunteer, correct?
Pardon me?
You realized this person in the back was not a volunteer, that's correct?
Correct.
And you said they looked angry, they looked distraught, correct?
Yes.
And you said they asked for a restroom, despite being in an unauthorized area.
Yes.
How far is the bathroom from that unauthorized area?
Maybe a couple hundred feet.
A couple hundred feet. So the fact that they were clenching a knife, looking distraught and angry, you didn't think you should follow up and see what was going on?
No.
No? All right. Nothing further.
Any redirect on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, it was a good question to end on right there. I loved.
All right. So that was cross of Diana Spear, thrift store manager. She says the workers have to come in between 8 and 4:30. She has shopping carts and baskets in the store. Someone in the back. She saw someone in the back and she thought that they could be a volunteer. They completely ignored her, but they seemed angry and distraught. When she looked down, she saw Ellis clutching a knife, but that didn't raise any alarms. She said the production room was very loud. She said she just seemed distraught through her facial expressions. She didn't think it was odd that she had a knife. So, interesting. I guess if you thought that was a volunteer, you thought, oh, you're just moving inventory around, Let's see. Tupperware for the knives. I know that's something I hope they revisit. I hope they revisit that. You know, maybe I guess put the knives, lock them up somehow. Maybe they don't have the capability. I don't know. Yeah, this lady was not security, right? She's the store manager. I don't know. Joyce, people crazy these days. I'm not going up to anyone with a knife and ask, "Are you good?" I know, right? Well, what would you guys do if you were the store manager? If you were a store manager and you saw somebody who you thought maybe was a volunteer, looked upset, maybe she had this upset look on her face. She had a knife. It's not like she was waving the knife around. She just had a knife in her hand. She wasn't being aggressive with it. What would you guys do? 80s Music Man, what would you do? For what would you do if you were a store manager and you saw somebody who you thought was a volunteer at your store, just had a knife in their hand, maybe looked, had a distraught? What would you guys do? It's not like Bionca was like, waving it around, going or making stabby motions. She was just had a knife in her hand. Granted, now that we know what we know, we're like, yeah, I know, but what would you guys do? Confirm she's a volunteer? Would you just walk up to her with a 12-inch knife? Don't forget, you guys, 12 inches is this. This is 12 inches. That's 12 inches. This is 12 inches. Look at my head. That would literally go right through my head. That would go right through my head. That's 12 inches. That's like serious Michael Myers. That's like Michael Myers level of weaponry. So what would you do? I have no idea, Kathy says. Trial TV, I'd ask another employee about her. Right? Deviant says, I'd say, that's not a knife. This is a knife, and pull out a bigger knife. You pull out a machete. You pull out a machete. Probably includes the handle, not just the blade. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So we'd have to see how long the actual blade is. We'll have to see how long the actual blade is. So even if the blade is 8 inches, I mean, that's still, and the handle, okay. She was walking right towards her. See, Margot, and she swerves. Or else, yeah. I don't know, man. It's a pretty long knife. You can see the knife in her hand there. All right, so that witness is off. Let's see here. All right, hold on.
Shopping there that day, were you by yourself?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall if you were shopping for something specific or just a large grocery run?
Just normal odds and ends like milk, things like that.
Okay. And when you're in the store, did you encounter anybody unusual or anything unusual?
No, I didn't even make it into the store.
Okay. Can you tell us why you didn't make it into the store?
Upon exiting my car, I did hear some commotion, didn't know where it was really coming from. I heard a little bit like screaming or like kind of like loud, noises type thing. Didn't know if it was goofing around or people yelling, whatnot. But then right as I exited my car, I could see some commotion behind the SUV because I parked here. There's a path where you could drive, to get to other parking spots. And then behind there was like an SUV, maroon colored, and I could see motion behind it. The commotion stopped, and I just was like, okay, something happened. Maybe someone's yelling at their kid or something like that. Not sure what it was. And then as I was starting to just go about my business as normal, I heard the calls for help.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get a photograph up on the screen. If you're able to kind of describe to us where your vehicle was. This is State's Exhibit 147. Can you see this when I'm putting up the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where your car was parked?
For first, what do we see? What's the picture of? If you don't mind.
Of the parking lot, of the entrance to getting into the grocery store.
Okay. And you shop at this store about weekly for about 8 years, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with what's being depicted on the screen?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what the Giant Eagle store in North Olmsted at the water tower looks like?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just for record, it's a parking lot of Giant Eagle.
Correct. Yes, the parking lot.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, do we see the facade of the store in this picture? Or the storefront?
Yes, the entrance right there. It's got two entrances going on either side, but then there's the main entrance right there. That's a one.
Yeah, so a couple things. Again, I'm going to pull it for you, or you're going to pull it. But you just, I'm glad you're comfortable, but then you're pulling away. And so
Gotcha.
Take a deep breath, nice and slow. Go ahead and ask that question again, so the court reporter can get that response.
I believe I asked, can we see the name of the storefront in this photograph?
Yes.
All right. And are you able, Mr. Russo, to see where your car was located on June 3rd from this picture?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know, with the court's permission, could the witness step down and point, or are you able to describe for us exactly where your car was?
It was.
We're going to pause right here on the testimony. Don't go anywhere. We've got this show.
All right, so up now is Jonathan Rastu. He's an eyewitness to what happened. He said he didn't make it into the store. He said that he heard a commotion as he was exiting his car. He thought someone was just yelling at their kid. Then he heard cries for help. So... let's see. Sherry, my son, on the other hand, notices every single thing, even when driving, hence how he ended up with a 3 to 4 week old kitten on the side of the road. Nice. 80s music man, but as a manager, I can't much but call 911. So you'd call 911 if you saw. I think I asked you that as you were coming in. Meadow, this is a tough one. I know. Agreed. It is tough. Green-eyed cat. The grocery store was much more alarming than the dollar store. Sherry, you finally awake for a while? Nice. Pammy, justice for Juju and Margot. I know. Lots of that. That's why I'm wearing my green today. Jenny Lynn, imagine the difference Walmart could really make if they hired undercover law enforcement as employees to be on the lookout for suspicious people and their purchases, maybe even stop a illing or cover up before it happens. Yeah. I mean, they have security there already, don't they? Don't they already have a security, right? I think they have security there already. Jennifer, yeah, Walmart has undercover, saw an arrest last month. That's what I'm thinking. I think they already have. TP says, have you noticed most trials have testimony about, yes, that's why we that's why we joke about it, TP. The M aisle. We call it the M aisle. JRN, there you go. Need security for the M aisle. Exactly. Hellwriter says, I'm here to help anyone needs love during the hard trials. Thank you. Thank you, Hellwriter. Let's see. Back and forth between streams on the phone. The person streaming trial has expert on something on panel about her. Yes. They have a theft protect team, Carolyn says. Man, yeah, they have security and asset protection, people walking around, loss prevention, right? Hellrider says, I used to be loss prevention for Walmart. Caught some interesting people. 80s Music Band says, I heard commotions in stores a lot in Black Friday lines, but I'm always ready to react just in case. Red Snap says, I remember being in Walmart and a man came in wearing a long trench coat in 90-degree weather. I did a U-turn and left that store. Yep. Linda says, so does Home Depot. Yeah, I figured. Carolyn, I worked for Walmart for a while. They have cameras throughout the store. They should add to a team to watch for suspicious behavior. Yeah, I mean, any store you walk into, we have Publix and Winn-Dixie's down here, Target, all that stuff. And as you all know, I've never been to a Walmart, or I guess maybe, I don't know. Erin says I have been, but I'll trust her saying that I have been into one. I don't recall it, but I'll go with what Erin says. Yeah, I mean, all these stores, and I always look up at them. I always look up at them and smile. Sometimes I wave, but I always smile at them. I always wonder what they're thinking. Like, who's that dude? Who's that dude with the long hair smiling at the camera? But yeah, all these stores. I mean, all these big stores, they all have video, for sure. And as we're finding out from the trials we watch, you are on camera everywhere. Hellrider, no one with a knife. If I did, we had back out and call. Yeah, 911 store policy. Right on. Lies. I don't know. I don't remember it. Denise says, you worked at TJ Maxx way back in the day. The loss prevention guy was a creep himself and got fired for harassment. Yeesh. Aaron says, I was not a fan of Walmart myself, so it was a rare occasion. Aaron never forgets. Yep, women never forget. I know. You guys are funny. Was it a Walmart or a Walmart Supercenter? I don't know. I don't remember it, but if Aaron said it happened, then we'll go with that. I was probably in a fog. I was in a haze. That's why I don't remember it.
I just kept my eyes on the individual. I went to go pull out my phone to call. Unfortunately, my battery was low, so I could not have done that. But I just kind of kept an eye on where they were heading. I did see other people were calling as well. So then I was like, okay, that has been, at least taken care of. And then I heard help for calling for like towels, things like that. I have fishing stuff in my car. I went to go run and get it, but somebody else already.
Slow down. Slow down. So you had what in the car?
Towels and stuff for like when I go fishing.
Okay, have you stopped there? Question.
Okay, so I want to break down how you come to talk about this individual, all right? And is this individual male or female?
Female.
Okay. And what was this individual wearing, if you remember?
Black shirt, black pants, like almost like a yoga pants, no hat or anything, sandals or Crocs for footwear.
Do you remember their skin tone?
Black.
And do you remember her hairstyle?
Short.
Okay. And when you first lay eyes on her, where is she located? When we're talking about this exhibit, where do you see her?
So where that maroon SUV is at, just a little bit down south of that picture, just walking away from that.
All right. So you testified that you heard a lot of commotion. Did you actually see anyone get harmed?
No. The only thing I did see was movement, like in the line of view, so the SUV was right there. I saw a commotion like right behind it, almost like hands moving, but I did not see any actual instances.
Okay. So you see the aftermath.
Correct.
Okay. And when you come to see this female, you said that she was holding a knife.
Yes.
Can you describe for us what that looked like? from your perspective?
Believe it was in the right hand, walking away, because it was a sunny day, so you could see the shine from the sun, and just kind of like a nonchalant, just walking away like nothing actually happened.
Did you make eye contact with her?
No.
Okay. Did you hear her say anything?
No, I did not.
Was she no talking to herself?
Correct.
Protected. Did you see her talking or interact with anybody else?
No, I just saw her pretty much walk down the aisle, and that was pretty much it. And everyone was, kind of just observing.
Okay. And you used the word nonchalant. What does that mean to you when you see someone walking?
A slow walk, not running, not trying to get away, just kind of like not a care in the world.
And did you see the direction she was traveling?
Heading towards Dover.
All right. And you testified you didn't call 911. Did you stay to talk to anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you talk to?
I talked to officers that was getting statements at the time.
Okay. And did you provide a written statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
And after providing that statement, did you have any other involvement in this case before today?
No, I did not.
Did you talk to a prosecutor before you testified today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it me?
No, it was Anna.
Okay. And did she talk to you about what you're going to testify about today?
Yes.
Okay. And about your memory and your observation of June 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Did you encounter anybody else, the victims or family at all?
No.
And when you observed this knife, did you notice whether or not there was blood on the knife?
I could not see. It was, like I said, I saw the glare from the sun, but I just pretty much saw that, and I saw it was a larger butcher knife as well.
And you didn't see the female drop the knife?
Correct. I did not.
So your last view of her was walking away holding the knife?
Yes.
One moment, please.
Yes.
Mr. Rostown, thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing further.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination of the witness?
Good morning, Mr. Ristar.
Good morning.
Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
All right. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Ellis, and I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You indicated that what's depicted here in State's Exhibit 147, I believe it is,
Correct.
that fairly accurately depicted the day as you saw it.
Yes.
Okay. Daytime,
Yes.
looking at the number of cars in the parking lot, at least there's a moderate number of people there.
Yes.
Okay. You shopped there for 8 years, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What do you recall being the time in which this occurred, or what time you were in the parking lot?
It was after my work. It was probably anywhere between 1 to 3-ish.
1 to 3-ish? Okay. So busy time of day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described Ms. Ellis as, after the incident, she walked away.
Yes.
Is that correct? As if she didn't care about being caught.
Yes.
Didn't have a care in the world.
Yes.
Okay. And still had knife in the hand.
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw her run at any point in time. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to, from your positioning, once you saw her with the knife in hand, were you in front of her or behind her?
Behind.
Okay. So you never saw her face?
Saw side profile.
Okay. But not in the position to see whether or not she's talking to herself or communicating anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't hear anything. Is that correct?
I did not hear anything.
And how far away do you think you were away from her?
50 to 100 feet, around that range.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about this witness. Let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Claudia King.
All right, I want to look up, Kevin, you were asking, we have time here. You were asking if they are suing the Giant Eagle. So let's see. Let me see if I can find any information on that. Let's see. All right, so are they suing? Are the Woods? It says, yes, they filed a lawsuit against Giant Eagle claiming the grocery chain was negligent in providing adequate security and protecting customers. So I'm going to put that down here. And that came from WKYC. Let me see. Which is the local channel. Lawsuit filed by family of child fatally stabbed. Accuses supermarket chain of prioritizing profits over safety. Attorneys representing the family of Julian claimed the company and several managers were negligent in providing security to customers in a newly filed federal civil lawsuit. So this was from last year, October 15th of last year. In the lawsuit, attorneys for the Wood family claimed that the company and upper management were aware that shootings and violent attacks were repeatedly happening in big box stores such as supermarkets, generally, Giant Eagle Supermarket specifically, and the North Olmsted Giant Eagle Supermarket. Is that true, you guys? You guys that live in the area, is that true? Were there other violent attacks and shootings at this Giant Eagle? You guys that are in the area, let me know about that. Documents show the attorneys argue that the company prioritized profit over the safety of customers following a series of violent attacks, including multiple shootings. The lawsuit highlights an incident in June 2023 where an armed gunman walked into the same North Olmsted Giant Eagle location and took out an employee. Holy smokes. Attorneys claim that just a few months later, an armed gunman walked into another location near Columbus and shot a customer. All right, let me see this. North Olmsted Police. Hold on. Jesus. All right, so North Olmsted. Okay, so this North Olmsted Police investigating apparent MS at Giant Eagle. So this was June 26th of 2023. They're investigating an alleged deletion and self-deletion that happened on Sunday morning. They responded to a call of shots fired at the store around 9:35 a.m. Upon arriving, officers found two people with wounds inside the store. North Olmsted Police Department Chief Bob Wagner says that Bernard Edward Smith, a 60-year-old Cleveland man, allegedly took out his ex-wife, an employee at Giant Eagle, before taking it out on himself. The victim was identified as 63-year-old Susan Patterson of Olmsted Township. Wagner says that Smith and Peterson were previously married and got divorced in 2004. Wow. We don't believe it was an amicable divorce and that potentially may have led up to this. It was 20 years ago. So they got divorced in 2004 and this is 2023, 19 years. Officials noted that at the time of the shooting, there were approximately 67 employees working and 200 customers inside the store. The store remained closed on Monday as employees continued to receive counseling services. Authorities also released body footage of the incident's aftermath. Giant Eagle released the following statements. We are shocked and deeply saddened that such a senseless act of violence occurred in one of our stores. Our top priority remains the safety of our team members and our guests. We are grateful for the quick response of local authorities and are committed to providing all available resources to law enforcement to assist in their ongoing investigation. Our thoughts and hearts are with those that are affected by this terrible tragedy. The mayor, Nicole Daly Jones, says, I am deeply saddened about the events which took place this morning at the North Olmsted Giant Eagle Supermarket. First and foremost, my heart goes out to the victim of this tragedy and her family and friends. Sounds like the Woods. I know all North Olmsted residents join me in sending their prayers and support to them. We also remember the employees and customers who were in the store at the time. She added, we are very proud of our safety forces and in their incredible quick response time. They did an amazing job and are two professionals. Our safety forces completed the latest available training for this type of situation in April of this year. We want to thank our neighboring cities for assistance and for providing mutual aid. So there you go. So this has happened just a year before. There was a deadly shooting. How about that? Interesting. All right, so there you go. Kevin, there you go. Lucy, good morning to you. Daisy Jane, good to see you. Joey says, I don't go into Walmart. I just order and have them delivered. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Amazon is your buddy. Woke, good to see you. I wear a fake police uniform when I shop at Walmart. I'm yet to have any problems. Do you really? That's really funny. Can't you be, don't get caught for impersonating an officer, though. Meadow says, Walmart in my area is too sketchy. I only have 2 of them in my town. Don't get caught for impersonating an officer, Woke. We don't want to have you. We don't want to stream your trial. North Olmsted is still pretty safe, but there have been things that happened in the past couple of years. Yeah. So interesting. So Kevin, if you're listening, there you go. There you go. So they are suing them. You would think a security officer, if a security officer saw, you'd be like, that would. Right, red flag. Somebody walking around with a knife is definitely a red flag. Just seeing what they're showing here. They're showing something. Aussie Gardner, I'm happy to say I don't have a Walmart. You are not worse off for that. Sherry, there's good and bad areas in all towns. 100% agree. 100% agree. Big cities, small towns, country. You're gonna have your good parts and your bad parts. Just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I go back to my experience in New York a lot because I spent, a lot of time there. And there were even neighborhoods. You'd be walking down a street and it would change from street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood, Yep. Just certain parts are okay and other parts are not. Depending on, who you are, obviously. If you're part of that neighborhood, then I guess it's okay. I don't know.
Squad's pulling up now. If you guys have nothing to do with this, go ahead and go home. Okay. Thank you very much. You saw? See this?
We were sitting right over there. We heard her screaming instantly right now.
So you didn't see the actual crime?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a great day, okay? You got a key on your storm?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell them to go to the hospital. Yeah, everything's good, Luke. Yeah. Luke, camera? I have one. Just go in and get cleaned up and then grab a camera. I have my keys right here. Here, I'll take it. We moved your car out of the way, that's all. I'll take it to the hospital. All right, good idea. All right. Voluntary, make a statement too. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. Why?
So, I mean,
you can go to the back. Anything you got?
On this side, I hear a scream. I look back, and she's just standing.
Yep, write it down. That's your pen, sir. sir, do you have anything to do with this?
I was going to say, I kind of saw a little bit of it.
Come on over here, son. You okay? Not okay for anybody to see. All right. Name, address, date of birth, driver's license, phone number. We'll take care of this. We'll wait a little while. If you need more room, go to the back over here. Swing. No, yeah, thank you.
Ventress, just tell me what I need to do to help, buddy.
You got any more quick work just in case?
I emptied out my cruiser from stop before I ran over here.
Yeah. Extra pen. Go.
A little bit, yeah.
Do you grab my radio cord there?
Yep.
Pull down to my right arm.
Got it?
Thank you very much. Happened out here?
My
Guys, this take place out here? Right here.
Right there?
Literally right here. Right here.
Did you see this? Sean, what do you know? We got statements rolling. We got Luke washing his hands out. We have him grabbing his camera. We got to secure this area right now.
Yep, no doubt. We need some tape. He's got the female. She's under arrest.
So the kid was in a car? In the car? Yeah. Okay. So it was in the car all over? Yeah.
Actually, people that were shopping, not witnesses, but their cars are inside the crime scene.
Did you see us arrest?
I'm going to check with Lieutenant.
I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah.
I was going to bother him because I saw him on the phone.
Yeah, I don't want to lie to you.
No, we're working together, man.
Yeah, so I'm going to let him make that final call because he's the one in charge. My guess is if their car's not involved and it's not close to that, we can get him out of here.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Just to kind of like tie up that.
Mike Freeman, he's going to West Shore.
And then, so a detective will most likely be in touch with you within the next couple of days to kind of go over everything.
All right.
Are there any witnesses that we need to have our medics talk to or anything? Just a pretty traumatic event.
If anybody, it's going to be him. I'm not saying he's asking for it, but judging by what he saw, I won't be surprised.
Oh, how considerate. Yeah, thinking about what these witnesses have gone.
All right, so I don't think that's part of testimony. They were just showing the body cam, which is, yeah. Can you imagine? I mean, again, you're just out shopping and this happens. But I go back to, we live in the world we live in, right? It is what it is. We're here right now. We weren't born 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, unless you believe in reincarnation, past lives, but that's for another stream. But we're here where we are right now. It is what it is. It's up to us to make our worlds a better place. It's up to each and every one of us to make our worlds a better place. Stuff like this happens, stuff like this happens. It's terrible. There's no excuse for it. It's just the worst, But at the end of the day, it is still up to us to find the light, find the light, and find the positivity, and just make the world a better place. And if you have to witness something like this, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. It's just the worst. Thankfully, there are groups, there are people, there are societies out there that you can get help if you need it, if you feel you need it. You're not alone, and however that plays out, or however that takes shape, But we just have to just make our little slice of the world a little bit better. That's all I can say, because it's always going to be worse and it's always going to be better, right? I always think that as bad as I think I have it, I go, wow, I don't have it bad at all. As good as I think I have it, I'm like, oh yeah, it could be better, but I'm like, it could always be worse. So I do always try to find the positive in a lot of things, and that's all we can do. So all right. So they're going back to a commercial. Lori always wants me to stay home versus going out. Scary out there. Yeah, but as we found out from Hernandez, and I guess that's where I was going to go with that, Lori. The Hernandez and Zuazo, they can come knocking on your door. They can come knocking on your door and pose as somebody, as a electric worker, a utility worker, and come in and do whatever they're going to do. So I remember after 9/11, the big thing in New York was, and I'm sure around the country, but in New York it was, don't stay home because then they win. So people would go back, people went out, a lot of people wanted, they were afraid, people stayed indoors, but then there was this big push to say, no, don't stay indoors, don't live in fear, because then they win. And that was a pretty sobering event that I went through. And yeah, you just can't live in fear, you just can't live in fear. And whatever that takes, however that shows up for you, if that means staying home, then that's fine. That's what you decide is best for you. I guess that ultimately is what you have to do. You have to decide what's best for you. If going out is what you want to do, then go out. If you want to stay in, then stay in, So cheesecake helps you overcome fear, JRN says. There you go. A little slice of cheesecake always helps you. Hellrider, don't worry, be happy. Exactly. I agree. Get trained, get a pew-pew to protect your family. Hellrider says, sure life, yeah, you can't let them win. That's what I always, and if you're, I don't know, I don't mean to be cavalier about it, but it's like, if it's your time, it's your time. And, again, I don't want to be cavalier about it, because how can you apply that to a 3-year-old? Then there's that. I guess I've lived long enough now. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm on the, if this is, I'm on the downslide. I'm the plane cruising in, to my end, if you will. So I guess I have a little bit more of a cavalier attitude towards it. No, I don't want to leave the world tomorrow. Of course not. I want to live another 40 years, 50 years. But, I guess I just, I don't know. Sometimes I just think, it is what it is. You cannot control as much as we want to. And trust me, I'm a big control freak on a lot of levels, but it's like, there's only so much you can control. There's only so much you can control. And if you buy into that, what kind of life is that? It's like living in a cage almost, So it's like, would you rather live free and die in a month, or would you rather stay in a cage and live for a year? Those are the questions, that go through my mind. So I just try to make my day the best that it can be. I've got a wonderful wife. We spend a lot of great moments together. We've got cute little kitties. We spend fantastic time with them, and just try to make the best out of what we have. All right, shore life. Just be aware of your surroundings. Be alert. Don't take things for granted. I don't go out at night alone. It looks like they might be coming back.
The 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
She's talking about defendant Bionca Ellis.
All right, hopefully we'll get back into court.
Of what they're saying.
So yeah, look at her walking with a knife. Yeah, that's her in the, I think that was her in the Volunteers of America, just wandering around. Or maybe that was that the Golden Eagle? I'm not sure. There's little Julian, cute little kid. Oh, with his little dinosaur outfit. Yeah, he is a sweet, cute little kid.
Rushfire. 211, I need a car to go help the kid. These are the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? You got cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
Slow down.
Hold on. We're good.
All right. Yep. Okay.
Ken, you want me to go to the female or Giant Eagle? Go to the female that's
Hey.
He's in the first 3 rows farthest north. Copy. I will be up. You got a med kit?
Okay. Roll her on the side. You're good. Who's got a med kit with her?
We didn't get her up.
Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere?
Knife right there.
5270 ammo.
Let's get her up.
There you go, man. Hold you up, okay? Grab your other arm. We're going to lift you up, okay?
Stand up, okay?
1, 2, 3, stand up. Stand up. Come on. All right, let's put her in the back of the car.
Hang on, I'm going to check her right here.
Let's go to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
Patterson dispatch.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Walk it back this way.
52 LO3, I got 3 units.
Slide on.
1719 myself. At Giant Eagle. In the parking lot, or the aisle, if you got EMS coming. We don't have anything here for kids. Petro, out in the parking lot. We're out in the parking lot.
Take a seat. I'm going to crank up the AC for you, okay?
Really quick apprehension.
All right. Just waiting for live trial to kick back in. So they arrested her within minutes, within minutes. So I guess it was not hard for them to find her. If you see someone walking with a knife, call 911 discreetly if you're afraid.
Yeah, I'm going over here to the bus stop. You're okay though? Somebody called because they were concerned about you. Yeah, I kind of get lightheaded from my medicine. 5221, I'm out. Do you need assistance at all, or you need an ambulance or anything? Are you feeling all right?
No, I think the temperatures is getting to be just right.
Okay. Do you have an ID on you, just so I can tell them that you're all right? Are you from around here, or are you trying to get out of here? Both. Both? Thank you. 5221 3. You staying around here right now or no? Run and advise. Have that back. Just give us a few seconds and then get you on your way, hopefully. Yeah, I guess somebody drove by you and wanted to make sure that you were good. Which is nice of them to, you know.
Yeah, because my phone's dead.
Your phone's dead?
Yep, sure is.
Huh? Should have gone into, you could go into like the mall and charge it for a bit.
That's what I was thinking, but you know what? I have to figure out how to get what's really going to get me around it.
In the mall?
Yeah, because I'm already too tired.
Yeah, or if you go back that way towards Walmart.
I went to Walmart. I heard somebody get there. They don't have the case. The cord. They got the cord. They don't have the box.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Bionca, you know you got warrants. Girl, I don't know. They're
probably for here,
yeah. So we gotta check on those, all right? You got anything crazy on you? No guns, knives, drugs, bombs, nothing like that? All right, I'm gonna check. Are you able to stand at all? Okay. Do you have any medical problems going on right now?
No.
You take any drugs, any alcohol?
No.
You pregnant?
So, what do you need me to do? You need me to get
all right, yeah, can you stand up for me? Copy. Is it within pickup? Let me know. All right. You got anything on you at all? We're going to come back to my car, okay? He'll grab your bag in a second. Right to this first one up here, okay? Negative medical, negative intox. All right, you got anything in your pockets, girl? Right here. You don't got pockets? All right, I'm going to check, okay? Nothing in your bra. All right, I'm gonna cuff you in the front, okay? That's fair? Go ahead, face me for a second. Right here. Thank you, ma'am. I don't want to pinch you. Let me lock them so they don't tighten up on you, okay? Yeah. Is there anything crazy in your bag? We gotta look in it before it gets in our car, okay?
I get it free ride.
221.
All right, let's talk about this.
So they're showing body cam right now of, so that was her, I think that was her the day before or the day of, I forget which, maybe the day of. Remember then we were hearing from that Officer Danielle Shook, when so this was at the Walmart and they took her to the police station, which ended up being like right next door to the Giant Eagle. So, I mean, all these things like come into play, like if they hadn't, right? We play the woulda, shoulda, coulda game all the time watching trials. If only. If this, then that. So let's play the game. If they hadn't arrested her and brought her back to the police station, which was right next door or right, like abutted, backed up to the Giant Eagle, Julian might still be alive. But then if they hadn't, who knows, she would have maybe gone into the Walmart. you know, it's just like, you just see. This is where I drive myself crazy with the if thens, if only they hadn't arrested her and brought her back to the station, and then she walked out of the station, and then she's right there at the Giant Eagle. You know, it's just the day before. Yeah, that's true, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, different clothes. You're right. No, you're right. Good observation. Unless she changed, but good observation. Yeah, she was in all black the day of, and then here she had blue jeans on and a bright colored shirt. Hey, Gina, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Willow, no motive that we know of. She was going through a psychotic episode, according to her. What we will potentially hear from her expert was that she was in the middle of a psychotic moment. So, Jenny Lynn, 2 innocent women lost their lives that day. Security measures drastically changed. Yeah, it's just amazing what we hear in our chat, in our community. Denise, she was just doing a dance there. We call it the Detroit Macarena. That's funny. Lily Wayne, it's so hard to get into someone else's mind. Yeah, I agree. Shirley, she might have done it somewhere else. We never know. Yep. 100% agree. 100% agree. But that other place may have had different security. Somebody could have said something. I don't know. It's, again, you could drive yourself crazy going down that rabbit hole and thinking about that. But it could have been somebody else. Would have been, somebody else we're talking about. Or they could have apprehended her, and this wouldn't be at trial. But who knows? Who knows? I'm just, like I said, we play that what if game, watching every trial. Pammy says, I'm not quite biting on the psychotic moment, too calm and intentional. Pammy, it's going to boil down to the experts, right? It's going to be a battle of the experts. One side's going to say she was, the other side's going to say she's not. So it's going to be, who do you believe? Which one do you believe? Sue says, a series of unfortunate events, a chain of things that no one would have known would lead to this terrible crime. Yep. The way it works, right? In almost every crime, almost every trial we cover, it's you're right, it's the series of events, And I always think, like, if you get into an accident or something happens, like and Aaron and I talk about this all the time, like when I was driving and going to work and stuff, like you get stopped at a train stop, right? Train comes by, and you're like, oh man, I'm going to be late. Maybe there was a reason why you're supposed to be late. Maybe if you didn't get stuck behind that train, you would have been on your highway and you would have gotten into an accident. Or you see an accident and you're like, wow. Like you come up on an accident and you're like, wow, if I was here, if I had brushed my teeth 2 seconds faster, if I had combed my hair 5 seconds faster, if I hadn't played with my dog that extra 2 minutes, I would be involved in that accident. It's like those kind of things I think about. So Aaron got me thinking, when I would get stuck behind a traffic or a truck, I'd be like, oh man. But then she's like, no, just think something's saving you from or not saving you, but you're not meant to be 2 minutes ahead. You're supposed to be right where you are, And then that just goes to being in the moment, and live in the moment, enjoy the moment. Don't think about the past. Don't worry about the future. What's that? Anxiety and depression. Depression is thinking about the past. Anxiety is concerned about the future. Just live in the moment. Cheesecake helps you overcome fear, Arwen says. Isn't that called Final Destination? Probably. All right, here we go again with these. They keep showing these surveillance videos. All right, can we get back to court, please? What's this?
Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the park.
All right. Just hoping they get back to court soon. Willow says, Aaron is right. Wisdom and insight. Let's see. Preach. Richard says, it's not normal for a person to be walking around acting distraught and yielding a knife. That's a clue. I would like to say that if I saw that, I would probably go to an employee. If I saw somebody do that, I would extract myself very quickly from that. Here, we can actually watch this. I would extract myself very quickly from that situation, and I would go to an employee. I would say, you need to, there's somebody with a knife walking around over there. Just want to let you know. Do you know that person? Do they work here? I think I would do that. I think that's what I would do. Like if I saw that, if I was that guy right there, if I saw that, I'd be like, all right. I would just be like, somebody's walking around with a knife. I'm not sure what's going on. You may just want to check that out. Because she does look very innocent, right? She's just like, yeah, she's just hopping around, cruising around. Like, just la 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 la, nothing's going on, just walking around. And trust your gut. Absolutely, Richard. Yep, trust your gut for sure. So now they're showing some pretrial stuff. See something, say something. So this is when she was not on her medication. These were the pre-trials we saw. She was not on her medication. And there she is looking at the camera. Yeah, we showed that yesterday, Cindy. Thanks for that. Judge Brian Hagan explains letting her go. We showed that in our deep dive yesterday. Okay, back to court.
Patrons at Giant Eagle, and then that was like the initial call that had come out.
And how far away were you geographically?
I was probably approximately maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles from that location.
All right. And did you respond directly then to Giant Eagle?
I did.
Do you work with a partner?
As a detective, or on the day when I was working my traffic detail?
Well, I guess as a detective, do you?
No, as a detective, we help each other out depending what it is, but we normally work in individual groups.
June 3rd in the afternoon is your traffic detail. What's your answer there?
I'm sorry?
On June 3rd as a traffic detail officer, were you working with a partner then?
No, I was by myself.
All right. So when you respond a mile or two from
yes.
Giant Eagle, what do you see when you come upon that store?
So when I arrived on scene, a number of my colleagues, I observed them working on our victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Woods. After I observed that initially, there were several of our officers there. There was a number of detectives and officers from our neighboring city, Westlake Police Department. We, along with Westlake, myself and detectives from Westlake, then went into Giant Eagle because of the call had come out that there was possibly multiple victims. So we went in to clear Giant Eagle in search of possible victims, and we checked the area, checked Giant Eagle. Everything was secure and clear at that time.
Were you aware if there was a suspect for this crime?
At that time, along with the officers rendering, at some point in time, yes, while in Giant Eagle, it had come over that the defendant, Mrs. Ellis, was taken into custody.
And were you aware of the weapon that was utilized?
At that moment, no, but just briefly when I had observed, it was obvious that there was, either a stabbing or something to that effect. With the nature of the call when it came out that multiple people were stabbed, that was my insinuation as to what occurred.
All right. So after you clear the scene within Giant Eagle, what is your next step?
So after clearing that with the assistance of Westlake PD, I then made contact with, I believe her name was Nikki. She was the team leader or the manager working that day. We immediately go back to the back stock area of Giant Eagle where they have their video surveillance. I briefly, myself and Officer Petrie, who's our evidence technician, responded back there. She then started pulling up video, and at that time we were trying to establish a timeline as to when Miss Ellis had entered Giant Eagle and basically forming a timeline as to what had taken place.
And were you in fact able to make that timeline?
Yes, and then during that short time, we were able to find Miss Ellis walking into the Giant Eagle through the south doors. At that time, you could see, you watch the video where she kind of circles around, walks towards the customer service area. After walking past customer service, as Miss Woods and Julian are heading, you could see that the defendant, Bionca Ellis, then observed them, because you could see the turn and how she kind of turned and looked at them and pretty much did a about face, then starts walking alongside them.
Yeah, no question. So go ahead, ask a question. Thank you.
So Detective, thank you. We're going to kind of back up and go through chronologically, if we can. So did you come to learn whether or not this defendant went to any other businesses before she went to Giant Eagle?
Yes, I had learned that during that time we were obtaining that. I was in contact with detectives from Westlake PD, who again were assisting us. They had told me that...
and I'll sustain. So what others told you can't be given here as hearsay. So I'll go back and let Ms. Patel ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you learn about the defendant's whereabouts prior to her going to Giant Eagle?
So I had learned that she had initially started from the Volunteers of America, and where she had selected the knives, then walked out with the knives. I had learned that after she walked out of the Volunteers of America, she then walked into Things Outlet, which is right next to it. Walked into Things Outlet, kind of stood there, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute. Walked out of Things Outlet. She's observed on video coming out of there, taps the knives on a concrete pillar, drops one of the knives, continues walking from Things Outlet and continues into Giant Eagle, entering through the south entrance.
All right. So going back to Volunteers of America, when you learned that she was in that store, did you go to that store at any point?
I did, and shortly after leaving Giant Eagle, I did go into Volunteers of America, where I made contact with Diana.
Okay. And did you obtain...
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from...
All right, so we're hearing from Detective Manuel Roman. He was on traffic detail and he responded to the scene. He says he learned that Bionca Ellis went into the Volunteers of America to select the knives and then walked out. She walked into Things Outlet. She stood there for less than a minute and then walked out again. There's video of her tapping the knives on a concrete pillar, and she drops one of them. I'd like to see that video. I know it's out there. I'd like to see that video. Then she walks into Giant Eagle from the south. the south end of the store. Psychosaur says, I love the idea of a store just called Things. Yeah, Arwen, I think what we're going to do at lunchtime, we're going to just let it go for like an hour and a half and maybe build up a little bit so we can zoom through a little bit. So we'll do kitty cam for an extra hour and a half just to let it, and then tomorrow we'll start late just to let it build up. I didn't realize it was going to be like this. But again, I'm grateful that we have what we have. I'm grateful we have what we have. Northwest, things and stuff. You have a things and stuff? Chloe's mom, what time does court start? It's now. We're as live as we're able to get. We're as live as we're able to get. So like I said, I'm going to let things build up at lunch and then we can zoom. Shame, I should say. The video was in the deep dive. Yeah, I remember seeing it. I'm trying to remember how big the knife was in that. Ms. D, good, or Ms. DB, I should say. Hello, good morning to you. Can we all just be thankful? Exactly, Hellrider. It's best we can do, man. It's best we can do. Yes, JMS, the family is suing Giant Legal for lack of security there. We just read that. We read that a little bit ago, that they are suing. Because apparently there was a shooting. A man walked in and took out his wife, who was an employee, and then shot himself the year before. And that happened, that happened the year before. So yeah, they are suing. We're all going to get the zooms, get the zoomies and a boom boom. Well, this is what we're getting. So we're getting that. So until they actually show courts, we're doing what we're doing. We're doing the best we can. Sarcasm, good morning to you. Are the cameras in the courtroom now? Yes and no. I mean, yes, but it's on a delay and it's lots of commercials. So we're just kind of letting it, we're watching it as best we can. All right. Queen Olive, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. You're the one that posted it, not me. Cindy, Google judge who let Bionca go wouldn't do things differently. Okay, so we saw that, but you're saying he says something more. Yeah, it's called produced. Hey, they have to pay their electric bill. Yes, we do get snippets of actual court between talking heads and commercials, Living Ghost, but at least we get something. It's better than nothing. Hey, at least we get something. At least we get this. I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful for this, and at least we get this, and we can kind of put it together for you guys. You know, it's not the best case scenario. You know how it works, but we like the raw data. But at least we're getting this. And I think if we're going to stop at noon and we'll play kitty cam for an hour and a half, and hopefully we'll be able to do some good zooming after that. Yes, Lily Wayne, this afternoon and tomorrow will be better because I will be able to zoom and it will be more continuous. I have done it before. Kathy, you agree? Yes, that I'm trying to remember what are you agreeing to, but that at least we have this. Hey, yesterday I didn't think we'd even have this. Well, we like Scott. We like RA. He's doing what he's doing. Sue says, I like it this way. Gives us time to chat and review stuff. Yeah, you guys are hearing from me a lot more often. Usually we just, I don't say anything until we have a break it. But right now we're having more breaks. So it is better than no coverage. Absolutely 100% agree. This is better than not knowing. Agreed. Sarcasm. Some are just so spoiled they forget how to be grateful for what we can get. I would be one of those. I'm one of those. I fall into that category of like, dang it. You like my zoom in the boom boom. And we have the greatest chat ever, JRN says. Yes, we do. Kevin, after what happened at the Giant Eagle store, that place should close down. Yeah, they don't have a very good record, do they, Kevin? Right? They have the one guy came in, shot his wife, the ex-wife, the employee. Now they have this. Yeah. Lucy H, I agree. It's better than nothing. Yeah. I said it again. Yes. Christine, let's see. It is what it is. Just be thankful if we have coverage at all. Agreed. Psychosaurus, if it can't be live streamed, but they're still showing it, I think they could just start their stream 30 minutes late and then do a clean stream. Or even a delayed continuous feed outside against, is that against the court order? Apparently that's against the court order. I don't know. The court order is, well, we read it earlier, but we'll read it again. The court will permit one pool video camera, which is Court TV, to be present in the courtroom, which will provide a signal for all media representatives authorized to cover the proceedings. Now, I don't know if I had a live view and I could plug in. I don't know. Recipients of such signal may use it to record the proceedings for later broadcast, but not to transmit it from the Justice Center on a real-time basis, as live streaming is prohibited. So we've seen that before. I mean, Lori Daybell was a half hour delayed, and it was just a continuous stream. So I don't know. I don't know why they just don't do a continuous stream. I don't know. No. Oh, Apple Treasure, RA Raid. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Welcome in, Apple. Hello to you. And thank you, Scott, for sending us people our way. Appreciate it. Welcome in, Apple. And Living Ghost. Welcome in, guys. What does it take to get a live view? About $5,000. And you have to get it's costly. It's costly. Super T. Wait, RA Raid coming in. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in. Greetings, Pickles. Yes. Greetings, Pickles. Regina, hello to you. Oh, we're going back to court.
Short detective, I'm going to pause it at the 6-second mark. Do you recognize anybody on the screen as I paused it?
That is the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
And you've been inside the store, correct?
Correct.
What are these stations here depicted on the screen?
Those are the cash registers prior to exiting the store.
Okay. And we're doing the video at 7 seconds. What are we seeing at 11 seconds in this video?
And Miss Ellis walking out with knives in hand, exiting the store, passing the point of sale.
Do you see her exchange money or credit card or anything to pay for those items that she's?
No, she directly walked out without paying for the items.
All right. We're going to move on to the next store that you described for us, Things and Bins?
Things Outlet.
Things Outlet. All right. And with this store, did you go inside and speak with an individual that works there?
So that as far as that video I obtained from Westlake Police Department, and that video was directly sent to me through an application called Axon, okay. And so that's how that video was obtained.
All right. And you obtained this video in the course of your investigation.
That is correct.
And as a part of your duties, you reviewed this video.
I did.
So if I played you that video in court today, could you discuss it with us?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 191. Forgive me, the numbers aren't perfectly consequential here. This is a 50-second video. Detective, do you recognize this video that I'm showing?
Yes, that is the exterior of Things Outlet.
All right. And from your familiarity, is the Things Outlet directly next to Volunteers of America?
It is.
All right. The video is 50 seconds in length in total. We are at the 35-second mark. And that's where you pay attention right there. At 40 seconds. Detective, if you would direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen as we approach 35-second mark. Do you see any individual appear on the camera?
Yes, the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
All right. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 192. What is depicted in this exhibit?
That is the entry area of the bins outlet.
Okay. And Judge, with your permission, I would ask if the witness could step down and tell us the timestamp. It's very small in this exhibit. If that's all right.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Detective, I'm going to ask you if you could look at the bottom right-hand corner here. Do you see a timestamp on this exhibit? And what is that?
The timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, and it's at 14:55 or 2:55 p.m., 35 seconds.
All right, thank you. Zoom in the video at 20 seconds here.
Detective, are you saying bins, B-I-N-S outlet? Or things?
Or I'm sorry, Things Outlet.
Things outlet. Thank you.
This video is 2 minutes in length in total. We're at the 45-second mark here.
Is that a question?
Just for the record?
Just for the record, just so we know where we're at. Detective, I'm stopping this video at 1 minute 15 seconds. What do you see on the screen?
Bionca Ellis.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest. Still with us.
Okay, welcome in all of you from Recovery Addict. Thank you. We just sent Scott a thank you, and hopefully he is feeling better. We send him all of our healing vibes and juju that we can through the power of text message. So Scott, if you're watching, please feel better, and thank you for sending people over. For those that are just joining us, we weren't sure. Well, we did a deep dive on this yesterday. I'm originally from Cleveland, so this hits close to home for me. This happened in North Olmsted, and actually, let me come over here. This gives you a little bit of background on the case here. So on June 3rd of 2024, Margot Wood was in a Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, which is a suburb of Cleveland, very close to Cleveland itself. Has about 30,000 people. She was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, and Bionca Ellis, who is the defendant. She had a run-in with law enforcement earlier, I think the day before, at a Walmart, outside the Walmart. She's homeless. She has, as we're finding out, she has a history of mental illness and schizophrenia. She was in Florida. She got arrested there for trespassing at a hotel. She said, "Hey, I'm homeless. I just need a place to stay." She was in California. She got arrested out there. So she went to a Volunteers of America. Oh wait, let me back up. So she was outside this Walmart in a wheelchair. She can clearly walk, but she's homeless, so that's she has a place to sit, right? So they took her to the police station and they released her. And as she was leaving, she flipped off the light and she was, just acting very strange. And the thing is, here's the kicker, is that the police station was right behind the Giant Eagle, which is a shopping grocery. It's a grocery store, grocery chain in Ohio. So they transport her from a Walmart, which was about a mile or two away, to the right behind the Giant Eagle. So what she does is she goes into a Volunteers of America, which is a thrift store. She's just kind of rummaging around, and she pulls out two knives. One of them's 12 inches. We don't know if that's a 12-inch blade, or we don't know if that's with a handle. But just so you guys know, 12 inches is, let's see, from here. So this is 12 inches, right? That's 12 inches. So if that's the blade, that's the blade. But if it's part of the handle, I mean, it's still pretty good size. So if that's my head, it's going to cause some damage, and it did. So she goes into she's walking around the thrift store, just kind of swinging, very calm, swinging around this knife. She leaves the thrift store. She taps the knives on a cement pillar. She drops one of them, and then she still has the 12-inch knife, and she goes into the Giant Eagle, where she's just kind of, the knife's at her side. She's kind of walking around, very nonchalant, very calm. She's walking by people. Nobody says anything to her. And Miss Wood and Julian's in the seat of the shopping cart. They're leaving, and they're going right towards Bionca. And Bionca doesn't move, so they kind of swerve. They swerve a little bit, no big deal. They swerve out of the way. And then Bionca turns and follows them out into the parking lot, where she proceeds to attack them. She stabs Julian. We believe right now, we haven't heard from the ME yet, but she stabs him in the back and in the face. She stabs Margot Wood as well. Margot Wood survives. Julian, unfortunately, he passes away. So we did a deep dive yesterday. We were watching a lot of news reports. We were watching a lot of pretrial hearings. Bionca went to a facility for a competency evaluation. She was found competent enough to stand trial. She is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. This is going to boil down to a battle of experts. During openings, we heard that both sides are going to call in experts. One side obviously is going to say she was having a psychotic episode at the time. The other side is going to refute that. So that's kind of where we stand right now. We weren't sure yesterday. There was a court order saying that you cannot stream. It has to be delayed. So right now we're able to watch it on Court TV. However, they're taking breaks like every 5 minutes, if not more. So what we're going to do at like maybe 12:30 or so, we will. We have kitties, right? If you guys are new to our channel, we have kitties. There's the cat tree back there. We have kitties all over the place. We have 7 of them. So what we do during lunch is that we play music and we put on kitty cam, and we feed them and we let them bounce around. So I'm thinking about letting it go an extra half hour. So we're going to go an hour and a half and just let it build up so that I can zoom and fast forward through things. So that's kind of where we stand. And again, thank you guys for coming in. And that's where we stand. So, all right, who is with us? Britta, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Auntie B, you are now a member. Awesome. So good. So glad that you got that. Cat's Gallery. I guess the knife should have been behind glass. Well, it was in a plastic Tupperware, as we heard from Diane Spearer. She was the manager at Volunteers of America. she said they're just in like plastic Tupperware. So yeah, we're like, oh man, like we said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. There's lots of if thens in this. If only, lots of if onlys in this. 7. Yep, it is very sad, very sad. Play on Crime. Hello, thank you for joining us. Virginia Little, good to see you. Jennifer Juniper, thank you for joining us. Katrina Bunny, yep, it is. It's one of those cases. It's going to be a tough case, but we don't shy away from the tough ones here. The other Jules, good to see you. We have people in our chat that will that are going to Paula MC. Maybe thrift stores, do not put them behind glass, just sitting out. We're going to have people in court this week. So we're going to have people call in. So if you guys are interested in that, definitely stick around. I believe that's going to start tomorrow. We're going to have people people in the courtroom. So we're going to hear we're going to ask them all kinds of questions. You know, how's the jury reacting? What's the makeup of the jury? Tell us about the witnesses. So we'll have some questions for them. If you guys are around, that will be after the stream tomorrow, or maybe during lunch. We might do it during lunch as well. So definitely join us tomorrow, and we will be having our courtroom insiders. And we have other people in the chat that live in the area. So let's see. Crystal, Lizzie, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Crystal, how is the original OG doing? As far as I know, she's doing pretty well. We haven't heard from her for a while, but last time we spoke to her, which was a couple weeks ago, she's doing fine. So Julian's favorite color was green, so I'm wearing green to honor him, and he loved dinosaurs. So if you see us dropping green hearts and dinosaurs, you will know why, because green was his favorite color, and dinosaurs were one of his favorite, I guess, animal. So. All right. Cats Gallery. No, it took, they started Wednesday. It took them 4 days, 3.5 days. There you go, Bice and Fire Girl. Yep. So if you guys see green hearts and dinosaurs, Selena K, Camilla, Joanne Jedi Platypus, and Pammy, green hearts and dinosaurs, Allie B. So if you guys are wondering, that's why. Green was his favorite color. Hellrider, Justice for Julian and Mom. Yep. Anti-Bertie. Yeah. I like green too. Surprisingly enough, I was going to wear green yesterday, and then I found out green was his favorite color. So I'm like, well, now I have to. Lindsay, you haven't heard of this case until yesterday, and you're from Ohio. What part of Ohio, Lindsay? Northeast, Central, South? What part are you from? Jennifer, oh, nice. You got the Brontosaurus. Twubble, nice. Denisha, I love green dinosaurs. Yes. Blue Star, yeah, I know. Shirley, Katrina Bunny, Shirley Roth, yep. Stephanie, thank you for joining us. The throne is mine. I think I'm going to stay for this trial. I hope so. You guys. Crystal, I didn't hear of this case until today with you. Yeah, we ran across it about a week or so ago. And again, I'm from the area, so I have friends and family that live in the area. I've been close enough to this that it hits close to home for me. So when I saw that it was on the docket, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to cover it. Definitely want to pay attention to it. And then the more I heard about the circumstances, and I remember watching the body cam last year, and it was just heartbreaking, just absolutely heartbreaking. But right now it seems like it's random. It does seem like it's random, and she could have stabbed anybody. So I'm really interested to hear from the experts on both sides. Play on Crime. This is the first day after jury selection. Yes, they had opening statements yesterday. They had opening statements, which we showed at the beginning of our stream this morning. And then now they're doing, I think they only did opening statements yesterday. There was no testimony. So now they're doing, this is really day one of testimony. All right. Seems like they're coming back. So once we actually get back to court, they still have the talking head on top of it. So hopefully they'll get back to court. All right, here we go.
What do you see on the screen?
Bionca Ellis entering the store, and just looks like just observing.
What does she have in her hands?
And in hand is a knife.
Do you see one or more knives?
Well, from this angle, I could see the one knife for sure.
I was in the video and see this better angle. Okay, here, 1 minute, 18 seconds. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. How many knives do you see in her hand?
2.
We're zooming at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Okay, and that's the 1 minute, 30 second mark. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 189.
So for the record, that 1 minute and 30 seconds, she exits, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead. What number was this, please?
This is 189.
89.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Detective, what do you see on the screen now?
Bionca exits the store, walking towards the pillar.
Okay. What do you see happening here at 11 seconds?
And then there, she's going to tap the knives against the pillar, drops the one knife, and continues to walk towards Giant Eagle.
All right, now we're going to move on to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
All right. I know you gave us a little preview earlier in your testimony, but let's break it down.
Okay.
Now. And you obtained this surveillance video immediately after. Is that fair to say, after this incident?
So after the incident, the video was obtained with the assistance of Officer Petrie, but I obtained the actual hard drive directly from the hard drive from Giant Eagle the following day on June 4th.
Okay.
When it was taken and extracted directly from the system.
Okay, we're going to start at State's Exhibit 193. All right, Detective. You want to just play?
So you just need to keep your voice up, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Patel.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
We need a little break for an IT issue.
I have my IT right here. Do you need? What do you need? What?
The video is just not like it's showing the video, but it's just simply not moving. It's just showing.
So say it again. It's not doing it.
Yeah, like this should be the blue bar is moving along, but the picture isn't changing. It's just stuck on the still image that starts the file.
And is that something maybe with the thumb drive that you're using?
You have to do the format. I checked these. I don't know why it's...
Jeff, you have it?
The prosecutor in that case continuing to play surveillance video showing the defendants.
All right, so I just want to let you guys know if you if you have questions, you can also go to our description. We have a description of what she faces, what happened, who the players are, meaning the judge, prosecution, defense, what she faces. She's out on $5 million bond. So it's challenging. This is a challenging stream because we have to deal with all the commercial breaks. But I think what we'll do is we'll let it build up over lunchtime. We'll take an hour and a half lunch break and we'll let it build up. And then tomorrow we'll start at like 10, just to kind of let it build up. So, Melanie, you grew up in Western PA. You moved to Wisconsin in '99, and no giant eagles up here in Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm only familiar with giant eagle from the Cleveland area. Whenever I would go back to visit my family, I shopped at Giant Eagle often. I'd go visit my mom, and let's see. I would shop at Giant Eagle often. I enjoy Giant Eagle. All right, Giant Eagle. Let's see. Under banners including Giant Eagle operates supermarkets and retail locations under banners including Giant Eagle, Market District, and formerly Get Go across Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, and Indiana. Though most stores are concentrated in Ohio and Pennsylvania, the company has over 470 retail locations in 5 states as of September of 2025. So Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, and Indiana. I can understand the Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Indiana, because those are all located, they all touch each other. But it's interesting that they made it over to Maryland, which is not touching any of those. Right? Does Pennsylvania touch Maryland? I guess it might, right? So anyway, so Giant Eagle, if you're in any of those areas, you might know about them. So, all right. Yeah, no Giant Eagle in Connecticut, as we just found out. Just a Girl Baking, you were just at a Giant Eagle this morning. Sherry says you grew up in Youngstown but moved to North Carolina in 2013. No Giant Eagles here. Tom says we have a festival in Albertsons. Yeah, I'm familiar with Albertsons. Joanne will save your seat. Be back soon. Britta says you have Giant Eagles in Lebanon County in Pennsylvania. G. Stewie, no, she's not out on bond, and Katrina posted right above your comment. $5 million bond, so she did not post. She's not out. She's not out. Yeah, she's not out. Karen says, I am from Pennsylvania. We don't have Giant Eagle, just Giant. Okay. Yeah, she's not out on bond. We have it in our description, you guys. She remains held on $5 million bond. If you read our description, we try to, because of we listen to our chat and we get back to you. We try to make our descriptions as descriptive as possible, so that we answer all your questions ahead of time. So if you do have any questions, go check out our description. Crochet says, is GE like a Piggly Wiggly? Yeah. And it's a grocery store. They sell beer and wine. I don't think hard liquor. Yeah, I don't think it's hard liquor, but beer and wine. It's like a Winn-Dixie, Publix, Piggly Wigglies, anything like that. Albertsons, that kind of thing. Cindy, hello, sent from Recovery Addict. Liked and subscribed. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. Denise, never heard of Giant Eagle in Michigan? No, she's not out on bond. She remains held on $5 million. Yep. No, she was denied. Crochet, Giant Eagle's not here in Washington. No, we just read where they're from or where they are. It's Pennsylvania, Maryland, Ohio, West Virginia, and Illinois, Indiana. So, yeah, it's interesting. I would think maybe Michigan would have them, right? Because obviously they touch. So let's get you back.
Ladies and gentlemen, is kind of a roadmap of what we anticipate the evidence to show.
All right, so this is opening statements. They're showing opening statements again. So we're just grateful we have some kind of feed. So they're showing opening statements. It's not a linear. They're not showing it linearly where, opening statements, testimony 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's not linear. We've seen this like 3 times now. So if you've seen it before, hang in there. If you haven't seen it before, this is the state's opening.
In this case, on June 3rd of 2024, Margot Wood and her daughter Julian Wood went shopping at Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road. She left her child Johnny and Mila at home with the grandmother. They went shopping and went through the aisles to pick out what they were going to have for supper that evening. It was a common, ordinary day in the life of Margot Wood. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that on that day, Bionca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. And you will see through the video that we will show you, ladies and gentlemen, and there are going to be witnesses. Witnesses from Volunteers of America. You will hear from witnesses from Giant Eagle. You will hear witnesses from the police department. For Bionca Ellis, you will see that she went to the police department on that day. She went to the North Olmsted Police Department. She had a conversation with a police officer at the window. And that police officer will come in and testify to their conversation. Bionca Ellis did not like what she heard at the police department, so she leaves. And the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she went directly to Volunteers of America. You will hear the testimony from Diane Spihar, who is one of the managers of Volunteers of America. And on that particular day of June 3rd, 2024, she was working in the back, sifting through stuff to put out for sale. And Bionca Ellis comes back. Well, the evidence is going to show through video that prior to going back to the Volunteers production area, Bionca Ellis had spent several minutes sifting through a bin of knives. And she chose 2 knives. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen. You will see her in Volunteers of America walking up and down the aisle. She had a conversation with Diane Spihar, looking for a bathroom. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she left Volunteers of America and that she went to Things Outlet. And you will have the opportunity to look at that video. Bionca continued to go into the store. She looked around, and you will see the video of that. She didn't chat with anybody, but she leaves. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that as she leaves, there is a cement pillar. And I want you to pay attention, because she takes those 2 knives and she hits them against the cement pillar to see their pliability. One knife that she had stolen drops to the ground, but she keeps the 12-inch butcher blade knife in her hand. The evidence is going to show, and the video corroborates, that she walks into Giant Eagle. And you will see through the videos, from the customer service angle, you will see inside the store where Margot Woods and Julian are shopping. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, in the video, Bionca Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart. The child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video as Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation. Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. Mrs. Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her.
Let's bring in our guest, trial attorney Joseph Camarata.
All right, so those that are just new coming in, yes, they're streaming it, but we have to deal with commercials and breaks and such. So they replayed the state's opening, so we're not getting a linear trial like we normally do. We had this happen before with the Ali, remember the Washington versus Ali and Ali, Mr. and Mrs. Ali and Fatima. So we had to deal with that. Where they had a stream, but then the camera show was getting too risque, showing or letting witnesses, minors in. So Court TV did this once. We kind of dealt with it then. But for those that have been with us any period of time, you know that we like clean streams. And Scott even used for the Jose Soto Escalera yesterday. I think he was using our stream yesterday. So again, thank you, Scott. Hope you feel better soon. We are sending all of our healing vibes out to you, and hopefully you'll have a speedy recovery. So, all that being said, we left off with Detective Manuel Roman. Right now, they're just revisiting opening statements and showing body cam and surveillance video. But Detective, so far we've heard from 4 witnesses. We've heard from Officer Daniel Shook. Officer Daniel Shook. She was in the police station when Bionca came in, and she said she didn't. There was nothing unusual observed at the time, but she noticed a shift in behavior. This was around 2:30 that day. So this was around 2:30 that day. She came in, and as she's leaving, she flips the lobby lights off. So she's in the police station. They're having a conversation. She leaves. She flips the lobby lights off. Then we hear from the thrift store manager, the Volunteers of America, Diane Spear. She saw Bionca in the store. She saw her with a knife even, and she didn't really question her. Bionca asked asked to use the restroom, so she showed her where the restroom was, but she saw her with the knives and she didn't think anything of it. It didn't raise any alarms. She said the production room was very loud. She didn't think it was odd that she had a knife, because Volunteers of America, they have their employees, plus they also have volunteers. So she thought maybe she was just another volunteer walking around with a knife. Odd, but that's what she thought. Then we heard from an eyewitness, Jonathan Rastu. He didn't actually make it into the store. He was outside in the parking lot. He heard a commotion upon exiting his car. He thought someone was just yelling at their kid, but then he heard cries for help. He kept eyes on the individual. He was going to call, but his cell phone battery was low. Other people were calling. He saw Bionca, let's see, she had on a black shirt and yoga-like pants and Crocs. She had short hair. Her skin tone was black. He saw hands moving, but he didn't see Julian or Margot. The right hand knife, you could see the shine from the sun. He said she was just walking, just nonchalant. She was just nonchalantly walking, and as if nothing happened. She wasn't talking. She just was walking down the aisle. It was a slow walk, not running, not trying to get away, not a care in the world, just heading towards Dover, which is a street. He talked to law enforcement, provided written statements. He spoke to Prosecutor Anna before today, and didn't see Ellis drop the knife. Let's see. Jenny, we know, we appreciate you working through it. Yeah, no worries. You know what we'll do? Like I said, at lunchtime, we're going to let it go for an hour and a half. You're going to get an extra dose of kitties. So if you guys like kitty cam, you're going to get an extra long dose. And then tomorrow we'll start like at 10 and let it build up so that we can fast forward. Let's see. And then now we're hearing from Detective Manuel Roman. He went to the Volunteers of America. He knows that she selected the knives and walked out. That she walked to Things Outlet and stood there for less than a minute, then walked back out of there. And then we see the video of her tapping the knives on the concrete pillar, and she drops one. Then she walks into the giant eagle from the south, and that's where we are right now. So, all right, Twubble, go do what you have to do. No problem. Joanne, yes, extra kitties for the win. Absolutely. All right, what are you guys talking about? Jenny Lynn, I bet it raises alarms now. I hope so. These things always, unfortunately, after it happens, after the event, that's when things happen. Like, a traffic accident, that's when you have the light or the stoplight. Something happens to, look at the Markells and Dan Markell and their kids, with the Markell law now in Florida, enacted in Florida. Now grandparents have the right, if another parent is under investigation, the grandparents have a right. So usually it's sad that it takes time. It takes something tragic to happen before we enact any legislation, but that's the way it works. Wogger, you're going to suck me in with this one and make me not want to return to recovery addict, aren't you? It's okay. We dual stream, or you guys can straddle. We have professional straddlers here in our stream, where people we do that with Joe Schmo, where people watch both trials, both things. So trust me, tomorrow if Scott's well enough to go on, we're going to start at 10. We'll be watching Scott tomorrow, before we go on, and after we pop into Scott's chat often. We were there yesterday. Play on Crime also came over from RA. Cool. Now I'm here. Now I'm watching here for the first time. I'm torn. I know, guys. It's cool. We love Scott. He supported us. He still supports us. He gave us the live view Sarah Boone. If you guys were with Scott back with Sarah Boone, he gave us his live view equipment, and we were in Orlando, and we tapped into that feed, and with Jules was calling into Scott. Jules and I were doing recaps every night. So yeah, it's don't be torn. Don't be torn. Just give love to everybody. As Scott says, there's enough. What's he say? There's enough of the internet to go to go around for everybody. The internet is big enough for everybody. So there's nothing ill will about that. There's enough internet to go around. All right, here we go.
A lot of jury instructions to let you know what the law is. In giving you an opening statement, I'm not going to be focused on the law at this point, but more about some of the evidence that we expect you'll hear throughout the trial to give you a little bit of an idea of what the presentation from the state will look like. You won't hear me arguing about what that evidence means, just laying out what I expect you'll hear from.
All right, so that's a completely different trial. I'm like, wait a minute, we already saw state's opening. That's not the state. So that's a whole nother trial. I was afraid that they were going to do this. Here it is, noon. All right, you guys, this might be the time we let it build up. This might be the time. All right, it's noon here on the East Coast. We're going to break for lunch now. We're going to break for lunch, and we're going to give you kitty cam. If you guys like cats and kittens, we have, they were born June 2nd. Here, I'll show you some, let me show you some kitty cam. So that's Rafa. He's the adult, and that's little Fed. He's on the he's the smaller one. Let me see if I have any. We're gonna break for kitty cam. We're gonna feed them, and because now they're showing a completely different trial. So I'm gonna break for lunch. We're going to break for lunch for an hour and a half, and then we'll come back at 1:30 Eastern. So you guys, for those that are new to the channel, you're going to get a taste of kitties for an hour and a half. And if you want to split, that's fine. Split and come back at 1:30. So we're going to break till 1:30. Let me put up our okay, hold on a sec. All right. We usually have music as well. So Aaron is working on some music for this trial. We have music specific for the trial. So we're going to work on that and have that for you guys. But for now, I'm just going to play some generic music that we created for all right. We're just going to play some generic music. We made this actually for Jose's trial, but we'll get some music specific for this trial. But for now, we'll play this. Actually, you know what? I want to go back to let me see. Hold on a sec. Yeah, let's go to all right, I guess we'll do Jose. Wait, where's Spence? I can't find Spence. All right, we'll just continue with Jose's music. All right, we'll see you. We're going to let court build up, and we'll see you in an hour and a half.
everything that I found. This ain't no difference, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for gone. Satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone.
head that's stupid. You look like you could use a friend. And stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then stupid said that evil, how does this friendship work? And evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Saw that stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well ain't it nice to have fun around. Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit. And his friends were all in jail and he lost all of his rights. And the people were divided and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because stupid followed evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed evil and there was nowhere to escape.
nature shows me, makes me taut. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see. Well, oh, the force that kept me strong. Never did I mean no wrong. 'Cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back.
Picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I
darker days will come our way. I look back to remember memories that never fade. I know why I'm alone. Mistakes that I've made have burned this home. I pray for a redemption to heal my troubled ways, blinded by perception. Is there no other? Is there no other way? Distant dream, a clear horizon, open seas. Why can't we please? I know why this world's alone. Mistakes that we've made have burned this home. I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up and satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the pond, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself, baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone.
Welcome back to Trial TV Live. We are going to be covering, picking up back on coverage. I am letting it build up here. They finally did just get back 20 minutes ago. They got back into Bionca Ellis. So I'm going to let it go another 15 minutes, but I just wanted to come on. Cutest couple ever. Thank you, JRN. That's cute. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, Brian Walsh, we saw that. He was supposed to start on the 20th. Yeah, he was supposed to start the 20th, but now he's been delayed. We saw that. I think it got kicked until next year even. I think it got kicked to next year. No, man, how many glasses of water do you drink a day? You're trying to get better. I have a, here, let me show you. Since we have time, let me show you what I drink. So I drink one of these, which you can see how big it is. I don't know how many, I don't know what it holds, but these are, this guy, this is a ball jar, mason jar, I think. I can't tell how big this is, but anyway. So I drink one of these in the morning with turmeric, apple cider vinegar, and black pepper. So that's, I do my workout, then I drink one of those, drink this. And then before I start streaming, I drink another glass. And then I go through. So this is from this morning's with the turmeric. And then now, I think this is my second glass. I think this is my second full glass. And to be quite honest, I feel like I need more water because I'm like, I feel hoarse. As much as I do drink, I feel like I could always drink more. Because a lot of times we're in the middle of trial and I'm like, oh, I'm thirsty, but I can't get up to get water. So I should keep it. I should keep it right here next to me. 64 ounces. I couldn't tell you. But this is the size of it. And I think there's probably about 5 of these, whatever this is. About five of these in this thing. There, that's about it. So. Oh, Gina, thank you so much for the kitty litter fund. Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, so Aaron says this is 68 ounces. So surely you were close, right? You said 64. This is 68 ounces. Fanny pack. I drink apple cider vinegar, lemon, turmeric, ginger, cloves, and cayenne pepper. Nice. What are the measurements on the side? I think it's on the bottom. It's on the bottom. Is it on the side? Oh wait. No, it doesn't. It has a 10 on the bottom. It has a 10 on the bottom. Whatever the 10 is. I usually do a teaspoon. Yeah, I do a teaspoon, Joyce. So mason jar, let me see. Mason jar 10. Must be 10 ounces. No. I think Aaron's checking. Luna says turmeric is good for the mind, you believe? Yes.
Here's the
comparison. All right, so okay. If you can, I don't know if you can read those. There's 100, 200, 300, 10. All right, it's 10 to here, so it's 10 to there. 11 to there, so maybe 12. Maybe these are 12. Is that 12 ounces, maybe? So, yeah, do turmeric powder, water. Sorry, turmeric powder, water, like a teaspoon. Shot of apple cider vinegar. Black pepper. Crack some black pepper in. Yeah, turmeric. We've looked this up before. Turmeric is supposed to help your mind, but for me, I do it more for my joints and inflammation. All right, 10 proven benefits, health benefits. This is from Prevention. Helps with your memory. May help ward off heart disease. May have an impact on certain cancers. May ease osteoarthritis pain. May help with hay fever. Could help with depression. May have an impact on cholesterol. Could be good for the liver. May help with gum disease. So those are all the mays. It's anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, boosts memory, boosts immunity, helps with digestion. So I take it for the inflammation. Daisy Jane, I swear by turmeric and black pepper. Yeah, black pepper is supposed to help in the absorption. Lily Wayne, sounds like it's good for absolutely everything. What'd you say? 2,000%. Okay, so yeah, Aaron says 2,000% helps absorb. The black pepper helps absorb the by 2,000. Luna says, I take rose hips for the joints. There you go. Sarcasm, your husband uses turmeric every day. If it helps memory, I seriously need to start using it as well. Crochet Nana, wait, cholesterol and anti-inflammatory? I need to try it. I'm not, hey, this is not a medical channel. I'm not endorsing anything medical. This is not a medical channel, but do your own research. It is a spice. It is a spice. Do your own research, but John Hopkins, it has curcumin. Curcumin is both antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. It has many biological activities. It's rich in phytonutrients that may protect the body from neutralizing free radicals, pollution, sunlight. Diet rich in plant-based foods, blah, blah, blah. So the science behind it, research has shown it's beneficial for inflammation, degenerative eye conditions, metabolic syndrome, arthritis, cholesterol, anxiety, sore muscles, kidney. It may increase your risk of kidney stones. So Brown says turmeric supplements are probably not a good idea. Then there's that. It's a spice. It's a spice. It's a spice that has been used for 1,000 years, if not more. So I would say go ahead and do it. Helps with premenstrual syndrome, perimenopause, hold on, where's that? I can't say the word without seeing it. Endometriosis. Yes, yes. Endometriosis. I had to see it. Endometriosis, peri and menopause, ovarian cancer, breast cancer. Researchers have studied turmeric's anti-cancer properties in relation to breast cancer. 2022 systematic review of 60 studies found that curcumin could inhibit the spreading and viability of breast cancer cells. So it's curcumin, C-U-R-C-U-M-I-N, curcumin. thyroid health. So this is obviously geared towards women. This is from Very, Very Well Health. 2024 systematic review found evidence of consuming curcumin, the main bioactive ingredient in turmeric, could significantly reduce the severity of painful periods and overall PMS symptoms. So anyway, again, do your own research. Do your own research. This is not a medical channel. I'm not giving medical advice. It is a spice, though, after all. JRN sends turmeric to everyone in chat. Lizzie, just don't go too nuts with turmeric, as there's been some cases of sending liver functions off. Yeah, I mean, I take a teaspoon a day, or yeah, a teaspoon a day. I'm not, literally just a teaspoon a day. Now I owe you pizza and turmeric. Consult a doctor. Yes, please consult your doctor first. I don't want anybody overdosing on turmeric. It's a spice, just like anything. I suppose you could abuse a spice, but I take a teaspoon every day. Caligram says Chris is right. I eat plant-based food and take vitamins and have no health issues at age 70. Pammy's on a roll, Jennifer says. All right, what's Pammy up to? Woke, I used to play piano by ear, but now I use my hands. Pammy, nice. Nomad, I love hearing all this health stuff now that I'm on a health kick. Surely all the medical stuff gives you side effects as well. I'm on a ton after breaking my shoulder. Yeah, Nomad, just, listen to your body. Our bodies are I would say, can heal pretty quickly, if you just do the right thing. Just listen to your body. Your body will tell you. I put turmeric, cracked pepper, and olive oil on all my stir fries and curries. There you go, Aussie. Just don't abuse the spice. Exactly. It's pronounced cumin. Curcumin. Yeah. No, I know cumin. I got that, but you add the C-U-R in front of it. The curcumin. I know some people say cumin. They say cumin, I think, but yeah, I say cumin. Does it taste weird in water? That's why I add the apple cider vinegar. To me, I add the apple cider vinegar. I tend to take things, even though I know they may not taste very well, I still taste them because of the health benefits. So yeah, if you just take just turmeric and just water, Aaron doesn't like it. It is, I know it's doing my body well. So I'm like, I just suck it up and go through it. You add a little splash, a capful or so of apple cider vinegar. To me, it tastes fine to me. If you're okay with apple cider vinegar, you'll be fine with it. Jennifer, I drink, smoke, no exercise, healthy as a dead horse. There you go. Joni, channel surfing law and crime is showing it. Oh, well, let's check that out. Let's see if they're showing it. Joni, if they're showing it, then you just won yourself a huge hug and a big thank you from everybody. If law and crime is showing it. All right, it's not on Law and Crime Trials. What else? Law and Crime Network. No, they're not showing it. No, I don't see it, Joni. It's not, I don't see it. Yes, you can buy turmeric in pill form, of course. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Seems like the only source is Court TV. So I am not seeing it on Crime. I'm on Trials End Network and I don't see it. Well, what they're doing is they're showing opening statements. They have opening statements. So I see what they're doing. They're showing yesterday, today. That's what they're doing. Joni, they're showing yesterday, today. I see what they're doing. So Law and Crime Trials has yesterday's openings today. So if we were to stream this and watch it, we would be a day behind. So maybe tomorrow they'll show today. I bet you that's what they're doing. So they're showing yesterday, today. I think that's what they're saying. All right, let's get into it. Crochet Nana says, I just bought some on Sunday and I said, why am I buying turmeric? My little voice said, just buy it. Oh, cool. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
Well, I guess we're going back in time a little bit. So this is 1457. What is depicted in this vantage point?
And that's the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 200. Okay, the bottom right-hand corner says lobby funnel. Again, we're going back in time a bit. What do we see on this screen, Detective?
That is the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
And the timestamp in the upper right, left hand says 1458. Does that seem accurate to you?
It does.
Would that suggest that she's only in the store for about a minute?
Yes.
Okay. We'll let this one play a bit. It's another minute.
It's Exhibit 200, correct?
Correct. Okay. Detective, at 1 minute 6 seconds, what do you see on the screen?
Miss Ellis heading into the lobby area.
All right, and the timestamp is 1459. So it's just a minute later, correct?
That is correct.
From her entering the store. Okay, resuming play at 1:06. At that time, do you see any other individuals come on screen?
Yes, and you see the victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Wood.
Okay. Resuming play at 1:14. What do you see now?
And at that time, they are exiting the store with the defendant following the victims.
I believe there's only one more vantage point I want to talk about. That's State's Exhibit 209. This is the lobby exit. This one's probably the blurriest one. Can you tell what I'm showing on the screen, Detective?
And that's going to be the door camera, which would be to the north.
And what do we see
exit.
on the screen here?
And at that time, the defendant is exiting.
Was there anyone else in front of her? Going back to 17 seconds.
And there would be the Woods exiting with the defendant following behind.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Detective. And just to recap, you are the individual who collected this evidence and entered it into the evidence for this case at North
I
Olmsted
did,
Police.
yes.
And did you author a report based on the efforts you made in this investigation?
And I did a report regarding the video that I obtained.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there were other officers and detectives involved in this investigation?
There is, yes.
You are not the lead detective in this case?
I am not the lead detective.
Okay. So did your involvement then end after you authored the report detailing all the efforts you made with regard to the surveillance in this matter?
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate you answering my questions. I have nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Detective, did you have the occasion to interview anyone else in connection with this case?
I did have a opportunity with Detective Ventris, and we interviewed the defendant's mother, Yolanda Eggleton.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when you conducted that interview?
That was the following day, which would have been on June 4th.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
And that interview took place at the North Olmsted Police Department.
Very good. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Cross-examination? Are you going to use any of the video?
Yeah,
it depends on his response to that.
Very good. Why don't we
If you
just
need
take
help,
that?
let me know.
Do you want to take that one off the screen, but you'll just keep it up in the event it's needed?
Okay, we'll just put up.
Thanks for working together on this while we...
Is it okay if I stand right here, Judge?
Perfect. Yep. Thank you for asking.
Detective Roman, still good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You interviewed Ms. Spihar of Volunteers of America, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you learned as a result of your interview with her was that an African-American female came into an area strictly for employees only, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Spihar never told you that she had any suspicion that the individual was a volunteer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she identified the individual coming in, and she asked if she could help her, but the individual ignored her. Is that correct?
From my understanding, that when she went back there, she basically stated that this was a restricted area. Yeah, how can I help you? This is a restricted area.
Okay. She also identified the fact that she saw this individual with knife in hand, cut.
Yes.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to watch the video many times, probably by now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point from the time that Ms. Ellis grabs the knives out of the area that you described as the kitchen area, does she ever conceal the knives? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, she asked Ms. Spihar about the bathroom, if she could use the bathroom while she had the knife in hand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you see her when she leaves that location, when she leaves Volunteers of America, she walks right by the cash register in plain view with knife in hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, as it relates to Julian and Margot, there's no prior relationship that you learned of with your investigation between Ms. Ellis.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira.
All right. So. Oh, wait a minute. I can fast forward. What am I doing? Totally forgot. I can zoom. Then they go to another trial. Trying to outsmart them. And they're outsmarting me. They go to another trial. I did want to cover this trial too. This kid was 14 when he shot somebody. That was another one I wanted to cover.
June, his mother was also stabbed, and she survived her injuries.
Surveillance video taken inside that grocery store shows Margot and Julian Wood passing Ellis with their grocery cart when Ellis then turns around and begins following the pair.
Yeah, before we get you back into the courtroom now, just to get you caught up on this case, if you're just
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a giant.
So that was her pretrial. One of her pretrials. You can see these are all her pretrial hearings. There's the smile to the camera. Oh. Dad and Julian.
Please tell us what you do for a living.
I am a golf pro.
And what community do you reside in?
I live in North Olmsted.
And, sir, are you married?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Expecting.
Congratulations. Mr. Stroud, do you have an opportunity to shop at the Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road from time to time?
Yes.
And did you shop there or attempt to shop there on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did you shop by yourself or were you shopping with your wife?
I was with my wife.
All right. And Mr. Stroud, can you tell us when you arrived at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, what happened and what are the circumstances that caused you some pause?
Well, it wasn't until we were leaving, really, until anything was happening. So, our experience was normal until we were leaving the grocery store.
Okay, so you had already done your grocery shopping?
Correct.
All right, and you had gone out in the parking lot?
Yes.
And when you were in the parking lot, did you load your groceries into your car?
Yes.
All right. And so what happened while you were doing that or on the completion of that task?
Yeah, we had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right. And, sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially we didn't really know exactly what was going on until we heard more screaming and another crash. And that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right. And so you heard some screaming. And so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And, sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it. And as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife and I instructed her to call 911 immediately.
All right. And were you both in the car when your wife called 911?
Yes.
And if I were to play the 911 call, would you recognize your wife's voice?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 187, please. It is State's Exhibit 202.
Is it paused?
It is.
And just again, there was a little bit back and forth. You said 197, but it's 202.
It is State's Exhibit 202.
Very good. All right. Go ahead. One moment. At a sidebar, or do you want to talk to the prosecutor first?
All right, we have to slip in a break. When we come back, we'll have more of this case out of Ohio, this tragic one where a 3-year-old toddler was stabbed. We have
All right, I can still go ahead and fast forward a little bit, but not much. Not much. All right, hold on.
She's stabbing somebody? Margot said you can start responding to North Olmsted 9 Eagle. We have several cars coming with a knife trying to stab people. Do you have a description of her?
Yes, she's a black female. I remember she's walking towards the rain.
Oh, she's outside now?
She's outside walking.
Okay. This is going to be a black female walking towards the rain road with a knife. All black? Is anybody injured?
Now, in there, we heard Ariel's voice and we heard another male's voice. Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
And were you also providing information to your wife to give to the 911 operator?
No, I had the windows rolled down in the car and I was screaming to others in the parking lot to exit the area. I didn't want anyone else to be injured.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Continue.
Yeah, somebody's injured. I think it's somebody stabbed in one location.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. Okay, let me keep you on the line. Don't hang up, okay?
Okay, I will not hang up.
Yeah, just stay on the line for me.
Hold on. I got it. The black female wearing all black, walking towards the window, black leggings, black top. She's got the knife with her.
Have you said then what else does she look like?
She's a black tall female wearing black leggings, black t-shirt. You got two more silver center on the window. She's walking over.
Okay.
She's wearing a knife in her right leg.
Okay.
10-4 affirmative. Now she's walking towards the window.
Okay.
Yeah, stop right there.
Ma'am, don't hang up the phone. I'm just going to keep you on hold. I got the ambulance heading there, okay?
So I need to call the ambulance if you want.
Now, after your wife contacted 911, sir, at that point in time, Once she hung up with 911, what did you do?
Well, we followed the female until she was detained by the police.
And how did you follow her?
I was in my car, and then as I felt I had a good amount of distance from her, I got out of my car and pointed the police to her, and then re-entered my car and went back to go help the boy.
Okay. And Mr. Stroud, so you indicated to us that you saw the actual stabbing.
Yes.
All right. And so were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing, or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. Okay. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right. And so when the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees and then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her, and at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help, and as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance, so I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in, and I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured but not severely, and was just begging. She kept asking if he was breathing.
I want to point out that witness opted out of being shown.
All right. See if I can fast forward a little bit here. All right. Unfortunately, we caught up. So, all right. I think tomorrow what we'll do is we'll come on at like 10, but I'll let it roll until 10:30 so we can just kind of cruise through. So Matthew Stroud, eyewitness. He says he's a golf pro. He was leaving the Giant Eagle with his wife. He was loading groceries in his vehicle when he heard screaming. Heard more screaming, then he heard a crash. I'm assuming that was probably the not the golf cart, the grocery cart fell over. He saw a knife covered in blood. He saw violent motions towards mother and child. Then the person started walking toward him and his wife. So they got in their car. He told his wife to call 911. Then they played the 911 call. Then he saw about 2 or 3 stabbings. He says his eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else. He said that Bionca walked away like she was taking a walk in the park, swinging the knife. Law enforcement pulled up. They drew weapons. She dropped the knife. She didn't resist. Law enforcement detained her. He then turned back to those that were injured. He said he got back in the car. He drove back to the aisle where this happened. Remember, this is in the parking lot. He realized he had blocked the entrance for the ambulance, so he says he sprinted back to his car. He moved his car. He then went back to the scene. He saw a small boy badly injured. There was a female giving CPR. And then he said the mother, who was also injured, and she was asking if he was still breathing. So. All right, so what would you guys do? What would you do? Let's do a poll. We have 357 people watching. Let's do a poll. You guys like polls? Let's do a poll. What would you do? All right, what would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? Now, I know this is Monday morning quarterback, hindsight, 2020, you know, all that stuff, but all right, what would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? All right, new poll for us. All right, what would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? Run away quickly, call 911, keep a safe distance, tell an employee and walk away, confront her and ask what's up. So what would you guys do? Richard in the kitchen says her behavior was suspect, especially acting the way she was and yielding a deadly weapon. Never hurts to have it checked out. All right, I can't. All those people in store didn't even see her walking around with a knife. Crazy, right? Bonfire Barbie. First, we need a poll to see if we like polls. I'm just going to show this because they're showing stuff, but they're just talking about, you know. But I'll show this. So there's Margot and little Julian. Living Ghost says, I wonder if Cleveland is like New York, where there's a strong culture of minding your own business. Thank you, Camilla. Polls are great. All right, here we go.
Yes. So just so we understand, your car was backed in as if you would then be pulling out of that aisle.
Yes.
All right. And when you saw this person, she was dressed in all black?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed her down, all the way down, just like you showed us?
Correct.
All right. But you were on the opposite side of her?
When it took place, yes.
Okay. And then when you followed her, were you behind her?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came to a point that you stopped, and you then went back to try to render aid, correct?
Yes.
And there were other folks already there before you.
Yes.
And Mr. Stroud, you made a statement to the police about what you have observed that day?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize Bionca Ellis in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll go ahead and stipulate that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. Stroud. I appreciate your time.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Stroud, you said you heard screams and you got out the back of your car to see what was going on, or you got out your car to see what was going on, correct?
I never got back into my vehicle. So when I parked the cart, I opened my driver door, and that's when I heard screams. So I was never in my car. I was outside the entire time.
Okay. And you witnessed this incident, and you said the person kind of casually just walked off?
Yes.
No running, no, just a casual stroll?
Just walking away.
And you said she was swinging her arm with the knife, like she knew what was going to happen. What did you mean by that?
She wasn't trying to get away.
She wasn't trying to get away.
She was obviously intended to be detained momentarily. I think she knew exactly what was going to happen.
So you said she was walking at a slow pace, like not a care in the world, you said like a stroll in the park, correct?
Yes.
And you said when the police came, you directed them to her location.
Yes.
And she stopped at gunpoint and dropped the knife?
Yes.
Right. One moment, Judge.
Yes. Thank you. Any redirect on that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up the cross-examination of this witness. Let's break it down with our...
All right, so he parked his cart. He never got in his car. That's when he heard the screams. He says she wasn't trying to get away, and she was just walking, swinging her knife. All right. All right, so we have a poll going. What would you guys do? What would you do if you saw Bionca walking around in the store with a 12-inch knife? 6% said run away quickly. 65% said call 911, keep a safe distance. 25% say tell an employee, walk away. 4% say confront her and ask, what's up? So, widespread. How are you today? There are 3 Walmarts close to your home. One is a sketchy area. I haven't gone there since a guy threatened to hurt my toddler. Wow. Forced his way in front of me in line. Other 2 were good though. Yeah, wow. Jeez, unbelievable, right? David Robinson, crazies are everywhere. I think that's what, hey Bree, good to see you. I think, Richard, you say that all the time, right? Whenever we watch this, Richard's always saying they live among us or they walk among us, right? You're always saying that. The SEALs are confronting her. Right. Virginia, no, this is not an old trial. It's going on right now. It's just on a court order that it can't be live streamed, so they're doing a delay. So it's currently going on right now in North Olmsted, which is Cleveland, Ohio, and it's going on right now. Bree, hey Squeegee and the gang, good to see you. Denisha says, yes, Bree, there's a bunch of us here. Scott, I guess, wasn't feeling well, has a cold, so he ended his stream, and we had a raid. We had an RA raid earlier, so a lot of you have stuck around, and we appreciate that. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out with us. Play on Crime, They Walk Among Us, both a podcast and a book. Right, hold on, we're going back into court.
And so, how long have you worked for Giant Eagle?
A little over 2 years.
And were you so gainfully employed at Giant Eagle back on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what department do you work in, sir?
I work in the curbside department.
Okay. Explain to me what that is.
People order their groceries, we shop the orders, and we bring it out to them in their cars.
All right. And what shift were you working on June 3rd of 2024?
I believe it was an 8 to 4, somewhere around that time.
All right. And does somebody else you know work at Giant Eagle?
Yes, my girlfriend Jaslyn works with me.
And what's Jaslyn's last name?
Jaslyn James.
All right. And so were you both working that day?
Yes, we were.
All right. And since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, did there come a time that you guys take your breaks together?
Yes, we do.
All right. And when you take your breaks together, like, what do you do?
We usually go out to her car and eat lunch or drink coffee or something along those lines.
Okay, chit-chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to music?
Yes.
All right. And so we're going to turn our attention, Mr. Shop, to June 3rd of 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Was your girlfriend, Jaslyn, working that day?
Yes, she was.
All right. So tell us what happened during the course of your day.
After working for a few hours, we went on break.
About what time was that, sir?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, go ahead.
Then we spent about 15, 20-ish minutes on break, eating, and
where were you on this break?
We were in her car.
Okay, so did you go outside?
Yes, we did.
All right, was it raining outside?
No, it wasn't.
All right, sunny day?
Yes.
All right, so you went into her car. What kind of car did she have?
She has an orange Jeep.
All right, and so were the windows up or were the windows down?
The windows were up.
All right, and so what were you guys doing then in the car?
We split a foot-long sandwich, and we were just talking before we went back in.
All right. And so suffice it to say you had your lunch and you were going to go back into work?
Yes.
And so what happens when you prepare to go back into work?
I opened my door to get out of the passenger side, and I heard screaming.
All right. And when you heard screaming, Mr. Shop, do you know where it was coming from?
I didn't. I heard what direction it was coming from, but I couldn't see where it was coming from.
All right. And so upon hearing screams, what did you do, sir?
I don't know why, but the screams to me sounded like actual screams of distress, not like screams of like someone playing around, so I took off running towards them.
And when you were running towards them, what did you see and what did you observe?
I saw a woman on the ground holding a child, and they covered in blood, and someone standing over them.
All right. And who was standing over them?
It was, I'm not sure how to answer this. Should I say?
Well, was it a man or a woman?
It was a woman standing over them.
Okay. Was it a Caucasian woman or a black woman?
It was a black woman.
All right. And can you tell me what she had on?
I do not remember, no.
All right. Did she have anything in her hands?
Yes, there was a knife in her hands.
All right. And when you saw the knife, what did you do?
When I got to them, I instantly asked the mom and the child. Well, I asked the mom if this woman just stabbed her child.
Okay.
Even with a tragedy like this one, it's encouraging to hear the reaction from.
All right, so this is Griffin Schaff, Giant Eagle employee. Works in the curbside department. He opened the passenger door. He was with his girlfriend, I guess, and he opened the passenger side door. He heard screaming. He said it was screams of distress, so he ran toward them. He saw a woman on the ground holding her child covered in blood with someone standing over them. The woman, it was a woman. She was black. Doesn't remember what she was wearing. She was standing over them with a knife in hand. So he got to them and he asked the mom if this woman just stabbed her child. All right. Alrighty, so let's see. Purple Daisy says, I like the way she questioned the last witness when he said he wasn't sure how to answer. Richard says, FYI, a suspect armed with a knife can cover a 21-foot distance in the time it takes for a trained officer to draw and fire a handgun. Wow. Virginia, let's see. I asked this was a new trial, got called away. Yes, it is a new trial. It's the judge says it can't be streamed live. So Court TV is showing it, but they're doing their commercials. Law and Crime is uploading chunks, but they're not uploading all the witnesses. Like they have opening statements. They have witness number 4. So it's going to be a challenging one to watch just on that level, unfortunately. So we're doing the best we can. We're doing the best we can with what we have. So I think tomorrow what I'll do is we'll start late and we'll let the feed build up and then we can fast forward. So tomorrow will be a little bit more less stops and starts and stuff. Hey, Lucy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Camilla says Fatima's trial was more frustrating. Yeah, but that was only one. That was only one day. That was only one day we had to suffer through. We got to deal with this every day. So, ooh, we just have to start late I think we just start late and do the best we can. We'll just start late, and that way, at least we'll be able to fast forward. I think we can cobble it together a little bit better now that we know what's going. If we give them like an hour and a half, I think we can do that. Bree, yes, defendant is in the courtroom. Bionca Ellis, she is in the courtroom. She is there. Let's see. You can search on YouTube and actually see police training about that. It just shows you how fast it is. Wow. CJ, perhaps we can do the other trial recap beforehand. Chandler one. That means no. That means just stopping this one. I don't want to do that. I want to be in the moment with this one. I don't want to be like 2 days behind or 3 days behind. You know. We'll get to Chandler. Don't worry. No, I want to be like daily with this. I don't want to let it go. Although if we were watching this a month from now, we wouldn't have to worry probably. I don't know. I want to be in the moment with this. I want to be in the moment with this one. Lily Wayne, do we know how many days this trial is supposed to take? Not offhand. Maybe I'm not quite sure. Let me see if I can find out. Let's see.
Lasky, living in Westlake, do you have an opportunity to shop at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted on Lorraine Road?
Yes.
All right. And how often do you shop there? Is that the typical place that you go grocery shopping, ma'am?
I shop there quite frequently, probably at least once a week, if not a couple times a week if I forget items.
All righty. And back on June 3rd of 2024, did you have the opportunity to be at Giant Eagle?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your circumstances were and what happened while you were there?
I was just going to pick up a few items. I pulled into the parking lot and parked my car. When I pulled in, I looked ahead as I got out of my car, and 2 parking rows in front of me, directly in front of me, I saw a commotion. I saw a shopping cart overturned, and I saw a woman on the ground, and 4 or 5 people looking frantic and yelling. Should I go on?
Yes. And so as a result of what you observed, what then did you do, ma'am?
I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but I felt like somebody needed help. So I ran over there and I said, "What's going on?" And that is when the woman on the ground looked up at me and said, "A woman."
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
So just when you're telling about someone else's comments,
Yes.
it would not be allowed in as hearsay.
Okay.
So why don't we just have you stop for a moment? I'll let the prosecutor ask you another question.
Okay.
So you saw this woman on the ground. So don't tell me what she said, but what did you observe when you looked at this woman? What was she doing?
The woman was sitting on the ground. I saw something in her arms. She was rocking.
And as a result of that, when you saw that and you had a conversation with her,
Yes.
she gave you some information.
Yes.
What did you do?
I immediately took the child that I saw in her arms and laid him down on the ground, assessed him, yelled for help, for EMS, somebody to call, and I started CPR.
All right. And for us lay folks, what kind of CPR were you able to do on this child?
Well, I immediately assessed his airway, but he had a mouthful of blood, so I was not able to give any rescue breaths. I assessed if he was breathing. He was not breathing. I checked a pulse. There was no pulse. So you immediately start chest compressions, which is what I did.
Okay. And that's the protocol?
Yes.
And so how long did you do that, ma'am?
I honestly don't know. It was a while until EMS showed up. Time was just a blur. I don't really know how long it was, but it was a while.
All right. Did another nurse then come and relieve you?
Yes.
All right. So prior to the police or ambulances coming, is it fair to say that civilians were trying to help this child?
Yes.
Okay. And what I mean by civilians, obviously nurses.
One other nurse besides myself.
Correct. And so once this other nurse came, what did you then do next?
She asked if I needed relief. Was I tired? And I said yes. And she said, I can take over. I'm a nurse. You're doing great. I said, yes, take over. I went to assess the mother because I saw she was bleeding as well. And that's what I did.
Okay. And during this point, did there come a point that the police then arrived and ambulances arrived?
Yes.
All right. Other than these life-saving measures that you attempted on these folks, did you do anything else, ma'am?
No.
And did you have
We're
any
hearing
blood?
this recounting in this clip of a registered nurse who rushed to the
Okay, so right now on the stand is Cheryl Molaski. She's a nurse and eyewitness. She went shopping, pulled into the parking lot. Directly in front, she saw a commotion with a cart overturned. She saw a woman on the ground with 4 or 5 people frantically yelling. She said she felt someone needed help, so she ran over. She said she saw a woman on the ground. She took the child. She started to do CPR. She addressed his airway. He had a mouthful of blood. There was no pulse. He was not breathing. She started compressions. Time was a blur. She felt that it was a while before another nurse did come to relieve her. She said there were civilians trying to help. There was one other nurse beside her. Beside herself. The other nurse came over, said, "You look tired. Do you need some relief?" So she said yes, and then she went over to assess the mother. All right. All right. Oops. JRN says, truly blessed with your career, 18 years as an RN. Jenny Lynn, what a brave hero to help in that moment. The way she did, I'm so sorry so many people had to witness a moment that will haunt them for a lifetime. This is such an inconceivable and unconscionable act. Play on crime, Southern Nurse. Sounds like a handle here in chat. Richard in the kitchen says, even though we can use deadly force against an attack, we still have to be smart and do everything we can to avoid it. Otherwise, we could end up in jail. All right, thank goodness they tried to help. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just insane. Lily Wayne, it would be so hard for that mother to let go of her child. I know. So sad. Lily Wayne also says, hopefully the witness told the mom that she was a nurse and she wanted to help the child. I'm sure. Ossie Gardner, I absolutely loved my job, but I'm retired now. Hellwriter, I feel so bad for mom. You know she is suffering. Yep. Widespread panic. Have any of the witnesses identified Ellis as the one who did the deed yet? Yes. Yes. Jonathan Raston. Jonathan Raston saw. No. Let me. He saw. He didn't. Yes, and no. He saw Bionca walk away. He said he saw the stabbing. He did say, okay, so Matthew. I'm sorry. The Matthew Stroud did. He's the one. He saw the stabbing. So it was the employee, Matthew Stroud, saw it, but then there was also, he saw the knife covered in blood, saw the violent motions, and then the other eyewitness, Jonathan Rastu, saw her walking away. So yes, to answer your question, widespread, 2 so far have seen it. So there have been a few people. There have been a few people that have actually saw it, heard the screaming, saw it. Virginia, your daughter-in-law is an ER nurse and a former Marine. Cal, yeah, love to all the nurses in chat. Your colleagues have made horrible times livable and even hilarious. You all have saved my life more than once. Cheers to that. And the defense opening, they said she did it. Yeah, nobody's it's kind of like Carlos Widespread. This is like Carlos Dominguez. Nobody's denying that he did it. They're just saying why. So it's going to boil down to the why. So nobody is nobody's saying she didn't do it. They're just saying that they're questioning the why, and they want to get her. There's going to be two experts. One is going to be for the state. One's going to be for the defense. So it's going to boil down to a battle of the experts. Who do you believe? The state said that she was in a state of psychosis at the time, and the defense is going to say no. So. Rainbow Rabbit Hole, yes. Have you taken the survey yet? Have you taken our poll? What would you do? What would you do? What would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? What would you do? Run away quickly? Call 911, keep a safe distance? Tell an employee and walk away? Or confront her and ask what's up? What would you do? Alex, yes, this is an insanity defense. Not guilty, reason of insanity. She was originally not held competent, or she was originally assessed to not be competent, but then she was taking her meds. She was forced to take her meds, and now she is. And then she was deemed to be competent. So yes, this is going to be. And if you have questions, check out our description. We put a lot of thought and time into our description, so check our description. The other way around, dude, state is saying she was. I'm sorry. Did I mess that up? Sorry. Yeah, state is saying she was competent. Yep. Defense is saying she was psychotic. Thank you. See, chat, that's why I love you guys so much. You keep me on the straight and narrow. Widespread. So we have to wait for mental health experts to testify. Hopefully P-Rex can give us some insight. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to have to hear from the experts. It's going to be a battle of the experts. All right. Yes, Brian Walsh, trial delayed. We were going to cover Brian Walsh, too. We were going to cover him. Well, hell, why not? Let's just watch this. We were going to cover Brian Walsh.
In the studio with the latest is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, thanks for being with us and staying on top of this case for us. Let us know what the latest is.
New court filings that we've been digging through, and basically this means no new trial date set after this recent delay. Until after accused killer Brian Walsh is evaluated to see if he is competent to even stand trial at this point in time. Jury selection, that was set to begin in 2 weeks in Dedham, Massachusetts. Now it's on hold for at least a 20-day evaluation. In the defense motion to continue that we've been fishing through, filed on October 3rd, his attorneys claimed that he has been suffering from anxiety and fear ever since being stabbed in jail last month. Quote this, the defendant was violently assaulted and is mentally and physically unable to, at this time, to fully participate in his defense and to tolerate the physical requirements of attending full days of trial at this point in time. Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Anna Walsh, in January of 2023 after prosecutors alleged that he suspected the mother of his 3 children of having an affair. Her body has never been found. His next court date is set for October 27th for his next competency hearing. But again, no new trial date at this point in time.
I thought we were going to trial by the end of October.
I was packing my bags.
This was going to be a big one. You love Massachusetts.
I do.
We know you spent a lot of time there. But it may not even be in the venue that we were expecting. What's happening with the defense
there were changes with that, or at least anticipated. Timing of the competency evaluation is also interesting because it's on the heels of the defense filing for a motion for a delay of 30 days in the case, claiming Rule 14 discovery violations of evidence that they say is favorable to the defense that they haven't seen, and new DNA testing done by the Commonwealth that they're just now hearing of. Defense also recently filed a motion for change of venue or veneer. That's what you were talking about, Julia. We still have to wait on those. And prosecutors are asking for the Karen Reed buffer zone around the courthouse in Dedham to be reinstated with the anticipation of some familiar faces, including the one on your screen. Some of the same witnesses being called, including fired trooper Michael Proctor. Walsh is charged with first-degree murder, along with misleading investigators and obstruction of justice, just to name a few. The list is long. He faces life behind bars if convicted, and of course he has pleaded not guilty. But these are new filings that we're getting our hands on right now, and it's really shedding a light into how the defense has really been trying to postpone the trial for the past couple weeks.
And this has been going on for years now. No
Yep.
doubt this family just frustrated with the process. Matt Johnson, thanks so much for bringing us that new information. Let's bring in our guests who are standing by with us. We have attorneys Michael J.
All right. So, Courtney Clenny, she's still on track for December 1st. We absolutely will be covering her. Brian Walsh, I really don't know much about. That right there, that clip told me more than I know about Brian Walsh. So, interesting. Yeah, we were going to cover him. He was supposed to start on the 20th, but he got stabbed right in jail or something. And we were looking forward to covering it, but apparently he's now been kicked down the road. So, we're going to have a Halloween stream, you guys. Check it out. We have decided to do a Murder on the Orient Express clue game type situation. We're going to do that on Halloween night. So we're going to have suspects. We're going to have somebody who has been taken out. And it's up to you guys to figure out who is the perpetrator. So we're not going to have a defendant, but we're going to have suspects on the stand that I'm going to ask questions to. I'm going to play the judge, both the state and the prosecution. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ask questions, and they're going to answer, and then you guys get to ask some questions as well. So we're going to do that Halloween night. But before that, we're going to probably start it on the 15th. So we'll be dropping clues in chat starting on the 15th and 16th. So hopefully you guys will join us for that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. So let's see, what else? Cool. Alice, Tammy. Good. Kelly, yeah. Pammy, yeah, it's going to be fun. I think you guys will have a blast. So that's going to be Halloween night. Kelly, yeah, hint, it's definitely not me. Says the first suspect. Norma, ooh, can't wait. Sounds exciting. Yes, Jenny D. What time are we doing it? Probably at probably 8 o'clock. Probably 8 o'clock, 7:30 or 8. Friday. It's a Friday night. Halloween is Friday night. So I expect hopefully you guys can join us 8 o'clock Eastern. I think I'm leaning towards 8 o'clock. It'll probably be an hour, 2 hours, something like that. Not too long, not too short. I think it'll be fun. Do we have to dress up? If you want. If you want to. If you want. Melanie, yes. But why did I say Melanie? Mallory, yes. Sorry. I got excited there. Selena, sounds like fun. Yes, MLC, sounds like fun. Yep. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Norma, yes, put it on your calendar. Bice says you can't take out anyone. It wouldn't be me. If you don't play Monster Mash or Thriller, I'm not coming. Well, you two might have something to say about that, but we'll find some Halloween music. Don't worry, we'll find some Halloween music. Yes, it's going to be a Friday night Halloween party. Exactly, and why not? Why not? Let's have some fun. We see enough out there in the real world. Let's have some fun. Rachel, you gonna miss it? Trick or treating with your kiddos? Well, hopefully you'll be back in time. What time is trick or treating on the East Coast? Usually, isn't it from like 5 to like 6 or 7? I thought it's usually around 5 o'clock. Hey, Alien, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Super T says that sounds like fun. Yes. Aussie Gardner would love to watch Brian Walsh. Yeah, me too. I was getting ready to cover it. It was going to be the 20th. We were going to start that on the 20th. We were looking forward to covering it. So now it's been kicked down. You have a Halloween festival as well? Aw. Denise, you work Friday nights? Well, is it something that you can... Is it something that you can watch while you're still working? Alien, yes. Hey man, if you're not doing anything, join us. If you're not streaming yourself, come over and join us. 5:30 to 7 for upstate New York. Yeah, that's what it's usually. Yeah, 5 to 7, 8, something like that. And then of course for the adults, it starts at 9 or 10. That's when the fun really starts, is like 10 o'clock. But yeah, we'll be going. I think we'll start around 8. Figure 8 to 10, something like that. Yeah, Scott live streams his trick-or-treaters. His candy giveaway is in biohazard bags. The family wears hazmat suits and gloves. Yeah, we watched him, I think it was last year. We watched his Halloween stream last year. He's pretty funny. 5 p.m. for Bay Area in California. Yep, we would love to have you. Come and join us. Mary, that sounds fun. Memories of past holidays always make me so depressed. This will be nice and we'll enjoy it. Cool. Kelly says that will be fun. Daisy, fun. I don't get children as my street is a dead end and dark. Debbie, you're 55 on the 21st. I get old quicker than I eat it. I'd ever imagine. Now, let's see. They might be coming back. Let's hope that they go back into the court. Go back into the courtroom. Come on, Juliet. Send us back into the courtroom. Let's go back into the courtroom. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, no, not Sanchez. Although this does look interesting. We may want to cover this one. I don't know anything about it. Let's see.
Yesterday, citing the severity of the alleged victim's injuries, the police say that the former Jets quarterback smelled of alcohol when he got into a fight with a 69-year-old truck driver. Police say the truck driver pulled out a knife to defend himself, and Sanchez was also stabbed during this incident. Now, authorities say that the investigation is ongoing and additional charges are possible in this case. We'll keep you updated on what happens there. We're also in Ohio this hour for the toddler stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. She's the 34-year-old accused of stabbing and killing a 3-year-old, Julian Wood, and injuring his mother. This all happened outside of a grocery store in June of last year. And investigators say that the victims were randomly targeted. The defense says that she was going through a severe episode, that Ellis was, quote, insane at the time of the attack, and they pleaded not guilty by reason of that insanity. On the stand now is someone who was a bystander who rushed in. She was actually a pediatric nurse. So we already had a registered nurse on the stand. This one is a pediatric one, Rachel Craven. She was in the grocery store parking lot that day. And in Ohio, she is someone who is allowed to opt out of being on camera, but we will hear her voice during her direct examination.
Describe for us where about you parked your car to get into before you went to the store?
My car was closest to the volunteer store, so.
Okay, so if I'm gesturing to the bottom part of the screen.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the other side.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I cut you off, but I might cover you with questions as we go. So
that's okay.
Park your car. Are you alone or are you with someone?
I'm alone.
Okay. And you hear this person telling people to get out of the parking lot. So do you ever make it into the store?
No.
All right. So what happens then when you go back to your vehicle?
I had seen a crowd of people run one way and then a few people go another direction. Once I was in my car, I decided to drive my car the 2 parking lanes forward to where I parked. In several parking spaces next to me, there was a woman on the ground with a sliced tank top, a tipped over shopping cart, and then a child on the ground with a woman performing CPR already. I got out of my car.
Hang on a second. Take a deep breath. Next question.
Okay. So you come upon this scene, and do you say anything when you come upon these people?
Yes, I divulged to the other nurse that I was a pediatric ICU nurse and asked her if she wanted me to take over.
And how did you know she was a nurse?
I didn't.
Right. So how did you come to learn that she was a nurse?
I think after the fact.
Okay. And you asked that person, do you need relief?
Yes.
Okay. And was it at that point that you did, in fact, start rendering life-saving measures to this child?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to anybody else?
No.
And tell us a little bit about life-saving measures you did render.
I did chest compressions. I could not tell you how long for. And then at some point, someone from the store came out with an AED, so an external defibrillator. We put pads on. It did not identify a shockable rhythm, and I continued CPR until the police came.
And in your training experience as a registered nurse, did you have concerns for the well-being of this child you were treating?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me ask you this, when did you leave that area and cease your life-saving measures?
I believe it was the police department came up. There was a gentleman that screamed for everyone to back off. So I got up, I stepped away, he secured the scene, and I stayed at my car.
Due to the efforts that you made, did you ever have blood on your clothing after rendering these measures?
Yes.
What did you do directly thereafter?
There was one police officer who was putting tape around the scene. I had went up to him and I had let him know that at some point I had thrown my sunglasses, that those were mine. I did not need them back, but I wanted him to know that I performed CPR. He had advised me to wait by my car, and another police officer came over.
Were you pregnant at the time?
I was 36 weeks.
Did there come a point when you talked to the police about what you did that day?
Yes.
And you may have just described the extent of it? Is that
Yes.
accurate? Did you
Correct.
ever go in for a formal statement or
No.
anything like that? Okay. So after these efforts that you described and your interaction with the police, was there anything else you did connected to this case?
No.
Sure.
Ms. Craven, I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon. I have nothing else.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
No questions, Ms. Craven. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Just a sidebar for one.
Another snippet there from inside of the courtroom of a witness on.
All right, wow. Rachel Craven, nurse, pediatric, ICU pediatric nurse. She was a white eyewitness. She never made it into the store. She said she saw a crowd run one way and then run another way. So she parked, went to the scene. She saw a woman on the ground. She saw a child on the ground with another woman performing CPR. She asked that woman if she wanted to take over. She said, "I'm an ICU pediatric nurse." So she started to perform CPR. Then somebody from the store came out with an external defibrillator, and she continued CPR until law enforcement came. She wanted to let law enforcement know that she had performed CPR. She was 36 weeks pregnant at the time. Man, right? Just amazing. The stories that you hear from people, in times like this, just unbelievable. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. We took a poll here. I'm going to go ahead and end it. All right, what do you guys think? 299 votes. Thank you for voting, guys. Appreciate it. So 299 votes. 299 votes. What would you do if you saw Bionca walking around in the store with a 12-inch knife? What would you do? What would you do? 65% of you said you would call 911 and keep a safe distance. 23% of you said tell an employee and walk away. 7% said run away quickly. 5% said confront her and ask what's up. So, interesting. Kalia said, I didn't realize you need a rhythm of some kind to use a defibrillator. I don't know how those work, so. I'm not sure how those work. David says, I live my life by the 1/3 rule. 1/3 will like you, 1/3 will be indifferent, 1/3 will not give a. Real life is like that. Yeah. Pammy, I'm not even sure what's going on over there, but Pammy being Pammy. Ken says it has to be pretty. It has to be a pretty nurse, though. I don't understand that. Bree says 36 weeks pregnant. Wow, I've never even made it that long. Had all preemies, but still super prego, and she was still a hero through and through. I know, right? Still a hero. Denisha Sanchez has now been upgraded to stable. So Okay, yeah. A buddy of mine said, he says, "Are you guys following that?" I'm like, "Yeah, why not? We'll follow it. May not come to trial until next year, but we'll check it out." All right, they're playing opening statements again. Why not? Opening statements again.
Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart. The child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Miss Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. The evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
Madeline, what's unique about...
All right. So far we've heard from 7 witnesses today. Let's see, we've heard from Officer Danielle Shook. She saw Ellis come into the police station. Danielle Speher, she was the manager of the Volunteers of America. 4 eyewitnesses. We've heard from 4 eyewitnesses. Jonathan Rastow, he saw it. Matthew Stroud, he was an employee, he saw it. Cheryl Molaski, a witness, a nurse, and then also now the pediatric ICU nurse, Rachel. So, Kathy, I'm sure they didn't want to take a chance of pictures of Julian being published. We've covered many trials where it's a 30-minute delay, and then if you just don't. Judge just didn't want it streamed live. Judge doesn't want this streamed live, so they're doing these delays. I mean, we've seen Lori Daybell was 30-minute delay. There's been there's been other trials we've watched where it's just a straight up 30-minute delay. But it is what it is. We're happy we have a feed right now, and we'll figure out tomorrow. I think we'll just start later, and then that way we can fast forward through everything. But in the meantime, that means we get to spend more time with you guys. Joyce is coming back. Bree says, all of these people are going to have this trauma for the rest of their lives too. This is just terrible all around. I agree. Everybody, everybody involved. All right, let's see. DSN, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Honestly, don't understand why no one noticed before that and reported it. That is the question that a lot of people are asking. MLC, yeah, what purpose the judge thought he was accomplishing? Trying to protect, I guess. I mean, trying to protect people, the witnesses. I get it. Just do a straight up 30-minute delay. And just, I don't know. But we are happy that we're able to at least get this. Or at least we're able to get this. No, Kathy, we are not done for the day. It's only 3 o'clock our time. So we'll be going probably at least until 6 because they're not on real time. They're not on real time right now, so we'll probably go till 6 and then see what happens. Hey, Megan, hello. I'm late and starting from the beginning. No problem. The judge ordered a no live broadcast order. So Law and Crime is releasing little snippets I'm seeing. But even they missed, they started on opening statements and then they have witness number 4. So they don't even have the first 3 witnesses. So right now we're watching Court TV, and they're taking they take commercials. So we don't have just a raw feed. We have to just have to sit back and wait. So tomorrow, what I'll do is we'll start late. We'll start at like maybe 10, but I'll let the stream go to 10:30. Maybe I'll show some news. We could show some news clips. We could do some more of that. We could, just kind of. We'll come on at 10, but we won't start the stream until 10:30. So that'll give us like an hour and a half, and then hopefully we can fast forward through everything. Yeah, that's right now, Virginia. That's what's on their channel. Maybe they'll release things later. I mean, I suppose if you were going to cover this and you waited like a week, maybe then everything would be up, or 2 weeks. Maybe if we were going to cover this in November, maybe everything would be up. I don't know. Crash, you're on rewatch. Thank you for streaming this. Cool, no problem. Thank you for joining. So if we did not have what we have right now, if we didn't have what we have right now, we wouldn't even be able to do what we're doing right now. So at least we have this. So I'm happy about that. At least we have this. That's all I can say. Yes, Camilla, at least we have each other. We can all chat and hang out. All right, seems like they're back. Hold on. We got a new witness.
So on June 3rd, 2024, were you shopping at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes.
And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Were you able to complete your shopping trip that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe for us what happened on June 3rd, 2024 that you observed?
So I had finished unloading my groceries into my car, and I was getting in. I thought I heard maybe a scuffle, but nothing alarming really. And then I was in my car and I just heard somebody scream, "Someone's been stabbed." And right then, what do I say? She came by with my car, because my car and the victim's cars the windshields were facing each other, even though they were like a couple of spots away. And she walked by.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Who is she? Who are you referring to?
Bionca Ellis.
Okay. So let's just back up a little bit. You hear commotion and you hear someone say someone's been stabbed.
Yes.
Right? And are you in your vehicle when you hear that?
I was just getting in, yes.
So is your door open, or do you remember?
I don't really remember. I think it was like on the way of being shut, because then as soon as I heard that, then she came around the corner of their car and walked right by mine.
Okay. So did you walk towards the commotion or where?
No. It happened so fast. I was in my car and then I saw her and I saw the knife.
Okay.
And it was bloody with fresh red blood. And I called 911.
Okay. So let me just ask you a couple questions on that. You hear this, someone announced the stabbing, and your testimony is that immediately upon hearing that, you see the defendant.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And when you see the defendant, are you able to see her face?
If I saw her face, it's hard to remember. I would have probably just glanced up very briefly, but what caught my eye then was the knife.
And it was a sunny day?
It was.
Okay. And you see her walk in front of your vehicle? Is that?
Yeah, along the side of it.
Okay.
So, like,
to you?
yes. So she was like walking like my car, and then she was walking alongside of the vehicle, and then like turned to walk out the parking lot behind my car.
All right. So I have an Margot tab, the drone map, 187. I don't know.
Let's take this opportunity to bring in our
All right. So now we're hearing from Karen Kohler. She's an eyewitness. She went shopping. She was getting into the car when she heard somebody scream that somebody's been stabbed. Ellis, she says, walks by her car. She said it happened so fast. She saw her walk by with fresh red blood on the knife, so she calls 911. The knife is what caught her eye. Okay. Hopefully tomorrow will go a little bit smoother, you guys. We'll I think if we just start later, I think that's the way to go. We will we'll start later, and if we start an hour and a half later, I'm hoping that we can get through at least the morning. Hopefully we can get through at least the morning without having this. So we'll try a different tactic tomorrow. We'll start late. We'll start later. I hate starting later, but it is what it is. We'll pretend this is on the West Coast. We'll start at like noon. No, that's too late. But we'll pretend this is like if this was in Wisconsin, or Illinois, it would be starting at say 10 o'clock anyway. So we'll just pretend that it's not on the East Coast. well, Ohio isn't the East Coast, but you know. You know what I mean. Kathy, no problem. It's good to be here. Thank you, Kathy. You guys make it worth it. Yes, let's do that tomorrow, Nomad says. Play on crime. Isn't that wild that most witnesses were attracted to the knife? Not sure what I would be focused on. Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, woohoo, West Coast. Yeah, let's just pretend this is a West Coast trial. Let's just start at noon. We'll probably still be finished. Well, no, because they're probably going to go until like 7 or 8. So maybe we should do that. Maybe we should just start at noon and stream. Let's see when they end tonight. I want to see when they end tonight. If they go until like Vinny usually comes on at 8, I think. So let's see when they actually stop it. So we may switch. We'll see.
If I showed you a picture of the knife that you've described for us, would you be able to recognize it in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing this witness what's previously marked in these exhibits 63. Can you see what I placed up on the Mondo pad?
Yes.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a knife.
Is there anything notable about this particular knife?
The blood on it and the shape.
Is this a clear and accurate
Yes.
depiction of this knife?
Yes.
From June 3rd, 2024. After you call 911, can you follow this defendant? Sorry? Do you have the occasion of providing police with a written statement?
Say that again, please.
Sorry. Does there come a time where you provide a written statement to the police?
I went the next day and did a written statement. Yes.
And were you asked to do that based on calling 911, or you just went on your own?
I think I ended up just going on my own. I think that my family was like, you probably should do a police report just so it's documented, and so I did.
And was there anything else that you did after that statement besides testifying here in court today about this?
No, I just had waited for her to be arrested, and then I drove around because then it was like I was still on 911, and I said, oh, there's still a victim, and I drove around, and I saw people doing CPR on the boy, and I saw the mom sitting there next to him, and she was
I just want to mention, if you're joining us, number one, witnesses can elect out of being shown, which is why you didn't see.
Okay. So they show the photo of the knife. So do you think that was I want to see how they said it was a 12-inch knife. So usually 12-inch knives, is it the blade or is it just from the handle to the tip? Mary Fitz saying, getting an unsettled feeling that perhaps she did this for food and shelter. Well, that's what happened in Florida. She was at she went to a hotel. She tried to book herself into a hotel, and she didn't have a place to stay. Sorry. She didn't have a place to stay, so she just wanted to be arrested. 8-inch blade, 4-inch handle. Yeah. So if this is 12 inches from here to here, that's 12 inches. So 4 inches is here. So here's the basically my hand takes up the handle. So then this would be the blade. All right, so if that's the blade, oy. Ugh. Yeah, the ME is going to be brutal. Like, how deep did it go? This poor kid. Probably, I think he got stabbed in the back, I think. So we'll wait to hear the ME, but probably went through his lungs, his heart. Ugh. Joyce thought she had an apartment. She said in Florida she was homeless. She was homeless in Florida. David, yeah, that knife is huge. It's like a Mike Myers. That's all I'm thinking about. Is like this is out of like a Michael Myers horror movie. The back and in the face, right? I think they said that the face. She got him in the face and in the back. So it takes a lot of force to stab a human being. Agreed. Pammy, yeah, in the face. Yep. Joanne, this case is so heartbreaking on many levels. MLC, that's absolutely huge compared to the size of a 3-year-old. Yeah, totally. See, Gilmar, hola from Cabo San Lucas. You're in the middle of a Hurricane Priscilla. Wow. Wow, be careful. Be careful. Yeah, Mike, that's a big knife. That's a big knife. Hector's mom, I don't think I've ever seen a butcher knife with a 12-inch blade. All right, well, we got to listen to this. Oh, no, wait. Let's see. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking, walking around with that knife like Mike Myers. As soon as I saw that thing, I'm like, holy crap, that's a big knife. That's especially this time of year, that's immediately where my mind goes. Jenny Lynn, my heart hurts for the mama. It's always the good people that suffer the most because poor morality requires sacrifice, and sacrifice is an ungrateful world. In an ungrateful world, causes pain. It seems like she called to a friend or family member. Oh, okay. Hellrider, it's the entire knife, the handle and the blade. Okay. So 8-inch blade then. So was I correct? If this is the 12 inches, this is 12 inches. So that's 12 inches. So this is 8. So my hand is basically from 8 to 12. So that would be the blade. I mean, in any event, look at my face, look at my head, look at my neck. I mean, it's like, yikes. Sharon, I have the exact same knife. The blade is 8 inches and the 4-inch handle. Just terrible, 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 terrible. Bam, I'm going to measure your butcher knife. Allie B, I feel guilty for liking the Halloween movies at this moment. No, don't. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Just because you enjoy a certain genre doesn't, this had nothing to do with Halloween. That's just where my mind goes. So don't feel bad, Allie. Camilla, the blade of your husband's butcher knife is 8 inches. Richard says the heart is typically located 3 to 7 centimeters or 1.2 to 2.8 inches from the skull's surface. Oh, skin surface. So, yeah, an inch or two, and this blade is, well, you saw it. It's like huge. So here's the 8 inches, right? And then this is 2 inches. So, oh, this poor child. Poor kid. I always like to hear from the medical examiners. So they always tell the story, but I think in this case we know the story. I know the story already. It, for me, I mean, I guess probably for most people, if not, everybody, it's like, we know she did it, right? The defense isn't saying, oh, it's not her. I mean, we know she did it. So it's just a matter of why. And the why is going to be, was she having a psychotic break, or was she delusional? Was she hearing voices? Well, that's all a psychotic break. But what was it that caused her to do this? And I think that's what most people are having trouble understanding, is just the senselessness. It's just the senselessness of it all. Victoria took a knife cut class. It measures from handle to tip. Thank you for that, Victoria. I love our chat. I love you guys drop knowledge on us. We try to educate you as much as possible as well. That's definitely 12-inch knives in the kitchen at the restaurant you work. They are huge. 8-inch blades are also still insane, for sure. Yes, Lily Wayne. There were 3 women sitting in the courtroom, and she said, "Hello, beautiful," on her way out. Probably saying it to one of them, her family. I think so too. To me, that would make sense that was her family. She's like, "Hello, beautiful." Yep, we saw that yesterday. I had one that was stolen, but it had a slight curve. I call it my Julia Child special. Nice. All right, we got to check in on this.
Is serving a life sentence for the murder of Shad Therion. According to a criminal complaint, Shabiznes requested medical attention while in prison for a staple in her arm. When the nurse went to get tweezers, Shabiznes allegedly lunged at the nurse. A prison guard intervened and says that Shabiznes hit her in the head with a tray. Shabiznes has tried to attack her own lawyers during previous court appearances. Tomorrow's hearing will determine whether Shabiznes will be restrained at her assault trial, which is scheduled to begin on October 27th. There you see her attacking her lawyer. Previously, you may recall seeing that when it happened, we were all a little shocked, except for the man seated next to the lawyer who kind of moved his hands like not surprised at all. For now, we are watching testimony out of a Cleveland courtroom where defendant Bionca Ellis is on trial for murder. The 34-year-old Ohio woman is accused of fatally stabbing 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother, Margot, in what authorities are calling a randomly targeted attack. Let's go back inside that courtroom now. Now, the court is not allowing us to air all of the testimony, so we are bringing you key moments. Let's go back in where a responding officer is testifying on direct examination by the state.
Let's talk about June 3rd or June.
So that's interesting. So the court is not allowing all testimony to be shown. That's interesting. That's why it's all cut up. All right, that's why it's all cut up. So I didn't realize that. I didn't hear the court order that I read was that you can't stream it live. So I thought we'll just put it on a delay. But now they're saying that the judge doesn't want to show all testimony. Interesting. All right. Interesting. All right.
Of 2024.
Responding officers testifying on direct examination by the state.
Let's talk about June 3rd or June of 2024, prior to your promotion. What was your shift then?
So that day, it was a lovely sunny day. I was at Chestnut Elementary School. I was going to be doing the school guard at that time to make sure just children were able to cross the street prior to the incident.
Okay. So it was one of like a school outreach program or?
The crossing guard, they didn't have one at the time, and I offered to go ahead and go over there and help with that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you were on duty, but you were working in that capacity.
Yes.
On June 3rd.
I was still a patrolman, but I was just helping with that.
Okay, and as a patrolman then, what were your duties and responsibilities under that title?
The same as a supervisor of patrolling the streets of North Olmsted, interacting with the public, making arrests where they are applicable, or at least detaining individuals to investigate if a crime has or has not occurred.
Now, although you were acting in the capacity as a crossing guard on June 3rd, right, 2024, did you still have a radio on your person?
I was fully equipped with just the same gear I am equipped with today: radio, my duty service weapon, handcuffs, flashlight, taser.
Now, in court today, of course, your radio is turned off. Is that
yes,
correct?
Correct.
While you were helping the crossing guard duties on the 3rd of June, 2024, did you have your radio on?
Yes, I have my radio on and working.
Okay. And were calls coming through as you were helping at the school?
Yes.
And was there a time where a call came through that directed your attention?
We had a call for service at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, across from the police department, that there had been at least one stabbing, and the suspect was still at large and last walking eastbound.
And how do you respond when you get such a call?
With a call like that and the possibility of someone being seriously harmed or loss of life, I use my emergency lights and siren so I can respond there safely but as quickly as possible.
So fair to say you ended your crossing guard duties at that moment you got that call?
Correct.
Okay. And you were working alone that day, right?
Correct. I ride one man, just me, myself, and my vehicle.
And how long approximately did it take for you to get from the school to the supermarket?
I would say approximately 30 seconds or less.
So it's right around the corner?
It is. I was pretty much almost at the complete west side of North Olmsted.
Okay.
But I got there, like I said, as safely as possible.
Were you the
All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Laura Yaretsian.
All right, so they're not allowed to show some testimony, but it is what it is. All right. So on the stand right now is Sergeant Luke Petrie. He was a school guard. It took him 30 seconds to get to scene. Yes, we will be all over Shabibi. We'll definitely we'll cover that too. We'll cover that as well. We have a lot coming up, you guys. We have Jose Soto. Don't forget Jose Soto Escalera. His sentencing is on Friday. We have a Donna Adelson hearing. It's a case management. It's not her actually sentencing, I don't think. I think it's a case management. We'll have to double check on that. We have Courtney Clenny. She has a hearing next week. Sonny Bell's sentencing. Sean Higgins. We have a lot coming up this month. So a lot to look forward to. Widespread. She attacked two of them. She attacked her initial one, and then she attacked one after she was sentenced. So she's attacked at least two. Shababy, you say Shababy, I say Shabibi. I say tomato, you say tomato. You say Shabibi, I say Shababy. Oh no, wait, the other way around. Shapoopy. Now that sounds like a Family Guy reference. Trouble, I went to school with Robert Englund. Awesome, Freddy Krueger. Yes, he's a really nice guy. Freddy doesn't scare you. Yeah, Robert, it's Robert Englund? That's his, yeah. I generally do not get afraid at horror movies. You know, the jump scares, sure, whatever. I prefer psychological thrillers. So I'm not a huge fan of slasher movies growing up. You know, I was really more into the psychological. But Halloween, Mike Myers, absolutely. The first one, absolutely classic with Jamie Lee, of course. Absolute classic. And then Friday the 13th, yeah, I saw it. You know, again, I wasn't too hip on the slasher movies. I never saw like Saw, and I'm just not a fan of the torture ones. I'm more into vampire movies, you know, and just psychological thrillers. So, but I did see Nightmare on Elm Street in the theaters with my buddies, And I walked out of it. I'm like, this is really the first time in a long time that I actually was. I wasn't scared, but I had those moments of like, that got me. That got me. So I thought the idea was spectacular. I just love the whole concept of somebody coming into your nightmares and then taking you out. I love that concept. So yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. Saw it in the theaters. Johnny Depp's first movie. Awesome movie. Yeah, I didn't see I only saw the first one. Yeah, the rest was gore. Yeah, I guess that's more what it's. Yeah, the slasher and the gore. It's just. But Friday the 13th, you have to go back. It was, and same with Halloween, right? It's like teenagers making out, having, getting together, hooking up, and then here comes this killer. So is it like this commentary on teenage hooking up? Is it a commentary on that? And then it's just like gratuitous. But now that I'm older, I can look back. Definitely Halloween. Halloween still is one of my all-time favorites, just because of the psychology of it as well. I think it lays it out just so perfectly, from a lot of different angles. And then Friday the 13th, when I first saw it, I'm like, it's okay. But now that I look back on it and I compare it to other movies, I'm like, it does still have legs. It has some legs. I haven't seen it in a couple years. I watch Halloween 1. I watch that every year. That and Salem's Lot with David Soul. Those are my two Halloween movies I watch every year. We're watching. We just finished the Ed Gein Netflix series. What did you guys think about that? Did you guys watch that? Did you guys watch the Ed Gein monster on Netflix? Mike's Hilarious. That's a good one. I like that one. Hilarious. The others was scary, but it was so good. I named my son after the little boy, Nicholas. I want to watch Weapons, right? There's a new one called Weapons out. I want to check that one out. Exorcist, absolutely. Yeah, we always try to catch the Exorcist as well. Hill Has Eyes, yep. Let's see, what one had Crystal Lake? That's Freddy. I'm sorry, that's Friday the 13th. That's Friday the 13th. You found the Ed Gein was a horror show. Just want to know what you guys think about it. Yeah, nothing freakier than the Korean. Wait, you'll stick to your Hallmark movies? Sue says nothing freakier than Korean horror movies. Yep, absolutely. Original Pet Cemetery was cool. Yep. Have I seen Strangers? I don't think so. Midsommar is a good one. Heredity is a good one. That's by the same director, I think. Those are good. I like those. Tammy, you enjoyed the Ed Gein? Yeah, we finished it. Gonna watch it this Friday. Shining for sure. The Shining. Any Stephen King back in the day. Carrie, Salem's Lot, Shining. Even Christine. Well, Christine wasn't scary per se. Neither was Cujo. I saw Cujo in the theater. I saw Cujo in the theater. I love Psycho. Alfred Hitchcock's hands down my all-time favorite. Ed Gein, apparently, if you guys watched Ed Gein, he is the godfather. He apparently started, that was the inspiration for Psycho. That was the inspiration for Leatherface, Chainsaw Massacre. It was the inspiration for Hannibal, Silence of the Lambs. Ed Gein apparently was the inspiration. They called him the godfather. Richard Speck went off. There's some things in it that I question, like he supposedly helped them catch Ted Bundy. I don't know about that, but whatever. The Shining was your favorite scary movie. Shining's awesome. Stanley Kubrick, forget about it. Yeah, just absolutely spectacular. Rachel, you do not do scary thrower things at all. You're a scaredy cat. Janet, you just started watching the Ed Gein. Yeah, it gets pretty out there. It definitely gets pretty out there. Let's see. For everyone, who do you find has the scariest voice? The scariest voice. Huh, that's a good one. Who has the scariest voice? Pammy says, I was really into that Ed Gein show, but the dancing crap just ruined it for me. The ending, right? You're talking about, well, I don't want to spoil it for those that haven't seen it. I don't want to spoil it. We won't spoil it. Regina, you felt bad for Ed. He just wasn't diagnosed with his mental illness soon enough, and his mother was horrible. That's what I felt as well, and Aaron as well. They made him into this, almost like a hero at the end. It was like, right? It was kind of just an odd ending. It was a very odd ending. I'm going to just leave it at that. Stephen King, It. Yep, that's a good one. Tim Curry as the original monster. That was a good one. Vincent Price, scariest. Vincent Price. Joanne says, don't like horror movies. I do like thrillers. You guys have to check out. Okay, here we go. Back to court.
Radio is that they dispatched North Olmsted cars to respond to Giant Eagle, that there was a female stabbing patrons at Giant Eagle. And then that was like the initial call that had come out.
And how far away were you geographically?
I was probably approximately maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles from that location.
All right. And did you respond directly then to Giant Eagle?
I did.
Do you work with a partner?
As a detective, or on the day when I was working my traffic detail?
Well, I guess as a detective, do you?
No, as a detective, we help each other out depending what it is, but we normally work in individual groups.
June 3rd in the afternoon is your traffic detail. What's your answer there?
I'm sorry?
On June 3rd as a traffic detail officer, were you working with a partner then?
No, I was by myself.
Right. So when you respond 1 mile or 2 from
Yes.
Giant Eagle, what do you see when you come upon that store?
So when I arrived on scene, a number of my colleagues, I observed them working on our victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Woods. After I observed that initially, there were several of our officers there. There were a number of detectives and officers from our neighboring city, Westlake Police Department. We, along with Westlake, myself and detectives from Westlake, then went into Giant Eagle because of the call had come out that there was possibly multiple victims. So we went in to clear Giant Eagle in search of possible victims, and we checked the area, checked Giant Eagle. Everything was secure and clear at that time.
Were you aware if there was a suspect for this crime?
At that time, along with the officers renting, at some point in time, yes, while in Giant Eagle, it had come over that the defendant, Mrs. Ellis, was taken into custody.
And were you aware of the weapon that was utilized?
At that moment, no, but just briefly when I had observed, it was obvious that there was, either a stabbing or something to that effect. With the nature of the call when it came out that multiple people were stabbed, that was my insinuation as to what occurred.
All right. So after you clear the scene within Giant Eagle, what is your next step?
So after clearing that with the assistance of Westlake PD, I then made contact with, I believe her name was Nikki. She was the team leader or the manager working that day. We immediately go back to the back stock area of Giant Eagle where they have their video surveillance. I briefly, myself and Officer Petrie, who's our evidence technician, responded back there. She then started pulling up video, and at that time we were trying to establish a timeline as to when Miss Ellis had entered Giant Eagle and basically forming a timeline as to what had taken place.
And were you in fact able to make that timeline?
Yes, and then during that short time, we were able to find Miss Ellis walking into the Giant Eagle through the south doors. At that time, you could see, you watch the video where she kind of circles around, walks towards the customer service area. After walking past customer service, as Ms. Woods and Julian are heading, you could see that the defendant, Bionca Ellis, then observed them, because you could see the turn and how she kind of turned and looked at them and pretty much did a about face, then starts walking alongside them.
So did you come to learn whether or not this defendant went to any other businesses before she went to Giant Eagle?
Yes, I had learned that during that time when we were obtaining that, I was in contact with detectives from Westlake PD, who again were assisting us. They had told me that...
and I'll sustain. So what others told you can't be given here as hearsay. So I'll go back and let Ms. Patel ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you learn about the defendant's whereabouts prior to her going to Giant Eagle?
So I had learned that she had initially started from the Volunteers of America, and where she had selected the knives, then walked out with the knives. I had learned that after she walked out of the Volunteers of America, she then walked into Things Outlet, which is right next to it. Walked into Things Outlet, kind of stood there, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute. Walked out of Things Outlet. She's observed on video coming out of there. Taps the knives on a concrete pillar. Drops one of the knives. Continues walking from Things Outlet and continues into Giant Eagle, entering through the south entrance.
All right. So going back to Volunteers of America, when you learned that she was in that store, did you go to that store at any point?
I did, and shortly after leaving Giant Eagle, I did go into Volunteers of America, where I made contact with Diana.
Okay. And did you obtain a written statement from Diane at Volunteers of America?
Yes, and at that time, I had obtained both a written and a verbal statement from Diana.
And from Diane, were you able to obtain surveillance from her business?
Yes, so we had worked on getting surveillance, and I did, with Diane's assistance, that following day, which would have been the 4th, we obtained video surveillance from Volunteers of America from her operational manager, Robert.
Okay. And you collected this surveillance, correct?
Correct.
And did you have the opportunity to review the surveillance?
I did.
Okay. So if I played for you some clips from that surveillance in court today, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm pleading for this witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 182. Detective, do you recognize what I put up on the screen here?
Yes.
And what is it that we are looking at?
That is the interior of the Volunteers of America.
All right.
And if I'm looking at that correctly, that's going to be the kitchen knife area aisle, where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
Okay. And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Do you see timestamp up top on this exhibit?
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the witness step down just so we can identify the timestamp?
Sure.
Thanks.
Why don't you just gauge at it and then come on back and...
And for the record, I've stopped this video at the 1 minute, 3 second mark.
So the timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, 2:53 p.m. and it's like 16 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm resuming playing State's Exhibit 180. Did you speak with anybody else at Volunteers of America when you obtained this? Do you recall?
Just Diana.
And what did we
Well, for the record, you mentioned someone named Robert.
Robert was the following day, Your Honor, and that's who I obtained the video from that following day.
Okay, I thought that's what she asked you. Go ahead.
Now remember, that video is of the defendant in the store before she went to the grocery store sorting through knives. That's where she got the knife that she had in her hand, wielding it when she went into the grocery store. Stay tuned. We're going to have more testimony in the Tyler Stab murder trial for Bionca Ellis. We'll be right back.
All right. I'm gonna take a break too. I'll be back in a minute. Hold on. All right. I am back. Got some more water, ready to roll. Comfort break, stretch. Get up and stretch. Exactly. Everybody take a stretch break. Everybody take a stretch break. I have to admit, taking these like a break every 2 seconds is like really tiring. I was not expecting it to be this tiring. I'm more tired now than just watching a straight up trial. This is really tiring because I got to just every 2 minutes I have to like stop and do all this stuff. I just want to watch the trial. Let's see here. Jenny Lynn, I want to watch Annie Elise, now deep dive of Ed Gein. She says it's the real story and not the glamorized. Yeah, I've been looking forward to or trying to find just a straight up documentary on like what actually happened. Because you know you have the Netflix, you have it fictionalized and you know whatever it is. But I want to just watch a straight up documentary on what exactly did he do. Erin was, as we were watching it, Erin was like, I think she was on Wikipedia or something, and she was like, oh yeah, no, he definitely did that to the mother. He definitely did. I'm not going to give spoilers, but if you guys watched it, he definitely did that to the detective's mother. He definitely did other stuff, but he didn't do some stuff. He did other things, and he didn't do other things. So I don't know why they had him doing certain things because he didn't do that. So yeah, I want to watch just a straight up I just want to watch a straight up documentary on Geen because I don't really know that much about him. I have the patience of Job. Yeah. Thank you, CJ says. I'm really interested in this trial. I want to watch this trial. Rachel, how many are watching on Court TV stream? I mean, this couldn't hold my watchers. I stay here because Chris and Chad are the best. Thank you, Rachel. I don't know. I'll go check in a second.
So if I showed you a clip that corresponds to these photos, would you be able to describe it for us in court today?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to play for this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 193.
Okay.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this?
This is by the ATM area where the cashiers are at, and it has the subject walking, and then we'll cross paths with the victim, Julian.
Okay. I'm going to press play here. Sergeant, what did we just watch up on the screen?
We watched.
Yeah, so how about a sidebar just for all the lawyers for a minute?
While they're at a sidebar, let's get some more thoughts from attorneys Laura Uretzian and Dwight Williams. Laura, you know,
Serious, while they're at a sidebar, you guys, they're literally playing This Guy Already Testified. And I don't understand. I just don't understand this channel. Hey, I'm happy that you guys are streaming. I appreciate you, but while they're at a sidebar, just fast forward through it. You've already played this testimony too. This is testimony. This guy already testified. Detective Manuel Roman. He was the fourth. Or was he? I don't even know. What reality I'm living in right now. Barnabas Collins. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Dark Shadows. I used to get home. I remember getting home from maybe elementary school. I forget. But I totally remember watching Dark Shadows. Love Dark Shadows. It's only 30 minutes. Probably not an in-depth look. All right. Well, it's something. But thank you, Richard. Thanks for sending that. Widespread Panic says, other shoppers might not have noticed what was in her hand. I mean, we know it's there and we're looking for it. Yes, Bama Green Eyes, Twilight Zone, Alfred Hitchcock, Dark Shadows. Yep. Loved Twilight Zone. Outer Limits. Remember Outer Limits? Let's see. Tales from the Crypt is a good one. This is harder to figure out than Inception or Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I don't understand. Miss Bobby Smith, it's only supposed to be a week. They've already gone through nine witnesses, so the state may rest, The state may rest after another day or so. Sue says, how old are you? You watched Dark Shadows when you were a kid. Oop, they're back. Oop, oop, oop. Hold on.
Let's talk about, I apologize, Judge.
Sure, thank you. You may go ahead.
All right, let's move on to some of the photos that you took of the scene. All right. State's Exhibit 8. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Actually, you've already told me you took all these photographs, right? 1 through
Correct.
63. So,
And just for a moment, and if you don't mind, Sergeant, why don't you flip them with you in front? In the event she may ask you, and it's better identified in front of you, that we don't have to take the time of moving them. So if you can just flip while she's going as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, thanks so much. Go ahead.
and obviously we have a big stack of photos, right?
Correct.
Why do you take different angles, different vantage points of a crime scene?
To make sure I paint the scene in its entirety. In one angle, it does not do enough.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 8, what's depicted here?
The main location of the incident and the groceries, along with first aid equipment that has been used.
Okay. State's Exhibit 9, just a different viewpoint?
Correct.
All right. What's State's Exhibit 10?
An up-close photo of the trauma equipment that was used to render first aid.
How much later in the day are you taking these photographs?
Less than 20 minutes. This is pretty much immediately after Julian was transported.
Okay. And did you learn which vehicle between these two vehicles belonged to the Wood family?
Correct.
Which one?
The gray one.
The gray one?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 11. What's depicted there?
Just a zoomed in shot of the groceries that were purchased.
All right, so we'll move on through these. Okay, 15 is a little closer up. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
Just the complete area where things have been tossed about that she purchased to then North Olmsted officers rendering first aid.
And clearly, this area is taped off. There's other citizens' vehicles within this taped area. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So they just have to wait for their car till after you're done.
We made a point to try to find them, to advise them it was a crime scene. There was no ETA or estimated time. But
roughly, how long did it take you to photograph everything?
Easily over an hour.
Okay. All right, we'll move on through them. I'm just kind of scrolling through 16, 17, 18, 19. Again, these are different vantage points, and you are taking all of these photographs not to be repetitive, but to make sure you capture the entirety of the scene.
Correct. From different angles, correct.
So State's Exhibit 21, 22, 23. What's different about this picture?
That you can see her vehicle in it.
Okay.
And that you're getting closer to Giant Eagle.
And what's this?
The North Olmsted Water Tower.
Okay. Kind of an iconic landmark, right? That's
correct.
And the namesake of this shopping center is Water Tower Shopping Center, correct?
Correct.
All right, State's Exhibit 24, 25, we're looking at a different angle again. 26 is a little closer up. And if you know, what came of these items after everything was photographed?
I believe we picked them up and made sure if the family were able to get them, but I cannot recall.
All right, still with us, Laura and Dwight. Dwight, let me ask you, as we're looking at that scene,
So now they're back to Sergeant Luke Petrie. So they were on Luke Petrie, then they jumped over to Detective Manuel Roman, and now they're back to Sergeant Luke Petrie. So, okay. Play on crime. It's a case that doesn't get covered on other channels. Agreed. Katrina Bunny, I don't see how they could mount an insanity defense here. Well, they're going to say that she's had episodes since she was 22, and she's 33 now, 34, so 10 years, 11 years, she's been even 12 years. She was sent to North Coast Behavioral Hospital, which is a facility for diagnosing and figuring things out, and the doctor there, I think they said Dr. West was her name, said that she was having a psychotic episode at the time. We've seen enough trials now that we know that it's impossible to fake it. It's called malingering. And there's a series of tests. I'm no expert. I know that Psychosaurus Rex would definitely help me out on this, but there's a series of tests that you take, and you cannot fake this. So if one expert says she was going through a break, we'll have to hear what the other expert says. What will the other expert say? Hold on a sec. So I'm always just fascinated in like the impulse control. Like I've had thoughts. I think we all have. You're driving down the road, somebody cuts you off. You're like, yeah, shake your fist. Or you're in the grocery line and somebody cuts you off, or something happens. You feel that you've been aggressed upon. And we all have those thoughts. So what is it that keeps some people in check? Impulse, right? That impulse control versus other people that, don't keep that in check. Why, I'm fascinated with Bionca here. She, what was it that caused her to do this? It does seem random. There was plenty of other people in the shopping center. Yesterday in our deep dive, we showed where it was located, and I'll pull it up again. Actually, you know what? While they're on a break, why not? Let's pull it up again, just because we need some things to do. So let's do it. Now I have to find it. Let me see here. It was yesterday. Let's see. Do I have the address here? Okay, I think I have it over here. This shopping center was very well traveled. Okay, here it is. All right. So we're going to show you where this was located. We did this yesterday in our deep dive, but why not? Since there's really no reason why we have to wait for court to be back in session. So let's do this. Let's take a little journey to Cleveland, Ohio. All right. All righty. So here we are. So you can see there's North Olmsted. That's where it took place. Cleveland is right over here. And for those that don't know the area, Cleveland is considered northeastern Ohio. You've got Columbus, which is the capital, in the middle. You've got Cincinnati down here towards the south on the southern Ohio, southern portion. And for those that really don't know, so you've got the whole East Coast there, and then you've got Ohio with Cleveland there. North Olmsted has about 30,000 residents, I think we found out. Cleveland itself, if you look at all of the surrounding areas, it's about 2 million with all these. Cleveland proper only has about 360,000 people. But you take all of these, Brook Park, Lakewood, Edgewater, Avon, Westlake, Cleveland Heights, East Cleveland, Shaker Heights, Garfield Heights, Brooklyn, all of these, Parma Heights, all these surrounding towns make up about 2 million. So when we get in closer, here. So there's the thrift store. There's the volunteers. You see the volunteers? Here's the volunteers. Volunteers of America. That's where she did her first thing. That's where she got the knives, right? And then here, let's go check it out. So she got her knives here. So here's the thrift store. That's where she got her knives. These are the pillars, right? These are the pillars. I think those are the pillars that she was tapping the knives right there. There's the pillars. She was tapping the knives on these pillars. There's a Planet Fitness. And then she walks over here. And here's the Giant Eagle. So it happened either down here or over here. So if this is the Giant Eagle, I have a feeling it was probably, I think it was down here. So there's the water tower. Yeah, I have a feeling it was down here. So it was probably down in there somewhere. So again, you can see it was the middle of the day. It was like 3 o'clock. Typical plaza, just a typical plaza. We have these in Florida, I'm sure it's kind of anywhere USA, if you're in a suburban area, this is kind of typical from my experience, living in several places. But this is kind of typical. So Adrianelle says, I'm guessing that since it's near a large thrift store, it's a lower end store. No, Giant Eagles are pretty reputable. Whenever I'd shop there, I found whatever I needed, fresh food, a pretty good selection of just groceries, meaning soy sauces. I always shop like international. Like I always look for go to the international aisle, and they had a good selection, and they had fresh selection. Their beers and wines, of course, that's another way I can tell. I judge a store is by their beer and wine selection, and they had a very, very international selection. It's not just one style of beer, one style of wine. It's not $5 wine. They had $30, $40, $50, $60, $100 bottles of wine. It was good. It was good for my experience. Now, I didn't shop at this Giant Eagle. I shopped at another one. Do they have sushi, TP? They have sushi as well. So to me, it's like a Publix. That's the way I interpret it. I'm used to Publix because, in Florida, we have tons of Publix and Winn-Dixie, so I'm very used to both of them. I've gone to both of them many, many times. So to me, Giant Eagle was more like Publix because Publix has sushi. Publix definitely has a wider range of selection. So they have great fried chicken, Sue says. Is it similar to a Walmart? Allie. You're funny, Allie. No. Haley's Comet is expensive compared to other grocery stores. Martha, you have Publix too. No beer or wine in Maryland. Grocery stores can't carry. This is very typical in Ontario. Yeah, to me, it's like I've been a lot of places. Not a lot, but I mean enough. Virginia, Maryland, New York, obviously, Florida, obviously, Ohio, Georgia, Alabama. Yeah, to me, it's just kind of a typical Pennsylvania. It's just, to me, it just seems like a typical shopping center. that's why I think a lot of people would see this and they'd be like, oh yeah, I can identify with that. It's, you're just going about your day and then all of a sudden this happens. That's why I think that's what strikes me so much is that it's just so random, and then it's so it's like just you're just shopping, right? You're not. I don't know. I think it's the location that's getting me as well. Like this just could be anybody. This could be any one of us. I think that's what gets me as well. Squeegee, did you see she got? Wait, hold on. Did you maybe see? Did you see she got ticked at nearly being hit? Okay, I think I understand what you're asking. Do I think that she got ticked or? Yeah, the Margot was pushing the cart. And then Bionca was walking straight at them, and Bionca didn't move at all. Margot had to move her cart. So yeah, more like a Kroger's, right? Martha says Publix has lots of organic food, produce, and food possibilities. Agreed. Crochet, I love Publix. When I see my twin brother in Naples, I would always go there. Yeah, Publix is great. Publix is great. Kathy says you've got Schnucks, Hy-Vee, and County Market. I like that name, Schnucks. That's fun. Tony says retired nurse after 47 years. I loved every aspect of my job. A very rewarding career. Nice. All right, let's see. Haley's comment says, I live in Western PA and Giant Eagles are your main grocery store aside from Walmart. Her checking the knives on the concrete pillar shows that she was planning on using it. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that's going to be an interesting one. Close this. Hold on. Okay. Got some sun coming through here. Let me just close that up. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. All right. The sun's coming in my eyes right now. Oh, to have the problem of I have to close curtains. See, that's what I'm saying. It could always be worse. It could always be better. Oh, I have a problem. I have to close my curtains because the sun's shining in my face. Right? That's when I'm like, just, I have a nice life and I'm happy for it. All right, let's see if they're back. Let's see what we can do here. We let it queue up a little bit. Let's see what we got here. No way are they still on a break. No way. All right, hold on. All right, good. So they do go back into court. All right, hold on.
June 3rd, 2024. Were you working as a police officer on that day?
Yes.
In North Olmsted? In the city of North Olmsted?
Yes.
And did there come a time on that day where you received a broadcast to attend to the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us about the nature of the call you received?
We received a call that a female had stabbed other patrons at Giant Eagle.
And in your training and your experience in North Olmsted up to that point, had you responded to a call of that nature before?
Of a stabbing, I don't think I have.
Okay. So with that information that you have, what is your first step? Where do you go?
To get to the scene as soon as possible.
And if you remember on that day, how far away were you when you received the radio broadcast?
Probably a minute away.
Okay, so
2
close by.
minutes, yes.
And within the radio broadcast, was there a description given of the suspect?
As I approached the scene, yes, they advised it was a black female wearing all black and carrying a knife.
All right. And did you hear anything about victims or where victims might be located?
I don't recall the exact.
All right. So when you respond to the Giant Eagle, what is your priority? What's the first thing you're going to do?
To locate the subject.
Okay. So you're focused on the subject versus
Yes.
victims.
Yes.
Okay. And this is due to the information you have, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you arrive on scene, what do you see first?
People started screaming to me and pointing me over to an area of the parking lot, an exit of the parking lot.
Okay. And when you are on duty, do you have a dash cam in your zone car?
Yes.
All right. And is your dash cam always running when you are on duty?
It is not always running.
Okay.
It runs when the overhead lights are activated.
Gotcha. All right. So if we were to look at some of your dash cam footage from that day, could you talk about it in court this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. I'm playing for this witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184. And it's 39 minutes long. We're not going to watch all of it, right? But before I move on, 2 seconds in, what are we looking at the screen here?
I was in a nearby neighborhood, and this is me beginning to respond to the call.
All right. And because we're seeing dash cam, does that mean that your overhead lights are activated?
Yes.
And why are you turning around in that driveway?
Because I was facing the wrong direction when the call came out.
Okay. And do you speed up and exceed the speed limit when you hear a call that
Yes.
you get to quickly? All right. Do you have your sirens on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Obviously, you see some other cruisers there. Do you know when the radio call came in, was it for all of the North Olmsted cruisers to respond?
I don't recall what the exact traffic was.
All right, so you are there pretty quickly, and you go into the parking lot. Now, at this point, what information do you have, and where are you headed?
This is where they began giving me the physical description of the black female wearing all black, so I'm slowing down, listening to that.
Okay.
And they also advise that she's exiting towards Dover Center Road. So hearing that information, I then sped up to get to that area, and people started flagging me down, pointing her out.
Okay. And here we are at 1 minute, 30 seconds. Who is this individual on the scene?
That's me.
Okay. So you get out of your vehicle immediately. And why do you have your gun out?
Because she was holding a knife as I exited my vehicle.
All right. So I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of your dash cam footage. Is there an individual at the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, there is.
And who is that?
That would be Bionca Ellis.
And what are your directives now that you've exited your cruiser with your gun out?
I'm telling her to lay on her stomach.
And as you pulled up, do you recall what she was doing before you got out of your car?
She was walking away from me, and as I parked my car and got out of it, she tossed the knife off to her side.
Did you personally see her holding the knife?
Yes.
Resuming at 1 minute, 42 seconds. Do you recall what you're saying at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of other officers are coming on scene to assist you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is the protocol in this kind of situation where you have a suspect and lots of officers on scene? How do you determine the next steps?
Well, we began by testing her compliance, giving her orders, commands, what to do, what not to do, testing her compliance before we approached her.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What kinds of things do you do to test her compliance?
Say, do not move, do not reach, do not grab, stay on your stomach, stay where you are, things of that nature.
And is that typical, is that protocol anytime that you have a suspect in custody and you are communicating with them?
Yes, verbally check compliance before making physical contact, yes.
And in this case, was this individual compliant with your commands?
Yes.
At any point did she converse with you or say anything?
No.
Okay. At any point did you hear her talk to herself?
No.
Did she ask any questions?
No, she didn't.
Okay, let's resume in 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
All right, let's welcome in trial attorney Tamika Robowski. And Tamika.
So that's interesting. So this is Officer Oliver Wolcott. He has dash cam, and he made first contact with Bionca. He said Ellis was walking away. She tossed the knife to her side. He saw her holding the knife. Other law enforcement officers arrive. They tested her compliance to see how she would respond. Things such as don't move, stay in your stomach. They do a verbal check of compliance before making contact. She was compliant. She didn't converse. She didn't talk to herself. She didn't talk. She didn't talk or talk to herself. So two things of really importance there, I thought. When law enforcement arrived, she tosses the knife to her side. That to me shows she knows that that's bad, right? Knife is bad. That shows to me that she knows she did something wrong, or she shouldn't have that knife. If she, and again, I could be completely off base and completely wrong about this. Oh, here they're showing. Let me rewind this. This isn't testimony, but they are showing it. Let me just rewind this. So by her tossing the knife, there's the knife right there. There's the knife right there. Did you guys see it? Let me rewind it. Let me see. Let me turn that off. Turn that off. Here's the knife right there. There's the knife. So sadly, you can see some blood on it. But by her tossing the knife to the side, does that not show that she knew something was wrong? By her tossing the knife aside, she knew that was something that caused something, right? If she thought that was a pencil or a lollipop, or I don't know how it works, so I'm just going out on a limb right now. What if she thought that was her friend? Here's my friend. What if she thought that was a utensil to beam her up to the starship? What if she thought that was a utensil to she was taking flowers back to her mom? So, and again, I could be completely wrong with that summation, but by her tossing it to the side when authorities show up, that to me shows something, right? And then, so that's the first thing I took out of that. She tossed the knife to her side. And then the second is testing compliance. So if she, here authorities come into her field of vision, into her life, her world, and they're saying, get on the ground, she's able to understand that. Now, again, if you're in the middle of a psychotic episode, are you able to understand that? With Carlos, he was saying, people were like shadow figures and shadow monsters, and they were telling him, they were laughing at him. That's why he had to stab them. That's what Carlos was saying. So did she then, if she was in a moment and then authorities show up, does she view them as helping her? Does she view them as hurting her? What does she view them as? And as such, she's listening to them, she's acknowledging them, and she's following their directive. So, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I don't know, man. I'm just throwing it out there. You guys tell me. Jenny says she agrees. Mallory says she's with me. I don't know, man. I'm just do I read or use audiobooks? I used to. Hell yeah, I think she attacked people who weren't a threat in a place that was less threatening and threw the knife to avoid being erased. Chris says, I think she was just looking for easy target, and a mom and toddler is just that. She was looking for someone to harm. Bonfire says, it does. She shows she knew that the knife was a danger and the police would want it. Tammy, she knew what she did. She planned it, scoped out different targets, carried it out calmly, but was not wild, irrational behavior. Victoria, I don't think she realized at the moment she got arrested that she hurt anyone. Oh, Slenderman, yeah, I remember, yeah. So again, I don't know. I'm waiting to hear make some valid points. I'm just throwing it out there, you guys. I'm just throwing it out there. You tell me what you think. Bluebird agrees, Cindy agrees, and again, I am by no means an expert, not even close. I'm just going with what I think. Taylor's valid points. Mallory, you're with me. Margaret agreed. And again, I'm not saying she doesn't need help still. I mean, I still think I want to hear from the experts. I definitely want to hear from the experts before I make a final determination. Runs with scissors. Wasn't she trying to get arrested before so she could have a place to stay? Yes, in Florida. In Florida, and maybe even at the Walmart up here in Ohio, but she went down to Florida and she trespassed, and she says, please arrest me, I need a place to stay. JMS, that's why prosecutors said in her opening statement, watch her words and actions. Yep, to show she knew what she did. Good point. Selena, I agree. JMS, I agree. Victoria, she's insane, not all there. That's why she was so compliant. And that may be very well too. I'm just pointing out that she was able to acknowledge tossing the knife away or to the side and then being compliant. So that's all I'm saying. Martha, understand my thought process. Thank you. Mrs. Bobby, I'm observing that she knew what she was doing. I could be wrong, but in my gut she knew. Or it could be that she didn't know what she was doing. I don't know, right? JMS, if you're insane, you supposedly don't know right from wrong. Her actions show she knew she did something wrong. But is that true? Do you I mean, Carlos knew, well, once he was on his medications, Carlos knew he did something wrong. In the moment he was doing it, he thought that these shadow figures were mocking him and he needed to make them stop laughing at him and mocking him, right? Selena K, great conversation that's going on right now. Her psychosis, Kelly says, comes and goes in very convenient ways. That always bothers me. Yeah, we need a psychiatrist or a psychologist with us, for sure. What expert indicated she was malingering? Victoria asks. Nobody yet. Nobody yet. Denise, she said, can't you ask the judge she could sleep in the jail cell? Yeah. Or maybe it was Miss West. Miss West, well, when she was going under evaluation, it wasn't, we don't know that yet, to be quite honest. We don't know that yet. All we know is she was going through an evaluation to find if she was competent or not. And the Dr. West, I believe that is her name, she said that at the time this happened, she was having a psychotic break. So we haven't heard anything about malingering. I'm just saying that from past trials, that it's almost impossible to lie to lie through these tests. That's all. Let's see. Kathy will be right back. Kathy Davis says 3 hots and a cot. Right? Moon Pie, she shoplifted the knife, then carried out a deliberate act and threw the knife away. Guilty. She's definitely guilty. She's definitely guilty. That's not the question, Moon Pie, although I do appreciate your comment there. It's not the question. Turn up my volume a bit. It's not a question of whether she is, all right, how's that? It's not a question of whether she is guilty or not. It's not a question of whether she's guilty or not. It's a question of, was she sane? Is she sane or not? All right, 80s Music Man. I hate the mental excuse cause because people use that to downplay the crime. That's where I'm at. I roll my eyes at these people. I'm not ready to do that just yet. I do want to hear from the doctors. I want to hear from the experts. I just want to hear from the experts. Tasha, did she throw the knife when the police showed up? Yes, that's what we're watching right now. That's what we're watching right now. Widespread, can you change the volume on your computer? I have to do that from time to time. I can bump up my volume. I just don't want to blow it out. I can turn up my gain just a hair. Turn it up a little bit. All right. Let me know if that's better. All right. Give it a few minutes. We're 20 seconds behind, so give it a few minutes. All right. Let's see. All right. So let's go back to watching this. Let me rewind this a little bit. So this is an actual testimony. It's still not testimony, but it's them showing the body cam. So that's her, being compliant. I don't know why they paused it. Okay, that's her being compliant. She had already tossed aside the knife. Try to refresh. Yeah, I definitely turned it up a little bit. Sue says, I wonder how much she's telling her defense attorneys. Yeah, right. Miss Baba Yaga, good to see you. I recall seeing the news clips when this actually happened, and I also remember a thing that there's something wrong with her, like a mental disability. All right, she's just kind of walking around. She's got, again, we had a poll earlier. What would you guys do if you saw her walking? What would you guys do if you saw that person walking around? She's just kind of walking around. No problem, Denisha. We're trying. We have a plan for tomorrow. We have a plan. We're going to start later, and then we can fast forward through everything. We're going to start like an hour and a half later, or an hour later, so we can fast forward. That's going to be our plan for tomorrow. And they also said that the judge said that only certain testimony will be allowed in. That they're not going to have. They're not going to show all of the testimony. Now this is a replay of opening, so we'll play it because we've heard it like 10 times, but we'll play it again just because why not?
Butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. She stalks, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
Back now to Cleveland, Ohio, where we've been watching testimony in day 2 of the toddler stabbed murder trial.
The defendant, Bionca.
So we took a poll earlier, you guys. What would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? Now remember, the knife, as we've discovered, is 8-inch blade with 4-inch 8-inch blade with a 4-inch handle. 8-inch blade with 4-inch handle. So it's still pretty big, right? So we took a poll earlier for those that are coming in new. So what would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? 65% of you said call 911 and keep a safe distance. 23% of you said tell an employee and walk away. 7% of you said run away quickly, and 5% of you said confront her and ask what's up. So 65% of us said call 911, keep a safe distance. So. I'm just going to wait for them. They're doing their little pre-roll here, preamble. And once they get us back into court. Okay, here we go.
Officer Wolcott, can you identify what I've placed up on the screen?
Yes, this is my body cam footage of us providing medical aid to Julian.
Okay. And how would you describe the scene?
Chaotic. A lot going on, a lot of people around.
And when you find yourself involved in as you described it, a chaotic scene, how do you determine who is doing what? There's not too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak.
Typically, the more experienced people take over and the less experienced acquiesce to the more experienced people.
So when you arrive here, are you told what to do or where to go?
No.
Okay, so what do you do?
I began assessing the injuries to Julian and figuring out what kind of life-saving interventions I could potentially do for him.
Okay, so let's continue playing your body cam.
One moment.
Sorry.
Well, I'm going to allow it, with the objection, I'll overrule for this witness, allow him to continue to testify to his body cam. Go ahead. But is there a question?
Yeah, so, officer, even though you might not be one of the, obviously you're wearing the camera, correct?
Yes.
So, but is there a purpose that your camera is capturing the entirety of the scene? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you obviously know the gravity of the situation, and
yes.
that your body camera might be helpful to the case.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Well, let me ask that. Do you ever administer life-saving? On your video camera, or are you just observing most of the time, or all the time?
Yes, I do. I apply chest steel to Julian's back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So that's already happened by the time of what we see here.
I'm sorry?
The medical aid I render has already happened by the time before what we're watching here.
Oh, it happens in the very beginning?
Yes.
Okay, when we can't see the redaction?
Yeah, either redact or it's possible my camera was not activated at that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And do you have training to provide medical assistance even though you are a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true for your colleagues in your department?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to move on to some other things that you did following your life-saving efforts. Okay. At any point, did you come into contact with drone footage captured by a neighboring agency?
I did receive drone footage from Westlake Police Department.
Okay. And
Ms. Patel?
Yes.
I just want to ask, the video of, is it continuation? I think it was a second video. So I had Exhibit 184 was the very first one.
Yes.
So going to the parking lot for 8, is that a different exhibit number?
The one that I just had on the screen was 183.
183.
Yes.
And I apologize for interrupting.
Oh,
so
no
go
problem.
ahead with your drone question.
Thank you. Okay, so Westlake is a neighboring community, correct?
Yes.
And is there a reason why Westlake drones were utilized in this investigation?
We provide mutual aid to each other during any critical incidents. And it's likely that we didn't have the equipment available to us at that time, and Westlake did, so we used them.
Okay. And why is drone footage potentially important when you are assessing a crime scene?
Because it gives a better overall view of the scene.
Okay. And you personally obtained these images that were produced by the Westlake Police drone. Is
Yes.
that be fair to say? So can we look at a few of them this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. So first, let's talk about State's Exhibit 188.
Well, let's get a little deeper here if you want to ask.
So again, the judge has put some restrictions in place. We cannot show testimony in its entirety. We're bringing the best moments of testimony, and we know that court has now gone home for the day. Let's bring back in trial attorney Tamika Rebecca.
Okay, so you just heard that. The judge put restrictions on testimony, which is really interesting because they show the body cam. So the Judge Russo has put on restrictions for certain testimony, and that the jury has gone home for the day. So that was the judge. Yeah, Jenny, that was the judge that asked the question. He's been doing that a lot. And when the witness is going fast and kind of speeding through testimony, the judge is like, just take it easy, just take a deep breath. So, all right, so they've gone home for the day. So let's see how much more they're going to show. They're only showing a certain amount of testimony. So that's kind of good to hear. Let's see what this is. So there's just some more testimony. Or more, yeah, so we already saw this. We saw this already. Let me just kind of keep fast forwarding. We'll stick around. We'll stick around to like 5. Just see what they're. All right. So it seems like they might be done for the day, but we'll stick around just in case. So tomorrow, I think what we'll do. I know what we'll do is we'll come on a little bit later, and we will be able to fast forward through a lot of this. So tomorrow will be a little bit more cohesive experience for everybody. So, all right, I'm going to play this only because I'm interested in this trial too. So let's check this out.
Let's turn now to Massachusetts, where the murder trial of Brian Walsh is now delayed after the defendant was ordered to be sent to a mental hospital.
Walsh is accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna, who disappeared in January of 2023. Her body has never been found.
Joining us now in studio with all of the latest is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, always great to see you. Tell us, what do you know about the postponement of Walsh's trial?
Shocking developments out of Dedham, Massachusetts. The timing of this high-profile case now up in the air. Accused killer Brian Walsh now under observation at this moment, just days before he was set to go to trial. Jury selection in the murder trial was set to begin in 2 weeks in Dedham, Massachusetts. Now it's on hold for at least 20 days for his evaluation. In the defense motion to continue, which was filed on October 3rd, his attorneys claimed that he had been suffering from both anxiety and fear ever since being stabbed in jail back in September. Quote, the defendant was violently assaulted and is mentally and physically unable at this time to fully participate in his defense and to tolerate the physical requirements of attending full days of trial at this time. Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his beautiful wife, Anna Walsh, in January of 2023. Her body has never been found. Now his next court date, according to the docket, is October 27th for his competency hearing review. No trial date set yet.
Now, when they do have that trial, if and when it happens, the defense has also filed motions to move the trial. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's a big question right now. Recently, the defense has filed several motions, including a 30-day delay, and then claiming Rule 14 discovering violations of evidence favorable to the defense, in their opinion, and new DNA testing recently done by the Commonwealth. And the defense, to your point, also filing a motion to change venue or veneer. And prosecutors on their end are asking for a buffer zone around the courthouse if it takes place in Dedham, in anticipation of some high-profile witnesses, including right there, Trooper Michael Proctor, who was fired after the Karen Reed trial. Walsh is charged with first-degree murder and faces life behind bars if he's convicted. Of course, he's pled not guilty.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. As always, let's bring back in trial attorney Tamika Rabowski.
So interesting. So we do have some interest in Brian Walsh. I don't know much about the case. What I've learned today. But we were going to cover it. It was supposed to start on the 20th. Now it's been pushed to the 27th. Just a competency hearing. And right now it looks like it won't happen until next year. So I am going to stay here just a little bit just to make sure. Seems like they're going to go to another trial, but again, I just want to make sure that they don't come back to our trial, which is Bionca Ellis. So we'll hang out here for a few more minutes just to make sure. Just to make sure that they all right, seems like, and again, I'm just going to hang out here for a second. So they said that they went home for the day. They got word that they went home for the day. And, all right, Green-Eyed Cat is heading home. Let me pull you up there. Where are you? Heading home. We're all going in the car. Whoop, whoop. Road trip. Road trip with Green-Eyed Cat. Proctor alert, yes. Mary Fitz, Walsh is worth researching. Yeah, we wanted to cover it. I would be interested in covering it. We were ready to go for the 20th. He was supposed to start on the 20th, but then everything kind of fell apart from there. JMS probably won't be here much longer. Is taking care of my mother. Is taking most of my day now, and when I come back, I don't know what has been going on and don't have time to replay testimony. Goodbye, everybody. JMS, have a wonderful evening, and thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate you being with us. Always good to see you in our chat. Pammy's going to the fair. Awesome. You're going to beat your count on eating corny dogs, corn on the cob, funnel cakes. Nice. Yeah, it seems like they're done. Seems like they're done for the day. So, all right, you guys, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Rich calls passenger seat. Denise, did they ever find her remains? I don't think so. I know very little about it, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Tony says it's a pretty rich neighborhood. Are you talking about the Brian Walsh case? Elizabeth says mental health, when it's real, is an awful thing, especially when left untreated. Agreed. I wouldn't want to be on the Bionca Ellis jury. What she had done is unthinkable, but she looks like she was unhinged. Yep. Let's see. So what time tomorrow? Let's shoot for 10 o'clock Eastern, because if they're starting at 9, we'll go for 10 o'clock, and then we'll talk for like a half hour. I'll show some stuff for a half an hour, and then we'll pick up at like 10:30. We'll allow, I'm hoping an hour and a half is enough for us to kind of get through without it being so disjointed. Bree, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Good night, Martha. Denisha, have a good one. Jenny, goodbye. Have a good evening. Yep, don't forget the green hearts and the green T-Rexes. All right, Bama, have a good night. Thank you. Runs with Scissors. Crochet Nana, 10 o'clock Eastern. We'll go with 10 o'clock Eastern, and then we'll talk for like a half an hour. I'll show some news clips. We'll see what we can pull up for a half an hour, and then we'll go into, hopefully an hour and a half is enough time for them to for us to buffer enough, and we can kind of speed through stuff. So, all right, you guys, have a good night. I always leave you with kitties. Let me see what I got. Oh, I always leave you with kitties. We got little Rafa over here, sweet little boy. Sweet little boy over there. We got little Houdini sleeping over there, and Rafa with his stretches. We got little Bean over there, and the fourth Bean is behind, so I can't show her. All right, so thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to thank our mods and Aaron on your way out. Our mods do a fantastic job. Aaron does an amazing job of helping me out, keeping me square, sending me information when I need it, and creating graphics and doing all kinds of fun things on the back end, doing shorts, all that good stuff, finding feeds for us. So be sure that you thank both Aaron and our mods on the way out. We have a fantastic crew here. Our mods are absolutely the best that we have had ever. We really love them. They do a great job for us. So with that, thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful evening. We will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. And just want to make sure there's nothing going on. Okay. All right, guys, have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.